Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 351 Planning a Rescue, The Heroin Pill. Knowing that Lin Weiner was not in immediate danger, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Weiner was an honorary elder of the Zhou family, a capable and pragmatic individual with considerable management skills. Losing such a talent would be a significant loss for the Zhou family. Moreover, Lin Weiner was Lin Hongayu's adopted daughter and held a high position in Lin Hongayu's heart. If Lin Hongyu successfully formed her core and learned that her adopted daughter had died in Yang Kingdom, even if she didn't hold a grudge against the Zhou family, she would certainly harbor some resentment. Now that he knew Lin Weiner was alive, Zhou Chun naturally wanted to save her as soon as possible. He soon returned to the vicinity of the stronghold established by Lin Hongyu and dug a stone chamber deep into the mountain. Inside the chamber, Zhou Chun patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing all the mysterious armor golden feathers, and then placed a black iron box sealing the wood spirit on the ground, allowing the demonic insects to completely envelop it. Finally, he released the golden armor rock turtle, instructing it to guard the place and prevent the wood spirit from escaping. With these two layers of protection, Zhou Chun returned to the ground with peace of mind, planning his infiltration of the stronghold to rescue Lin Weiner. For Zhou Chun, entering the stronghold wasn't difficult. The challenge was how to avoid attracting attention. With his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, once inside, he would undoubtedly be under close surveillance by the cultivators, making it impossible to slip past them and find the place where Lin Weiner was being held. Therefore, he had to suppress and conceal his cultivation to avoid drawing attention. Zhou Chun knew techniques for concealing cultivation, but the ones he knew were insufficient to evade the divine sense detection of cultivators of the same level. Techniques that allowed cultivators to effectively hide their cultivation from others of the same level were extremely rare and precious, even those from major sects might not possess. After much thought, Zhou Chun decided to seal his cultivation to avoid being noticed. He knew a sealing technique that could suppress most of his cultivation, allowing him to only exert the power of a key refining stage cultivator. This kind of seal is difficult for a foundation establishment cultivator to detect unless examined closely in person. However, the technique's drawback is also obvious. After his cultivation is sealed to the key refining stage, it would take him at least an hour to break the seal with his current key refining level cultivation. This means that if he were discovered, he wouldn't have enough time to unseal his cultivation and fight. Despite the considerable risk, Zhou Chun still did it. Using the sealing technique, he sealed his cultivation to the 11th level of the key refining stage, and put the spirit beast pouches at his waist into his sleeve pockets. Then, on a bright sunny afternoon, he arrived at the entrance of the stronghold. At the entrance, his key refining level cultivation did not arouse the suspicion of the guards, who quickly collected his deposit and registered him according to regulations. However, during registration, the cultivator in charge of registration looked him over carefully and suddenly said, "This fellow Taoist looks unfamiliar. Is this your first time visiting our Red Jade Peak?" Fellow Taoist has a keen eye. I have indeed just arrived in Yang Kingdom from the Great Yun Kingdom. I am passing through your vicinity today and thought I'd like to broaden my horizons. Zhou Chun cupped his hands in a composed manner, his tone unhurried and without a trace of panic. Hearing his answer, the man's eyes lit up, and he immediately spoke again. "Oh, so you are also a rogue cultivator?" "I wouldn't call myself a rogue cultivator. I have a foundation establishment cultivator and some clan members who are cultivators in my family." Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment, but still didn't choose the identity of a rogue cultivator. Instead, he casually fabricated the identity of a cultivator from a small family. It was obvious that after hearing his answer, a look of disappointment appeared in the man's eyes. Then he quickly nodded slightly and said, "I understand. I wish you all the best." After saying that, he quickly registered the information Zhou Chun had provided and gave him a temporary pass token. "Thank you for your blessings, fellow Taoist," Zhou Chun responded, then strode into the stronghold with the token given to him. After entering, Zhou Chun first wandered around the shops, and only after confirming that no one was secretly following him did he head to the cultivation area. He stayed in the cultivation area for several hours, and seeing that night had fallen, Zhou Chun began his operation. He took out a spirit beast pouch, waved his hand, and dozens of blue moon butterflies flew out, quietly slipping through the slightly ajar door. A short while later, Zhou Chun gently pushed open the door and quietly left the cultivation area. To the cultivators guarding the cultivation area, everything seemed normal, as if nothing had happened. Relying on the blue moon butterfly's excellent illusionary abilities, Zhou Chun easily bypassed the sentries in the market and infiltrated the area outside the white mist. Then, he activated the token magic artifact left by Lin Weiner and plunged into the white mist area. Although Zhou Chun had only accompanied Zhou Daowei to this stronghold once before, he had a general idea of its layout, especially since Lin Weiner had left a detailed map. Like most gathering places for independent cultivators, this area of white mist contained the cave dwellings of Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the guards within the stronghold were generally not allowed to enter. With his token and magic artifact, Zhou Chun was completely unaffected by the array and easily saw the scenery inside. After observing for a while, he headed towards a certain mountain peak. He was going to Lin Weiner's cave dwelling, which was likely where she was being held captive. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Zhou Chun didn't rush up. Instead, he found a secluded spot and began to dispel the seal within his body. While Zhou Chun was quietly making final preparations for the rescue operation at the foot of the mountain, Lin Weiner, inside her cave dwelling, encountered trouble. Tian Fengai, what brings you here alone in the middle of the night? In the courtyard, Lin Weiner looked at the pale-faced middle-aged man who had come to her door so late at night, her pretty face full of vigilance. She seemed to realize something. Facing her question, the pale-faced middle-aged man stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "Miss Lin, you don't need to be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, given that your cultivation is sealed, do you think you could resist?" Hearing his words, Lin Weiner felt very uncomfortable, but she had to admit that what he said was true. Previously, in order to protect herself from harm, she had made an agreement with these traders, voluntarily letting them seal her cultivation, take away her storage bag and personal magic weapon, in order to wait for her godmother Lin Hongyu to return. In her current state, where she could not mobilize any magic power, let alone Tian Fengai, who looked to her as having a mid-foundation establishment cultivation level, even a key refining cultivator could easily subdue her. Her expression relaxed slightly, and she asked again, "So, what do you want to say to me so late at night?" Tian, have come to see Miss Lin so late at night, naturally to discuss important matters, but this is probably not the place to talk, the pale-faced middle-aged man said, glancing meaningfully at the room behind Lin Weiner. Hearing this, Lin Weiner's expression shifted, and after a slight hesitation, she nodded and said, "In that case, fellow Taoist Yan, please come inside with me." She then led him to the reception room. Once inside, Lin Weiner wanted to pour a cup of tea for the pale-faced middle-aged man. However, her cultivation was currently sealed, making tea brewing quite inconvenient, and she was momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, the pale-faced middle-aged man noticed her embarrassment and immediately smiled, saying, "Miss Lin, please don't be so polite. I'll brew the tea myself." Then, he took out teaware and spiritual water from his storage bag and began brewing tea in front of Lin Weiner. A moment later, the tea was ready. He poured a cup for himself and Lin Weiner, then took a sip himself. Seeing this, Lin Weiner couldn't refuse, so she also took a small sip. She then put down her tea and looked at the pale-faced middle-aged man, saying, "Now, fellow Taoist Yan, you can tell me why you've come to see me tonight." "Actually, there's nothing new. I just want to know, Miss Lin, how can you be so confident that Senior Lin will successfully form her core?" The pale-faced middle-aged man looked calmly at Lin Weiner, his voice low as he continued, "If Senior Lin fails to form her core and unfortunately perishes in the Great Zhou Kingdom, Miss Lin, how will you face yourself? What will you do? You came all this way in the middle of the night just to ask this." Lin Weiner's face turned cold, her eyes instantly turning icy. The last thing she wanted to hear was the news of Lin Hongyu failing to form her core. As for what she would do next, that wasn't the real question. With her abilities, even without Lin Hongyu, the Zhou family would rely heavily on her, and she wouldn't have to worry about having nowhere to go. Therefore, in her eyes, the pale-faced middle-aged man's questions were all nonsense, nonsense that annoyed her. Even though the pale-faced middle-aged man noticed the change in her expression and tone, he still said indifferently, "Miss Lin, why are you so angry? I was just saying hypothetically. You and I have both experienced the foundation establishment stage, and we know that the path of cultivation becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. Every breakthrough to a major realm carries a high probability of failure and even death." Seeing this, Lin Weiner was too lazy to argue with him anymore. She immediately stood up with a cold expression and said, "It's late, I'm going to rest. Fellow Taoist Yan, please leave." This gesture and words indicating that she was leaving made the pale-faced middle-aged man's expression turn somewhat unpleasant. He immediately stood up, walked a few steps to Lin Weiner, and stared at her with a gloomy expression, saying, Tian, I'm trying to communicate with Miss Lin in good faith, yet you are so rude. You are the rude one." Lin Weiner glared at him with a fierce look, her tone angry. "Don't think that just because my cultivation is sealed, you can bully me at will." Fellow Taoist Fu and the others are still here. Hearing her words, the pale-faced middle-aged man's expression changed instantly, then he sneered, "Fu Changqing and the others are all fools. They even sealed your cultivation, yet they still want to waver between the two sides. How laughable." At this point, a strange smile appeared on his face, and he quickly said in a low voice, "Fine, since you are so ungrateful, then I, Tian, will no longer tolerate it. I will take care of you here tonight. What do you want to do?" Lin Weiner's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted, "Help! Help! Ha ha ha! Scream all you want, let's see who you can summon." The pale-faced middle-aged man laughed smugly, looking at Lin Weiner with a triumphant expression. "Even if you scream your lungs out tonight, no one will come to save you." With that, he casually made a hand seal, freezing Lin Weiner in place. Then, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a small jade bottle, poured out a reddish-brown pill emitting a strange fragrance, and forced it into Lin Weiner's mouth, making her swallow it. After doing this, he looked at Lin Weiner, who couldn't even speak, and said with a sinister smile, "Are you curious about what kind of pill I gave you?" Hearing this, panic immediately flashed in Lin Weiner's eyes. With her intelligence, she easily connected the pale-faced middle-aged man's words to something. Sure enough, the pale-faced middle-aged man soon leered and said, "Actually, it's nothing much, just a fiery woman pill. After taking this pill, a female cultivator will become as chaste and virtuous as ever, but in less than a quarter of an hour, she will turn into a wanton woman, actively begging for men's pleasure. Today, I, Tian, would like to see how long you, Lin Weiner, can endure this fiery woman pill." Saying this, he suddenly lifted the silencing spell on Lin Weiner, pulled up a chair and sat down in front of her, so that she could look at him and speak. After regaining her ability to speak, Lin Weiner surprisingly didn't shout or curse. Instead, she glared at him angrily and said coldly, "Tian Fengai, do you know the consequences of your actions?" The pale-faced middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "Of course I know, so don't worry. After I take your primordial yin here, I'll kill you and leaving those idiots like Fu Changqing to worry about." This answer startled Lin Weiner, who looked at him with suspicion and asked, "So you betrayed your godmother just to get this?" Originally, it wasn't just this, but those idiots like Fu Changqing wouldn't listen to me and refused to give you to Senior Huang in exchange for him taking over this place. So I had no choice but to grab what I could and leave." The pale-faced middle-aged man's smile vanished quickly, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Lin Weiner panicked completely, not only because of the pale-faced middle-aged man's words, but also because she had already felt the effects of the fiery woman pill. She quickly said, "Tian Fengai, how about we make a deal? If you spare me this time, I'll tell you about a treasure my godmother hid outside." "What do you say, treasure? What treasure? You're not lying to me, are you?" The pale-faced middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, seemingly disbelieving. Lin Weiner cried out anxiously, "At this point, how could I dare lie to you? There really is a treasure that can give you the potential to reach the Purple Mansion." Seeing this, the pale-faced middle-aged man couldn't help but show surprise, as if he had gleaned some truth from Lin Weiner's expression and words. He immediately stood up and said, "Really? Then tell me what kind of treasure it is, and what treasures are inside." Seeing that he believed her and was interested, Lin Weiner was also delighted, and immediately said, "Help me counteract the effects of that fiery woman pill." First, unexpectedly, the pale-faced middle-aged man shook his head after hearing her words and said, "I'm really sorry, there is no antidote for this fiery woman pill. It was originally just an aphrodisiac during dual cultivation. After saying that, he smiled lightly at Lin Weiner, whose eyes were full of disappointment and despair, and said, "However, if you really know about some treasure, after I've finished enjoying myself, I might consider sparing your life." "You're dreaming." Lin Weiner gritted her teeth and cursed angrily, shouting, "If you dare to ruin my cultivation, then you can forget about getting that treasure in this lifetime. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I never thought about getting any treasure, and I want to see if you'll still be so stubborn later." The pale-faced middle-aged man spoke, then sat down again with a smile, patiently waiting for the effects of the fierce woman pill to take hold within Lin Weiner's body. "I got full attendance bonus at the end of the month and I'm feeling a bit lazy. Oh well, I'll just consider it a 2-day break. I'll probably only post one update today." Chapter 352 Turning Black into White, Swift and Decisive Measures. The effects of the fiery woman pill took less than a quarter of an hour. Although Lin Weiner was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, with her cultivation sealed, how could her physical constitution possibly resist such an aphrodisiac specifically designed for female cultivators? In less than a quarter of an hour, her pretty face flushed red, and she let out soft moans, her face like a peach blossom. Judging from her appearance, if her body hadn't been immobilized, she might have pounced on the pale-faced middle-aged man, Tian Fengai. Meanwhile, Tian Fengai, who had been sitting in a chair drinking tea, waited for about a quarter of an hour. Seeing that the time was right, he stood up with a beaming smile. He produced a long bird feather from somewhere and gently stroked it along Lin Weiner's ears and neck, laughing lewdly. "Hey, Miss Lin, do you want it now? If you do, beg me, and I'll relieve your itch." Lin Weiner gazed at the man before her with hazy eyes, murmuring softly, seemingly blinded by lust. But in the end, Tian Fengai didn't hear the words he wanted. This made him slightly annoyed and surprised. Then he coldly laughed. "I didn't expect your will to be so strong. That's even better. The longer you hold out, the more you'll want it later. The night is long, I have plenty of time to play with you." After saying that, he continued to tease Lin Weiner's body with a bird feather. He didn't notice that an uninvited guest had just arrived outside Lin Weiner's courtyard. Why would someone set up a soundproof barrier outside the courtyard? Zhou Chun looked at the unguarded yard ahead, a hint of doubt on his face. His journey had been unusually smooth, without encountering a single guard, which had almost made him wonder if he'd gone to the wrong place, given his initial readiness for battle. But the man-made soundproof barrier in the courtyard dispelled his doubts. He stared at the courtyard for a moment, then suddenly seemed to realize something, his expression changing drastically as he cried out, "Oh no! Lin Weiner is in danger." He realized that the imprisoned Lin Weiner certainly wouldn't have set up such a soundproof barrier. And the person who set it up must have wanted to prevent anyone from hearing what was happening inside. If they weren't doing something shady, why would they need to do this? Understanding this, Zhou Chun immediately flew into the air and unleashed the sun-radiant golden wheel, blasting it towards the courtyard below. A flash of golden light shattered the small soundproof barrier, and the golden wheel-shaped magical artifact, guided by Zhou Chun's divine sense, flew relentlessly towards someone inside the room. Inside, Tian Fengai, whose attention had been entirely focused on teasing Lin Weiner, was instantly startled by the commotion. A seasoned fighter, he quickly reached for his storage pouch, summoning a silver-white shield-like magical artifact resembling a bamboo hat to protect himself. He even had a moment to shield Lin Weiner behind him. However, he seemed to have underestimated the newcomer's strength. A flash of golden light, and the golden wheel-shaped artifact pierced through the wall, striking the silver-white shield. The immense force sent both Tian Fengai and Lin Weiner flying. Before Tian Fengai could react, a silver-white embroidered handkerchief flew through the breach in the wall, shielding the fallen Lin Weiner. Seeing this, Tian Fengai didn't hesitate and immediately smashed through the house to escape. But as soon as he appeared in midair, a bolt of silver-white lightning struck him head-on. In haste, he hastily conjured a silver light shield to protect himself, but while the shield blocked the lightning, he was electrocuted by the current, his body tingling and his hair standing on end. Before he could recover from the paralysis, a golden sword crashed down on him, shattering him and his shield in one fell swoop. After killing Tian Fengai, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, in a few moves, Zhou Chun left the silver lightning python bye-bye on guard outside and quickly went inside to check on Lin Weiner. Looking at Lin Weiner on the ground, her face flushed with desire, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback before quickly understanding what had happened. Then, looking at Lin Weiner's dazed eyes, he knew that she was probably already lost in a trance. Instead of immediately lifting the immobilization effect, he quickly focused his attention on his storage pouch, searching for anything that could save her. His pouch was always stocked with various healing and detoxifying pills, ensuring he had medicine available in any situation. Although he didn't know the specific type of aphrodisiac Lin Hongyu had ingested, he knew how to help suppress its effects. He quickly patted his pouch and retrieved a blue-white jade bottle. Inside was an ice dew pill, a elixir used to suppress potent yang fire poisons, also possessing calming and analgesic properties. Zhou Chun swiftly poured out a cool, white pill and placed it in Lin Weiner's mouth, forcing her to swallow it. While waiting for the pill to take effect, Zhou Chun also checked the seal within Lin Weiner's body. The results of this examination made him frown. The sealing technique within Lin Weiner's body was extremely sophisticated. The person who sealed her cultivation was likely also at the late foundation establishment stage. This seal was not something Zhou Chun could dispel in a short time. The commotion had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the other foundation establishment cultivators within the stronghold, and they would soon arrive, leaving him no time to slowly rescue her. It seems this is the only way for now. Glancing at Lin Weiner, whose effects from the elixir were still not apparent, Zhou Chun unhesitatingly took out a large garment, covered her, and tied it to his back. This would indeed make his movements somewhat inconvenient, but at least he wouldn't be too distracted caring for Lin Weiner, thus preventing the enemy from taking advantage. In the short time it took Zhou Chun to do this, other foundation establishment cultivators arrived. Furthermore, the protective array had been activated, indicating that the foundation establishment cultivators within the stronghold had already recovered and taken countermeasures. As Zhou Chun carried Lin Weiner out, a burly man in black, hovering in midair, immediately glared at him and roared angrily, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed on my red jade peak and killed my fellow Taoist?" Hearing the burly man's shout, Zhou Chun's eyes turned cold, and he replied in a chilling voice, "You all know this place is called Red Jade Peak." His icy gaze swept over the burly man in black and the other two foundation establishment cultivators, and he said in a deep voice, "Now that Senior Lin has gone to the Great Zhou Cultivator Core, it's one thing for you not to protect her foundation, but now you dare to rebel and imprison and murder her adopted daughter. Are you planning a rebellion?" Upon hearing this, the three men opposite him all changed color. What's going on? Where did this guy come from? How does he know about Lin Hongyu's seclusion in the Great Zhou Kingdom to form her core? I don't know. Could it be a backup plan arranged by Lin Hongyu? What do we do now? Are we just going to let him take Lin Weiner away like this? The group exchanged glances, their thoughts whispered among themselves. Not long after, the burly man in black glared at Zhou Chun and shouted, "Nonsense!" He pointed at Zhou Chun and shouted loudly, "It's clear that you trespassed on our mountain, secretly attacked and killed fellow Taoist Yan Fenggai, and then, lustfully, kidnapped fellow Taoist Lin Weiner. We all witnessed this. How can you distort the truth and spout sophistry? You say I, Zhou, am distorting the truth." Zhou Chun was so angry he laughed. Although he hadn't expected them to let him take Lin Weiner away so easily, he hadn't expected them to say such a thing. He nodded with a cold smile and said, "Very well, you've given me another reason to kill you." He then patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the golden-winged tiger and the flying fire scorpion. He then swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the ancestral revival secret technique on the silver lightning python. Bye-bye. Roar, accompanied by a dragon's roar, the thunder flood dragon Bye-bye made a dazzling entrance. This scene instantly stunned the black-clad men. They had never witnessed such a ferocious foundation establishment cultivator. Not only had he tamed two second-tier demonic beasts, but he could also transform a python into a flood dragon. It completely overturned their understanding. Not good. This villain is fierce. We must retreat and rejoin fellow Taoist Fu and the others. One foundation establishment cultivator, regaining his senses, immediately shouted and turned to run. The other two, hearing this, also seemed to wake from a dream and hurriedly followed suit. At this moment, Lei Jiao Bye-bye was enveloped in surging lightning, with even the surrounding air filled with dancing silver snakes. Just by looking at its aura, it was clear that it was beyond the capabilities of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. However, trying to escape at this point was undoubtedly too late. Several thunderous booms resounded, and one after another, silver-white lightning bolts illuminated the night sky, striking the 3 fleeing Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhou Chun and the golden-winged tiger also seemed unwilling to let Lei Jiao Bai monopolize the limelight, and each quickly locked onto one of them and launched an attack. Zhou Chun raised his hand, and a silver-white embroidered handkerchief flew out, transforming into strands of silver that shot towards the black-clad giant. At the same time, with a thought, the sun-radiant golden wheel also slashed towards the black-clad giant. The golden-winged tiger, on the other hand, surged with azure light, instantly condensing a pair of wind spirit wings on top of its original pair of fleshy wings. Then, with a flap of its forewings, its speed instantly became so fast that it left countless afterimages in the air, catching up to the early Foundation establishment cultivator in the blink of an eye. Then its tiger claws shot out, unleashing claw beams several feet long, slamming down on the Foundation establishment cultivator. All of this happened in an instant, so quickly that the Foundation establishment cultivator only had time for a hasty response, to summon an iron umbrella magic artifact to protect himself. But to his utter surprise, this second-tier low-grade defensive magic artifact, which he had purchased for thousands of spirit coins, was directly pierced and torn apart by the tiger's claws. Before he could even react, a gaping maw pounced down, instantly shattering his reflexively erected magic shield, and bit down on his head. With that one bite, most of his body was swallowed whole, only his legs remaining partially exposed. But as the tiger's jaws closed, with a snap and a flick, those remaining legs were also dragged into its mouth and swallowed whole. This scene of a living person being devoured was unsettling even for Zhou Chun, the master, let alone his enemy. However, that discomfort only lasted for a moment. As a beast-taming cultivator, Zhou Chun had seen many such scenes and was no longer opposed to his pet's actions. After all, this combat mode was the most effective for tiger-type demon beasts. With a golden-winged tiger securing the first kill, Lei Jiao Bai and Zhou Chun quickly dealt with their respective opponents. Against the 3 of them at full power, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, whose cultivation was below the late Foundation establishment stage, were basically defeated in just a few moves. Nowadays, let alone these less skilled rogue cultivators, even among the renowned sects, it's estimated that very few could withstand 10 moves from Zhou Chun at full power. This efficient killing speed greatly shocked the other Foundation establishment cultivators in the stronghold. If it weren't for the fact that Zhou Chun's aura was indeed only at the late Foundation establishment stage, they would have thought he was a hidden purple mansion stage cultivator. Those who had originally planned to activate the stronghold's protective formation to trap and kill Zhou Chun were now hesitant. They were uncertain whether the protective array's power could help them defeat Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, however, was perfectly clear on this point, as the protective array here was provided to Lin Hongyu by the Zhou family. The answer was obviously no. This protective array was primarily defensive, capable of protecting against attacks from Purple Mansion stage cultivators. However, its offensive capabilities were relatively weak, posing no fatal threat to Zhou Chun in his current state. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to infiltrate alone to rescue her. Fellow Taoist Fu, should we continue? On a certain mountain peak, an old man in green robes swallowed hard and asked another old man in yellow robes for instructions. The yellow-robed old man was Fu Changqing, the most powerful cultivator in the stronghold. At the late Foundation establishment stage, he was the strongest in the stronghold and naturally became its leader. At this moment, Fu Changqing looked at the lightning dragon writhing with lightning, feeling both shocked and terrified. He shifted his attention to the 2 remaining Foundation establishment cultivators in the stronghold, noticing that the old man in blue and the other white-haired old woman both looked terrified and showed no will to fight. This sank his heart. He knew they were beyond help. He quickly said in a deep voice, "I intend to return power to fellow Taoist Lin. What do you 2 think?" Hearing this, the old man in blue immediately nodded and replied, "I have no objection. I believe fellow Taoist Lin will understand our actions. After all, we never intended to harm her." The white-haired old woman also readily agreed, "I agree. This stronghold was built with everyone's help. Even if fellow Taoist Lin regains power, we will still be needed to help maintain its operation." The 3 of them thus chose to surrender. A new month begins. First update delivered. Chapter 353 Rectifying the Chaos. Single-handedly storming the Red Jade Peak stronghold guarded by 7 Foundation establishment cultivators, Zhou Chun successfully rescued Lin Weiner, who was being held captive and deprived of her freedom. He also killed 4 Foundation establishment cultivators and forced the remaining 3 to surrender. Zhou Chun's achievements were truly astounding in the cultivation world. Few at the Foundation establishment stage could match his ferocity. Even more terrifying was that this was not his full strength. At this moment, watching Fu Changqing and the other two obediently surrender and beg for forgiveness before Zhou Chun, Lin Weiner, who had regained some of her senses under the influence of the ice dew pill, was also deeply shocked. Although she had heard of some of Zhou Chun's achievements before, she had never witnessed him fight. Now, having been carried by Zhou Chun throughout the entire battle and personally witnessed his immense strength, she finally understood just how powerful he truly was. Only then did they understand why Zhou Ming, even knowing the dire situation in Yang Kingdom, had only sent Zhou Chun to maintain order. We, Fu and the others, were misled by slander, almost causing fellow Taoist Lin's death. We beg fellow Taoist Lin and this fellow Taoist's forgiveness, and request a chance to atone for our sins. Facing Zhou Chun, Fu Changqing and the other two appeared, first glancing at Lin Weiner, who was beaming with joy on Zhou Chun's back, before bowing respectfully and expressing their surrender. This was a conditional surrender. However, Zhou Chun didn't rush to accept their surrender. Instead, he softly asked Lin Weiner on his back, "Elder Lin, what do you think? Should we accept their surrender?" His attitude not only startled Fu Changqing and the other two, but also surprised Lin Weiner. After all, Zhou Chun was far superior to her in status, position, and cultivation. Yet, Zhou Chun's attitude clearly prioritized her, showing her utmost respect. This attitude truly warmed her heart and moved her deeply. In that instant, looking at Zhou Chun's handsome, fair face, she felt an urge to kiss him. However, as soon as this urge arose, she instantly realized that the effects of the fierce woman pill were beginning to backfire, and she probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. So, while she was still relatively conscious, she hurriedly whispered in Zhou Chun's ear, "We can accept their surrender, but Fu Changqing must be detained first." Although her voice was soft, Fu Changqing and the other two who had been watching this side heard it clearly. Instantly, the yellow-robed elder Fu Changqing's expression changed slightly. Zhou Chun quickly looked at the three of them and said, "You heard Elder Lin's words, and I think you won't object, will you?" Hearing this, before Fu Changqing could speak, the green-robed elder readily agreed, "Yes, yes, yes, I completely agree with fellow Taoist Lin's arrangement. This old woman has no objections either." The white-haired old woman followed closely behind. Their answers fully demonstrated the meaning of the term rogue cultivator. Under these circumstances, neither of them had any intention of standing with the old man in yellow, Fu Changqing. They only wanted to protect themselves. Seeing their attitude, Fu Changqing, though angered by their actions, knew he couldn't refuse Lin Weiner's decision. He could only sigh and say, "Very well. I am willing to submit to your judgment, fellow Taoist." Having accepted their surrender, Zhou Chun ordered the old man in green and the white-haired woman to stabilize morale and secure the stronghold. He then escorted Fu Changqing to his residence. Upon arriving at Fu Changqing's residence, Lin Weiner, on Zhou Chun's back, once again lost consciousness, suddenly wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing and nibbling at him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly put her down and regained his balance. Then, with a displeased expression, he looked at Fu Changqing and asked, "Was the seal on Elder Lin placed by you?" "It was indeed placed by me." At the time, Fu Changqing's expression changed slightly, and he was about to defend himself, explaining how he had no choice. But Zhou Chun immediately interrupted him, "Don't explain so much to me, just tell me how long it will take to break the seal." "A quarter of an hour is enough." Fu Changqing's eyes flickered, seemingly understanding Zhou Chun's meaning, and he hurriedly gave his answer. "Then now break the seal for Elder Lin," Zhou Chun said, taking out an ice dew pill from his storage bag and feeding it to Lin Weiner. Actually, given Lin Weiner's current sealed cultivation, continuously taking ice dew pills would significantly damage her vital energy. However, between two evils, he chose the lesser. To suppress the restless desire within her and save her face, Zhou Chun had no choice but to do this. A quarter of an hour quickly passed. With Ren Changqing's full effort, the seal within Lin Weiner was finally successfully broken, and her magical cultivation was restored. As her magical cultivation recovered, her consciousness also returned rapidly, and she was able to circulate her magic to suppress the effects of the fiery woman pill within her body. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, "Elder Lin, please meditate here to expel the poison. I will go outside to protect you." He then led Ren Changqing outside. Once outside, Zhou Chun's expression turned cold, and he coldly stared at Ren Changqing, saying, "Speak. Who gave you the audacity to treat Elder Lin like this?" Previously, when Lin Weiner visited the Zhou family, she had mentioned that because Lin Hongyu had not returned, under the influence of external forces, Ren Shanking and his ilk had begun to plot a power grab. Now that the power grab had occurred, Zhou Chun naturally wanted to find out the truth. However, facing Zhou Chun's interrogation, Fu Changqing did not answer directly, but only replied in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, you are wise. Although I participated in the power grab and sealed fellow Taoist Lin, I was unaware of Dian Fenggai's harm to fellow Taoist Lin beforehand, otherwise I would have stopped him. Don't try to fool me, I didn't ask you that." Zhou Chun's eyes turned cold, and he said in an icy tone, "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who the mastermind is." These words, laced with murderous intent, made Fu Changqing's eyelids twitch. In the end, he couldn't withstand the pressure and sighed in a low voice, "It's Huang Sanren. It was Yan Fengai who colluded with him, coercing, bribing, and bewitching us, forcing us to do things that betrayed Senior Lin and fellow Taoist Lin." What is Huang Sanren's cultivation level? Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he asked again. Now that Fu Changqing had confessed, he no longer concealed anything and immediately replied. The Fire Yang Hermit is also at the Lake Purple Mansion stage. He once fought with Senior Lin and seemed to be slightly inferior, so he has always been somewhat unconvinced by Senior Lin. Is that so? Then tell me everything about how you colluded with the Fire Yang Hermit and how you plotted against Elder Lin. Zhou Chun nodded thoughtfully and immediately made Fu Changqing recount everything. From Fu Changqing's own perspective, the reason he, the old man in green, and the old woman with white hair seized power was mostly out of desperation. Because Lin Hongyu hadn't appeared for several years, although Lin Weiner swore that she was in seclusion in the Great Zhou Kingdom to form her core, no one could prove it. Moreover, even if it were true, everyone knew that forming a core was something that rarely yielded results in less than 10 years, and the success rate was extremely low, with a significant risk of death if it failed. Under these circumstances, expecting Fu Changqing and the others to continue obediently following Lin Weiner's orders and handing over the lion's share of the stronghold's income to her over the years was undoubtedly difficult to accept. After all, Fu Changqing and the others were not young anymore. In another 10 or 8 years, they would be nearing the end of their lifespans. Another issue is that Huang Sanren, who harbored resentment towards Lin Hongyu for her long absence from the Hongyu Peak stronghold, also wanted to take advantage of the situation. Although Huang Sanren himself dared not personally intervene for fear that Lin Hongyu had truly achieved core formation and returned, he colluded with Yan Fengai and a few other audacious individuals to threaten and coerce Fu Changqing and the others from within. If Fu Changqing and the others did not cooperate in seizing power and taking down Lin Weiner, their lives would be in danger. Under this internal and external pressure, coupled with the lure of some benefits promised by Huang Sanren, Fu Changqing and the others had no choice but to launch a power grab, sealing Lin Weiner's cultivation and imprisoning her. However, compared to radicals like Dian Fengai, the older cultivators like Fu Changqing were more cautious. They didn't actually dare send Lin Weiner to Huang Sanren, they simply detained her first, wanting to assess the situation before making a decision. Furthermore, after seizing power, they understood Huang Sanren's concerns and were no longer afraid he would personally come to occupy Hongyu Peak. However, neither Fu Changqing nor the others expected Yan Fengai to be so audacious as to take advantage of the opportunity to poison Lin Weiner while she was being guarded. They also didn't expect the Zhou family to have such a powerful backing behind Lin Weiner. Now, because of Zhou Chun's appearance, their power grab had become a joke, and several radicals had all died on the spot. This turn of events left Fu Changqing filled with mixed emotions and deep regret. After understanding the whole story, Zhou Chun also gained an understanding of the situation on Hongyu Peak, knowing what he needed to do next. After a moment's thought, he said to Fu Changqing, "You stay here from now on, and don't leave even for a moment, or don't blame me for being ruthless." He then instructed the golden-winged tiger to guard Fu Changqing in the courtyard while he went into the room to check on Lin Weiner. After a period of meditation, Lin Weiner had suppressed most of her restless desires, and was able to stand and speak with Zhou Chun after he entered. She stood up, first straightening her slightly disheveled clothes, then bowed deeply to Zhou Chun, saying, "Tonight, I am truly grateful to the clan leader. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I would surely have been killed by those thieves. I will never forget this kindness." Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly stepped forward, took her wrist, and helped her up, saying, Elder Lin, you flatter me. Elder, you have made great contributions to our Zhou family by traveling to foreign lands to expand our territory. As the clan leader, how could I stand by and watch you suffer? He then released her hands, his gesture perfectly measured. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenner still said, in short, I won't thank you enough for such a great kindness. I will remember the kindness you showed me today, clan chief, and I will definitely repay you with my life if I have the opportunity in the future. After speaking, she looked at Zhou Chun and said, I estimate that I will need to go into seclusion for a few more days to recover my strength. I will trouble you to help stabilize the situation during these days. After I come out of seclusion, I will explain the situation here to you in detail. No problem, Elder Lin, please go into seclusion and recuperate. With me here, everything will be fine, Zhou Chun agreed without hesitation, full of confidence in his ability to stabilize the situation. However, before Lin Wenner went into seclusion, Zhou Chun left the stronghold to bring back the golden armored rock turtle and the wood spirit. After that, he sent Lin Wenner to Lin Hongyu's cave for seclusion and then began to take over the stronghold. He summoned the remaining 3 Foundation establishment cultivators in the stronghold and began to give them a lecture. Listen up, all 3 of you. Even if Senior Lin had simply gone to the Great Zhou Kingdom to cultivate her core, or even if she were truly gone, this Red Jade Peak stronghold would still be the territory of my Zhou family. It's not your place to seize power. If you 3 behave well and serve the stronghold as before, you will receive all the benefits and treatment due to you. If any of you dare to play any tricks on me, and I find out, don't blame me for not warning you. Zhou Chun's tone was chillingly menacing as he finished speaking. He knew that to deal with these cunning rogue cultivators, only by truly frightening them would they behave. Otherwise, if they thought they could fool them, they would try their best to deceive them. At this moment, the lingering power of his previous killing of 4 people, coupled with the news that he had a powerful family behind him, filled Fu Changqing and the other 2 with fear and trepidation. They dared not harbor any ulterior motives and quickly patted their chests, promising to obey. After this reprimand, Zhou Chun ordered the 3 to bring him the personnel and asset records of the stronghold for his review. The establishment of the Red Jade Peak stronghold, while its true purpose was merely to provide cover and convenience for mining Earth Elemental Jade, didn't mean it wasn't profitable. As a stronghold for independent cultivators, it held immense appeal, and Lin Hongyu's reputation as a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator was enough to enhance its fame. Those cultivators who came to cultivate paid spirit coins, and their stalls and shopping also contributed to the stronghold's income. A large portion of this income was net profit, not shared with the key refining cultivators below. It belonged entirely to the Foundation establishment cultivators above and Lin Hongyu. At its peak, the stronghold could earn tens of thousands of spirit coins annually, with Lin Hongyu taking half, and only 30–40% going to Fu Changqing and others. It was precisely because of this high profit margin that Fu Changqing and his group sought to seize power after Lin Hongyu's prolonged absence. After all, if they controlled Lin Hongyu's share of the income, each of them could earn over 1,000 spirit coins annually, more comfortably than the Foundation establishment elders of the Zhou family. For the past few years, Lin Wenner, representing Lin Hongyu, had taken the lion's share of the income. With Lin Wenner's imprisonment, that wealth was further divided among Fu Changqing and his associates, with a considerable portion given to Huang Sanrun. Fortunately, the relevant account books remained, and Lin Wenner herself could testify. Zhou Chun then checked the account books, first having Fu Changqing and his men return what they had taken from Lin Wenner, and then began to inventory the belongings of Yan Fenggai and the others he had killed. Chapter 2 is here. Chapter 354 Making a Big Profit. Inside the Red Jade Peak stronghold, Zhou Chun had 7 or 8 storage bags lined up in front of him, meticulously checking the treasures inside. The reason for so many bags was that the belongings of the several Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wang family he had killed in the Shen Kingdom were also there. He hadn't had time to check them properly earlier due to his busy journey, so this was a good opportunity. To be honest, Zhou Chun hadn't checked 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators' storage bags at once in many years. The last time was during the war against the Dragon Transformation Sect. However, such a joyful experience was unforgettable. After the check, Zhou Chun's face beamed with joy. Since returning from the Great Zhou Kingdom, he and his family had become penniless. Especially him, he had gone from a wealthy man with 200,000 spirit coins to a pauper with less than 10,000 spirit coins in his entire personal wealth. He desperately needed to earn a large amount of spirit coins to fill his pockets and support the purchase of treasures to aid in opening his purple mansion. For the past few years, he had been busy with family affairs and hadn't had much opportunity to earn extra money. Unexpectedly, this time, being appointed to oversee things in Yang Kingdom during a time of crisis, he made a fortune. Even disregarding the priceless wood spirit, the spirit coins in those 7 or 8 storage bags alone totaled over 76,000. There were also 10 other second-tier magic artifacts. In addition, there were various talismans, pills, spiritual herbs, and spiritual materials, in considerable quantities. How could Zhou Chun not be overjoyed with such a harvest? With these gains in hand, it seemed that in 3 to 5 years, he could once again set out to find spiritual objects to aid in opening his purple mansion. After happily storing all his spoils, Zhou Chun began to consider his next steps. He had now quelled the chaos within the stronghold with force, and Fu Changqing and the other 2 were terrified of him and should no longer dare to cause trouble under his nose. However, the external pressure could not be ignored. If Huyang Sanren were to learn that those close to him at the Red Jade Peak stronghold had been killed, he might very well decide to personally come to his door. And facing a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, Zhou Chun would be utterly powerless. Furthermore, the mining of the Earth Element Crystal Jade vein urgently needed to be resumed. After all, Shan Yangzi was waiting for the Zhou family to deliver goods regularly, and any delays would surely annoy him. Finally, there was the matter of taming the wood spirit. As long as this monster remained untamed, it could escape, and its exposure could easily bring Zhou Chun himself to death. These were the main things he needed to do next. And things had to be done one at a time, prioritizing them according to their importance and urgency. The most urgent matter now was dealing with a potential external pressure. After much deliberation, Zhou Chun decided that he couldn't passively respond to this situation. He had to take the initiative. So he took the initiative to write a letter to Huyang Sanren, explaining the relationship between Lin Hongyu and the Zhou family, and mentioning that the Zhou family had 3 Purple Mansion members and 2 third-tier demonic beasts. Clearly, Zhou Chun's intention in writing this letter was to intimidate Huyang Sanren, letting him know that even if Lin Hongyu wasn't at the Red Jade Peak stronghold, this place wasn't something he could freely occupy. After writing the letter, Zhou Chun had the old man in blue, Yang Jingke, personally deliver it to Huyang Sanren. This was undoubtedly a difficult task, but the old man in blue, Yang Jingke, knew he had no other choice but to go to Huyang Sanren's stronghold with a bitter face. It turns out that Huyang Sanren's initial conflict with Lin Hongyu stemmed from his desire to seize Red Jade Peak. Unfortunately, he was ultimately outmatched and was beaten and wounded by Lin Hongyu, forcing him to flee. After that, he could only establish a stronghold in another location more than 700 miles away from the Red Jade Peak stronghold, where he gathered a group of rogue cultivators and established his own Fire Sun stronghold. Yang Jingke arrived at the Fire Sun stronghold with Zhou Chun's letter on the 3rd day after Zhou Chun rectified the situation. The Fire Sun hermit at the Fire Sun stronghold had only recently learned of this from his informant at the Red Jade Peak stronghold. Just as he was about to personally visit the Red Jade Peak stronghold to investigate, he received news of Yang Jingke's visit. I have recently heard that there has been another internal conflict at the Red Jade Peak stronghold, and fellow Daoists such as Yan Fengai have even died in the conflict. Since fellow Daoist Yang has come from the Red Jade Peak stronghold, do you know the details of this matter? Inside the room, the Fire Sun hermit, dressed in a crimson robe with crimson hair, calmly looked at Yang Jingke standing below, his tone equally indifferent, as if he had not interfered in the affairs of the Red Jade Peak stronghold at all. But Yang Jingke dared not truly believe that his mood and tone were as calm as they seemed. Upon hearing this, he replied respectfully, "Senior, you are wise. This is precisely why I have been ordered to come and pay my respects to you today." He then took out a letter from Zhou Chun to Huyang Sanren from his sleeve, presented it with both hands, and said, "This is a letter from fellow Daoist Zhou Hengjian, who recently arrived at the Red Jade Peak stronghold, to Senior Huyang. He specifically instructed me to deliver it." Fellow Daoist Zhou Hengjian, Huyang Sanren, upon hearing Yang Jingke's words, seemed to grasp a key point. His eyes widened, and he glared at Yang Jingke, shouting, "Are you saying that the deaths of fellow Daoists Yan Fengai and the others were not committed by cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage?" It was clear from his words that he didn't actually know much about what had happened at the Red Jade Peak stronghold. Yang Jingke, knowing why he reacted so strongly, immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, Fellow Taoist Zhou Chun, who killed fellow Daoists Yan Fengai and the others, was indeed only at the late Foundation establishment stage. He was alone, Ho Yang Sanren asked incredulously. It is indeed one person, but he is a beast cultivator who has tamed several second-tier demonic beasts. As Yang Jinke spoke, he couldn't help but recall what he had witnessed that day. The majestic figure of the lightning dragon and the ferocious image of the golden-winged tiger that had swallowed a Foundation establishment cultivator whole still sent chills down his spine. Hearing his words and seeing his trembling expression, Ho Yang Sanren became even more curious about Zhou Chun. He immediately waved his hand and said, "I won't read this letter yet. Fellow Taoist Yang, please tell me in detail what happened that day." Without omitting anything, he spoke as if Yang Jinke were his subordinate. Although Yang Jinke was not his subordinate, he dared not disobey his orders and could only honestly recount what he knew that day. After speaking, he bowed and excused himself, saying, "Senior Hoyang, you are wise. This is all I saw that day. As for what happened before that, I have no idea." Hoyang Sanren didn't respond to his words, still shocked by what he had been told. Frankly, if he hadn't known that Yang Jinke had no reason to lie, and wouldn't dare to, Hoyang Sanren would have thought he was talking nonsense. To single-handedly storm a stronghold guarded by 7 Foundation establishment cultivators to rescue people, and then kill 4 of them, forcing the remaining 3 who controlled the protective array to surrender. Could a Foundation establishment cultivator really do that? Not only was Hoyang Sanren hard to believe, but any Purple Mansion cultivator hearing this for the first time would likely find it hard to believe as well. However, Yang Jinke's account seemed undeniably plausible. After all, if a Foundation establishment cultivator truly possessed Zhou Chun's abilities, they certainly could fight multiple opponents. This aroused Hoyang Sanren's great curiosity about Zhou Chun's background. So, Yang Jinke, who had initially shown no interest in the letter in Yang's hand, suddenly raised his hand and snatched it to examine it. What he saw filled him with shock and anger. He was shocked that Lin Hongyu wasn't just a rogue cultivator, but actually backed by a powerful cultivation family. He was furious that Zhou Chun, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, dared to threaten him with such a letter. He slammed the letter to the ground with a bang, his face contorted with rage as he roared, "How dare you, Junior!" This sudden outburst startled Yang Jinke, causing his legs to tremble. He immediately knelt down, crying out, "Senior, spare my life. I know nothing. I was just delivering a letter." For an old hand like him, kneeling and begging for mercy was second nature. He was used to it. Seeing this, Ho Yang Sanren glared at him and shouted, "Go back and tell that brat that he must come to apologize to me personally within half a month, or I will personally go to Hongyu Peak and teach this ignorant brat a lesson for Lin Hongyu. Yes, 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 this junior will definitely pass on the message and tell fellow Taoist Zhou the truth." Yang Jinke nodded repeatedly in agreement, then hurriedly got up and left Ho Yang's stronghold as if his life depended on it. After returning to Hongyu Peak, he vividly told Zhou Chun about Ho Yang Sanren's various reactions upon seeing him. After finishing, seeing that Zhou Chun was only deep in thought and silent, he cautiously said, "In my opinion, Ho Yang Sanren is indeed angry, but I'm afraid he doesn't really intend to seize Hongyu Peak. Those words are mostly just him finding a way to save face and extort money from me." Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but glance at him, clearly understanding what he meant. Yang Jinke's intention was undoubtedly for Zhou Chun to do as Hoyang Sanren had suggested. To prepare generous gifts and personally visit Taiyang's stronghold to apologize, giving Hoyang Sanren both face and substance, so that he would no longer have any designs on Hongyu Fang's stronghold. Frankly, this wasn't impossible. If it could truly settle the matter peacefully, Zhou Chun wasn't unwilling to sacrifice face and substance. However, Zhou Chun was more worried that such a show of weakness would further embolden Hoyang Sanren, making him believe that the Zhou family was incapable of sending stronger forces to Hongyu Fang's stronghold, thus fostering even greater greed. Therefore, Zhou Chun did not give Yang Jinke any response, only saying calmly, "I understand. I will consider this matter. Fellow Taoist Yang, you should go back and do your duty." Seeing that he did not respond, Yang Jinke was somewhat disappointed and worried, but he did not show it on his face and quickly replied, "Yes, yes, then I will take my leave." In the following days, Zhou Chun did not have any intention of going to the Hoyang stronghold to apologize, but simply meditated and cultivated in his residence. His calm demeanor made Yang Jinke, Fu Changqing, and the other 2 suspicious, not understanding what he was thinking. However, Huang Sanren was only targeting Zhou Chun. Even if he really came to their door, as long as the three of them surrendered quickly, they would not be in any danger, so they were not too worried. 5 days passed, and Lin Weiner finally emerged from seclusion. Her depleted vital energy had not yet fully recovered, but it no longer affected her thinking and activities. Upon seeing her emerge from seclusion, Zhou Chun told her about Huang Sanren's reply. Then he said, "I don't know much about this Huang Sanren, and I don't know if he's just trying to save face or if he's deliberately testing me. Elder Lin, what are your thoughts on this?" Hearing this, Lin Weiner pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Actually, I don't know much about Huang Sanren's character either, so I can't tell what he means." After saying that, she looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, "But if you ask me, I think the clan leader doesn't need to apologize to him at all. That would only make him look down on the clan leader and the Zhou family." "Oh, why do you say that, Elder Lin?" Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Weiner with a look of eager interest. Lin Weiner didn't keep them in suspense and immediately explained, "Because Huang Sanren is a true rogue cultivator, and based on my years of experience dealing with these rogue cultivators, most of them hold a sense of awe when facing powerful sects and families. If a sect or family were to yield to them, they might very well demand even more benefits." She herself might not understand why, but Zhou Chun immediately grasped the meaning. He had seen similar people in his previous life. A person who was originally oppressed at the bottom, once they rise up and gain the power to oppress others, will oppress even more ruthlessly. Often, only those who have been oppressed and exploited know how to better oppress and exploit others. It's ironic, but it's a reality. Even in this cultivation world, the most ruthless exploiters of ordinary rogue cultivators aren't the various sects or families like the Zhou family, but rather those high-level rogue cultivators who have risen from the bottom. It seems that those low-level rogue cultivators at the Red Jade Peak stronghold, despite being tasked with guarding the purifying spirit pavilion, receive very little of the rent collected from the stronghold. The only real benefit they gain is the unlimited free cultivation time for themselves or their families outside of their duties, and the occasional convenience of seeking guidance from Foundation establishment stage rogue cultivators on cultivation-related difficulties. I understand Elder Lin's meaning. Then let's ignore his answer and see if he dares to actually come knocking. Zhou Chun nodded, making his decision immediately. First update. Chapter 355 Reindeer Snow Crystal Insects. The half-month deadline set by Huang Sanren quickly passed. And when the time came, he didn't appear at the Red Jade Peak stronghold. This gave Zhou Chun a pretty good idea of what was going on, understanding that this person probably wouldn't dare to use any tricks against the Red Jade Peak stronghold for the time being. As for whether breaking his promise was a loss of face, a high-level rogue cultivator like Huang Sanren, who rose from the bottom, naturally wouldn't care too much about such face. Anyway, this matter wouldn't spread. Now that the threat from Huang Sanren was temporarily eliminated, Zhou Chun immediately instructed Lin Weiner to restart the mining of Earth Element Crystal Jade. None of the rogue cultivators at the Red Jade Peak stronghold knew that there was actually an Earth Element Crystal Jade mine in the back mountain outside the array behind Lin Hongayu's cave. Because this side was right next to the residences of the Red Jade Peak stronghold's higher-ups, very few cultivators usually came here, lest they be seen by a Foundation establishment rogue cultivator, or even Lin Hongyu herself, and be suspected of having ulterior motives. Meanwhile, because it was so close to her residence, the Foundation establishment cultivators at the Red Jade Peak stronghold had developed a blind spot mentality. No one would suspect that a spirit mine existed so close to their own home. And since the entrance to the stronghold was on the other side, these Foundation establishment cultivators usually didn't go into the mountains behind the stronghold. Therefore, for so long, no one had noticed the existence of the Earth Element Crystal Jade vein. That night, under the cover of Zhou Chun, who had gained absolute control of the stronghold's protective formation, Lin Weiner quietly left the stronghold from the back mountain without alerting the front mountain's guardian cultivators. She returned the following night under Zhou Chun's protection. "Alright, I've had those people resume mining. From now on, we just need to collect the accumulated ore every half-month." Back at the stronghold, Lin Weiner immediately reported the progress of her mission to Zhou Chun. Hearing this, Zhou Chun felt relieved. Then he said to Lin Weiner, "Next, I need to go to the market in the Great Yun Kingdom. It may take a few days. I'll leave the stronghold here in your care, Elder Lin. Don't worry, clan leader, I'll take good care of the family." Lin Weiner nodded gently and readily agreed. So Zhou Chun handed over the control flag of the protective array to her and left the stronghold alone. A day later, Zhou Chun appeared in a market in the Great Yun Kingdom. Zhou Chun came to the Great Yun Kingdom to buy a set of arrays to help him train the wood spirit. The wood spirit's ability to escape was too strong. Without the restriction of the array, even if Zhou Chun released several spirit pets to guard it, it might not be safe. Therefore, he had to use the power of the array to restrict it and make it difficult for it to use its wood escape technique. If you were in the Zhou family, Zhou Chun could have the family's array master set up such an array, but now he could only buy one himself. This, minor 8 gates golden light array, might meet your requirements, fellow Taoist. Once activated, anyone entering the array will be imprisoned and restricted by layers of golden light, making it difficult to discern directions and severely limiting their movement. Without knowledge of array formations, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would find it difficult to escape in a short time. This 3-talent spirit imprisoning array also possesses an extremely strong effect in trapping enemies. Once activated, it can imprison and suppress the cultivator's mana circulation within the array, making it difficult for them to unleash their full strength. It can almost suppress the cultivation of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator to the mid-stage. However, the best imprisoning array in our shop is this heavy profound magnetic light array. Once activated, this array can unleash gravitational magnetic light to suppress the cultivator within, making their physical body unable to move. It is even more effective when dealing with demonic beasts. Inside a shop, upon learning Zhou Chun's purpose, the shopkeeper personally brought out the shop's treasured high-quality goods for him to choose from. Among the 4 treasures, alchemy, artifacts, talismans, and arrays are actually the least popular products. Ordinary cultivators can't afford these things, and those who can usually buy them at a lower price from their powerful backers or other channels. Therefore, unless it's a rare, high-quality piece, it's difficult to sell at a normal price. Furthermore, array formations have a major limitation that prevents their circulation: the method of setting up the array. Even with a complete set of array flags, array plates, and other array setting tools, if one doesn't understand the method and isn't a highly skilled array practitioner, they'll be completely lost and unable to set it up. Moreover, most cultivators who buy array formations will destroy the setup instructions after memorizing them. These limitations also make it difficult for independent cultivators to become array masters, because even the most talented independent array master will find it hard to make a living from this skill. Under these circumstances, encountering a major customer like Zhou Chun is a rare treat, so the shopkeeper naturally treats him with great enthusiasm. Zhou Chun was well aware of the market value of array formations. He had acquired many over the years, but most were unsellable because he didn't know how to set them up, leaving them only for his family to study. Therefore, although he urgently needed array formations to help him tame the wood spirits, he was extremely critical of the arrays the shopkeeper presented, bluntly pointing out their weaknesses. Even when there were no flaws, he would use generic criticisms like too rigid or inflexible to attack them. The shopkeeper, while aware of his intentions, still had to make concessions. After all, array formations were genuinely difficult to sell, and it was common for customers to nitpick and drive down prices. After much haggling, Zhou Chun finally bought a minor 8 gates golden light array for 15,000 spirit coins. The price was far too high compared to magical artifacts, which was one reason why array formations were difficult to sell. Fortunately, Zhou Chun knew how to set up the minor 8 gates golden light array. Even if he didn't need it after taming the wood spirit, he could sell it at a discount, so he wouldn't lose much. After buying the array, Zhou Chun didn't stay in the market for long and quickly returned to the Red Jade Peak stronghold. After that, Zhou Chun handed over all the affairs of the stronghold to Lin Weiner, while he set up the minor 8 gates golden light array on an independent mountain peak and focused on taming the wood spirit, this tough nut to crack. Taming an adult demon beast is not much different from how ordinary people tame beasts. It's just a matter of various forms of torture and beating. After Zhou Chun activated the minor 8 gates golden light array to seal off an area, he released the wood spirit from the seal and then subjected it to both physical and mental torture every day, using both a big stick and a carrot. To be honest, if the wood spirit's taming value wasn't so great, Zhou Chun wouldn't have tried to contract and tame such a powerful adult demon beast. Because demon beasts tamed in this way really require constant vigilance against them turning against their masters. If Zhou Chun were to suffer serious injuries one day and lack the strength to suppress the wood spirit, it might very well turn on him. Many cultivators in the Zhou family had previously chosen to capture and tame adult demonic beasts as spirit pets, hoping for the convenience of direct taming. However, in times of crisis, these spirit pets not only failed to save their lives but instead became their killers. After numerous such examples, the Zhou family began to strictly forbid younger generations from taking shortcuts by forcibly taming adult demonic beasts. As the clan leader, Zhou Chun's forced taming of the wood spirit this time was, strictly speaking, a violation of clan rules. Time passed slowly, and the Red Jade Peak stronghold didn't change much despite the loss of 4 Foundation establishment cultivators and the addition of Zhou Chun. He rarely appeared in public, and even the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, including Fu Changqing, found it difficult to see him. Although the lower-level rogue cultivators knew that the person who truly held power at the stronghold had changed, they weren't particularly concerned. On the contrary, they were even happier. Because Zhou Chun not only didn't participate in the revenue sharing of the stronghold, but also took the initiative to improve their treatment, allowing them to receive more spirit coins each year. The Fire Sun Hermit, who had originally been hostile to the Red Jade Peak stronghold, also stopped causing trouble. Unbeknownst to many, Zhou Chun had been at the Red Jade Peak stronghold for a year. On this day, after activating the 8 Gates Golden Light Array, Zhou Chun released the wood spirit sealed within the tree branch. After a year of torment and suffering, and without replenishment from the forest, the wood spirit now appeared extremely weak. Initially, it would fight Zhou Chun and try to escape after being released. But after countless failures, now, whenever it saw the golden array shield surrounding it, it would simply lie down and give up. In any case, it now realized that no matter how much Zhou Chun tormented it, he wouldn't kill it. Dear, oh dear, it's been over a year already, haven't you come to your senses yet? Haven't you suffered enough? Looking at the blue deer lying on the ground, Zhou Chun felt a headache coming on. He underestimated the difficulty of taming an adult demon beast, and even more so, the intensity of the wood spirit's rejection of him. For a year, he had tried every method imaginable, from massaging and bathing the green deer with the golden energy to locking it in a dark room for a month without letting it breathe, but nothing could make the monster bow its head in submission. Now, although the wood spirit had given up resisting and struggling, it still refused to declare its submission. If 1 year doesn't work, then 2. If 2 years don't work, then 3. I refuse to believe I can't beat you into submission. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Chun immediately raised his hand and summoned the Flame Sparrow Pot magic artifact, giving the green deer a hot bath. It was fortunate that the wood spirit didn't have a flesh and blood body, otherwise, its body would have long since succumbed to Zhou Chun's torment. This was the most important reason why Zhou Chun hadn't been able to tame it yet. After tormenting the green deer with fire and scraping for another 2 hours, Zhou Chun finally sealed it back into the tree branch. Then he released all the demonic insects and began practicing his insect-repelling technique. During this year, because he didn't have to spend as much time on clan affairs as he did within the family, Zhou Chun had plenty of free time to do other things besides his daily cultivation and meditation to consolidate his power. He devoted most of his free time, aside from taming the wood spirits, to practicing his insect-repelling technique. The mature mysterious armor golden feathers undoubtedly played a crucial role in capturing the wood spirits, which fueled Zhou Chun's enthusiasm for the technique. He eagerly anticipated the day he could command thousands of mature mysterious armor golden feathers in battle. At that point, he estimated that even ordinary early-stage purple mansion cultivators would be able to encounter them. Day after day, another 100 days quickly passed. That day, Lin Wenner came to Zhou Chun, saying that the stockpile of earth element crystal jade ore had reached the required quantity to be transported back to the Zhou family, and she wanted to ask who should escort the ore back. Naturally, Zhou Chun would be the most suitable person for this task. However, he was currently busy taming the wood spirit, and taking it with him on the journey might lead to unforeseen circumstances. Leaving the wood spirit to travel alone was also risky. Therefore, he ultimately had to let Lin Wenner handle this task. After Lin Wenner set off for the Zhou family with the ore, Zhou Chun had to personally take over the management of the stronghold and handle related affairs. Compared to the complex affairs of a large family like the Zhou family, the affairs within the stronghold were much simpler. Zhou Chun mainly monitored the daily income of the stronghold, participated in the array's rotation and guard duties, and approved the joining of new rogue cultivators and the departure of old ones. In fact, personnel turnover was very common in rogue cultivator strongholds. Most rogue cultivators, when their cultivation level was low or when they needed care, would choose to join a stronghold in exchange for a stable cultivation environment. Once their cultivation level was high and they had no burdens, they would become dissatisfied with a meager income provided by the stronghold and want to leave to adventure and seek treasure. Most strongholds wouldn't make things difficult for these rogue cultivators who wanted to leave. Similarly, there aren't high entry requirements for independent cultivators wanting to join the stronghold, unless the stronghold itself is almost full. However, to Zhou Chun's surprise, on the 5th day after Lin Weiner left, he suddenly received a large number of applications from independent cultivators to leave the stronghold. At first, he didn't notice anything unusual, but after approving 5 applications to leave in one day, even more came in, and he realized something was wrong. He hurriedly summoned Fu Changqing and the others to investigate the reason. The investigation only made Zhou Chun frown. So, the reason these independent cultivators want to leave the stronghold is because they want to try their luck catching snow crystal insects on the snowy plains. It turned out that according to the investigation, the real reason the independent cultivators wanted to leave the stronghold was because of a recent rumor. It was said that the Snow Soul Palace, one of the major sects in Yang Kingdom, had suddenly issued a bounty. Any cultivator who could offer 3 snow crystal insects could exchange them for a Foundation establishment pill. After the news was confirmed, it caused a sensation in various markets and strongholds throughout Yang Kingdom, luring many low-level cultivators to the snowfields in northwestern Yang Kingdom in search of snow crystal insects. Many low-level rogue cultivators at the Red Jade Peak stronghold also couldn't sit still and had the same idea after hearing the news. Zhou Chun didn't understand why the Snow Soul Palace suddenly needed so many snow crystal insects, but this move was clearly not good for the Red Jade Peak stronghold. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he quickly ordered Changqing and the other 2, tell those cultivators that although snow crystal insects don't have any offensive abilities, their ability to escape on the snowfields is unmatched even by Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if they are lucky enough to find these demonic insects, they have no chance of catching them. Also tell them that anyone willing to stay at this time will receive an extra 5 spirit coins per month from the stronghold. Second update. Chapter 356 The Wood Spirit submits, heading to the snowfield. At the Red Jade Peak stronghold, although Zhou Chun discovered the problem in time and took measures to retain them, the allure of the Foundation establishment pill was simply too great. Many young rogue cultivators who still had some hope did not want to miss this rare opportunity and ignored the attempts to persuade them to stay, embarking on their journey to the snowfield. Their departure undoubtedly had a significant impact on the stronghold. Because of their departure, the remaining cultivators would have to shoulder even heavier tasks, no longer enjoying their previous relaxed lifestyle. Therefore, it was necessary for Zhou Chun to provide everyone with a monthly spirit coin subsidy. Without this overtime pay, these rogue cultivators would certainly not be willing to spend so much time guarding the Purifying Spirit Pavilion every day. Keep an eye on the news and see why the Snow Soul Palace suddenly issued this bounty. Increase the recruitment benefits. Newcomers who join the stronghold will receive a subsidy starting from their first month, and an additional 10 spirit coins after 6 months. In the council hall, Zhou Chun, with a furrowed brow, gave the order to Fu Changqing and the other 2. After the 3 left, he began searching for information about the snow crystal insects. Han Yuan of the Thousand Spirits Sect had spent many years cultivating in seclusion in the Yang Kingdom and had researched and documented the snow crystal insect, a type of demonic insect that existed in the snowy plains of Yang Kingdom. Zhou Chun quickly found information about this demonic insect in the demonic insect guide he left behind. According to the guide's annotations, the snow crystal insect is a special demonic insect unique to the snowy plains environment. They resemble earthworms, are entirely snow-white, and prefer to move within snow and ice, only appearing on the snow surface during blizzards. This demonic insect has no combat ability, but its escape skills are extremely powerful. Like wood spirits merging into trees, they can easily burrow into thick snow or ice layers, and when they are hidden in the snow and motionless, even the divine sense of a purple mansion stage cultivator is difficult to detect. Therefore, capturing this demonic insect is extremely difficult, basically only possible by trying one's luck during blizzards. This is also why the Snow Soul Palace, whose mountain gate is clearly located in the snowy plains and which already has tens of thousands of inner and outer disciples, still issues a bounty to acquire this demonic insect. Even Han Yuan, who is well versed in demonic insects, didn't know what hidden and precious uses the snow crystal insect held. After all, Han Yuan's main ambition was to cultivate a powerful demonic insect, and the snow crystal insect's characteristic of only being able to survive and move on snowy and icy plains meant it was unlikely to attract him to conduct in-depth research on this type of insect. Hopefully this matter will pass soon. With a soft sigh, Zhou Chun put away the book and stopped worrying about it. Less than 2 months later, Lin Weiner returned safely to the Red Jade Peak stronghold and brought Zhou Chun a letter from home. The letter was written by Zhou Jiaru, mainly recounting the various events that had occurred in Jing Kingdom and the family during the year or so he had been away from the family. Only 3 things were worth Zhou Chun's attention. First, the Zhou family cultivators in Dragon Rising Valley had moved to the new stronghold Jade Mountain, and the mining of the spirit jade veins was on the agenda. Second, Zhou Zhengbo, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family, had married a female cultivator from the purifying Li family, marking the first marriage alliance between the 2 families since their relocation to Jing Kingdom. This matter had also been approved by Zhou Ming. Thirdly, the Qinglian Temple suddenly issued a tax levy order, requiring all cultivation families under its jurisdiction in the 3 states to pay a tax to the Qinglian Temple based on the number of cultivators in their family. The tax amount wasn't very high. Key refining stage cultivators needed to pay 10 spirit coins each, foundation establishment stage cultivators needed to pay 100 spirit coins each, and purple mansion stage cultivators were exempt. Based on this calculation, given the Zhou family's size, they would have to pay approximately 4,000 spirit coins. To be honest, such a tax levy order wasn't anything new. Many major sects sometimes levied taxes on their subordinate cultivation families. However, the Qinglian Temple hadn't done this for over 100 years, so this sudden tax levy was bound to raise suspicions. Zhou Chun wasn't sure what the Qinglian Temple was trying to do either, but as Zhou Ming had said before, no matter what happened, the Zhou family, with its limited resources, could only go with the flow and was powerless to change anything. Therefore, after reading the letter, he didn't think too much about it. Lin Weiner's return allowed him to return to his previous life, freeing him from worrying too much about the stronghold. Time passed slowly, and after more than 5 months, Zhou Chun's patient contest with the wood spirit finally came to an end. After more than 2 years of torment, the wood spirit finally succumbed and surrendered. Zhou Chun then formed a contract with it, making it his 4th spirit pet. With the wood spirit successfully subdued, Zhou Chun felt a weight lifted from his shoulders and was freed from further constraints. He immediately took the wood spirit to the deep forests of the Great Yun Kingdom to test its ability to find herbs and its supernatural powers. Upon returning to the forest, the wood spirit was extremely excited. Having been tormented by Zhou Chun for over 2 years, its vitality was severely depleted. Now, back in the forest, it immediately began to recover by absorbing the life force of the ancient trees. The older the ancient trees in the forest, the more vigorous and powerful their vitality, provided they are not affected by disease or pests. The wood spirit was naturally able to absorb the life force of ancient trees to heal itself. For it, this pure plant life force was far more effective than any elixir in healing. In less than half a day, its energy, depleted by Zhou Chun's torment, had recovered by more than half, a speed that greatly astonished Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun then commanded the wood spirit to use its talent to find medicinal herbs for him. Perhaps having endured enough hardship, or perhaps for the sake of this hard-won freedom, the wood spirit showed little resistance to Zhou Chun's orders and quickly complied. In just half a day, it had found Zhou Chun a 300-year-old ginseng, 5 200-year-old polygonidum and ginseng herbs, and 15 other 100-year-old herbs. These herbs represented almost all the high-age medicinal herbs that could be found within a 100-mile radius. This result greatly satisfied Zhou Chun. He knew very well that the forest he had chosen was not a blessed land, and had undoubtedly been visited by many rogue cultivators over the years. Under these circumstances, the fact that the wood sprite could find so many spiritual herbs in half a day fully demonstrates its powerful ability to find them. Really good, really good. It wasn't for nothing that I went to so much trouble to subdue you. Dear, you truly are a treasure-hunting deer. Zhou Chun patted the green deer's head with satisfaction and smiled as he put all the spiritual herbs into his storage bag. He was only testing the wood sprite's ability to find spiritual herbs now. He would truly show its skills after returning to the Zhou family. With a wood sprite present, spiritual herbs that ordinary people would find difficult to locate in the wilderness would have nowhere to hide from it in the future. Next, Zhou Chun had the wood sprite demonstrate its various supernatural abilities and spells. All of the wood sprite's supernatural abilities and spells were wood-related, covering many areas such as attack, defense, trapping enemies, illusion, concealment, escape techniques, and healing. However, being a jack of all trades meant lacking specialization. In terms of attack, the wood sprite's destructive spells were not particularly powerful, especially those that directly attacked the air. Defense and trapping enemies are far superior to fence, especially in the forest environment where it enjoys a significant home field advantage. Regarding illusion and healing, while the wood sprite possesses related spells, it doesn't use them much. Escape and concealment are its two strongest talents, the power of which Zhou Chun had already witnessed. Furthermore, the wood sprite possesses a special divine ability, the kind Zhou Chun had seen before, that can greatly enhance its cultivation and magical power. This ability is called Gift of Life, and it can only be used under special circumstances. As a child of the forest, the wood sprite is loved and blessed by the forest and has a responsibility to protect it. When the forest is threatened with destruction, or when the wood sprite itself is in mortal danger, the spiritual consciousness of the forest's plants will sacrifice themselves, transferring their life force to the wood sprite to enhance its cultivation and strength, granting it the power to protect the forest and itself. Judging from its description and actual effects, the Gift of Life supernatural power is undoubtedly extremely domineering and powerful. Unlike ancestral revival, it doesn't leave strengthened monsters with a weakening after effect, and its duration is quite long. Unfortunately, the prerequisites for activating this power are too difficult. First, if the wood spirit or Zhou Chun actively creates a disaster that destroys the forest, the conditions will certainly not be triggered. Instead, the spiritual consciousness of the plants and trees will abandon the wood spirit, preventing it from even using spells like wood escape. Sending the wood spirit into head-on battle, putting it in mortal danger, is also a dangerous gamble. One wrong move and the wood spirit could truly die. Therefore, while the Gift of Life supernatural power is strong, it cannot be used as a regular combat asset. In conclusion, given the wood spirit's special abilities, Zhou Chun positions it as a support pet. It can be used for crowd control and strengthening defenses in battle, and for healing other injured pets after battle. Direct head-on confrontations are unnecessary. After spending several days in the deep mountains and forests of the Great Yun Kingdom, allowing the wood spirit to fully recover its energy, Zhou Chun returned to the Red Jade Peak stronghold with it. Upon returning, Zhou Chun received news that greatly surprised him. "What did you say? The Snow Soul Palace is now even offering pills that assist in opening the Purple Mansion as rewards." Inside the stronghold, Zhou Chun looked at Lin Weiner with astonishment, stunned by her words. It turned out that during his trip to the Great Yun Kingdom, the Snow Soul Palace's bounty had changed again. This time, the Snow Soul Palace offered a different bounty. Anyone who could deliver a Snow Crystal Insect King would receive a Snow Soul Pill to assist in opening the Purple Mansion. Upon receiving this bounty notice, Fu Changking of the Red Jade Peak stronghold immediately reported to Lin Weiner and headed to the snowfield. Lin Weiner knew she couldn't stop him and reluctantly agreed. What exactly is the purpose of these snow crystal insects that would make Snow Soul Palace invest so heavily? Zhou Chun muttered to himself, a hint of excitement in his eyes. A pill to aid in opening the Purple Mansion, this was precisely what he had been desperately seeking. "Clan leader, if you wish to go, then go. I can handle things at the stronghold by myself." Seemingly sensing Zhou Chun's thoughts, Lin Weiner immediately spoke up, offering her support. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flickered, and he nodded, saying, "Then I'll trouble Elder Lin." Having made his decision, Zhou Chun didn't delay, resting for half a day before setting off. During the previous 1000 extinction insect plague, the snowfields of northwestern Yang Kingdom were the only place untouched by the 1000 extinction insects, arguably the last bastion of peace in Yang Kingdom. Snow Soul Palace, with its mountain gates situated on the snowfields, was thus able to preserve its sect's strength, becoming the best preserved sect in Yang Kingdom after the war. On his journey from the Red Jade Peak stronghold to the snowfield, Zhou Chun encountered many fellow cultivators, including key refining, foundation establishment, and even Purple Mansion cultivators. The Snow Soul Palace's latest bounty was incredibly attractive to cultivators below the Golden Core stage. Even for Purple Mansion cultivators, capturing a Snow Crystal Insect King could net them at least 100,000 spirit coins. To facilitate the acquisition of snow crystal insects, the Snow Soul Palace had reportedly dispatched hundreds of Foundation Establishment inner disciples to set up acquisition points throughout the snowfield. Anyone who captured a snow crystal insect could go to the nearest acquisition point to exchange their reward with a Snow Soul Palace disciple. The Snow Soul Palace had even thoughtfully prepared information on the snow crystal insects' habits, which anyone could obtain for free. All these actions demonstrated their current thirst for snow crystal insects. Zhou Chun traveled for approximately 3 days before reaching the snowfield, mainly because there were too many people on the road, and he dared not make a fuss by continuously changing vehicles. Yang Kingdom is not Jing Kingdom after all. If you were too flamboyant, he might attract the attention of a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, which would cause him great trouble. This wasn't Zhou Chun's first time climbing a snow-covered mountain in this world, but it was indeed his first time on a snowfield. The snowfield of Yang Kingdom was vast, much larger than the 4 states previously under the jurisdiction of King Lian Temple, and its altitude was extremely high, averaging over 1,800 zang. On this snowfield, most of the area was covered by snow, with ancient, unmelting glaciers everywhere. Only in some lower-lying valleys could vegetation grow, birds and beasts roam, and humans settle. These valleys with vegetation were scattered across the snowfield like lakes on the earth, countless in number. Some could support hundreds of thousands of mortals, while others were only 100 acres in size. The disciples sent by Snow Soul Palace to acquire snow crystal insects were stationed in various snow valleys. And the first thing Zhou Chun did after arriving on the snowfield was to find these people to obtain intelligence information about snow crystal insects. First update delivered. Chapter 357 Searching for insects in the snowfield. The snow fell heavily, turning the world white. This was a blizzard Zhou Chun had never seen before. The snowflakes falling from the sky were larger than goose feathers, drifting down like maple leaves. He stood motionless on the snowfield, letting the falling snowflakes settle on him, slowly turning him into a snowman. In such a heavy blizzard, the naked eye was completely blind, only his divine sense could perceive his surroundings. Zhou Chun remained physically still, his divine sense spreading out, monitoring the snowfield within a radius of several miles, waiting for the snow crystal insects to appear. Yes, waiting for them to appear. According to information from many cultivators who had captured snow crystal insects, the best way to capture them using normal methods was to wait for them to appear. This method was also based on luck, but it was more effective than aimlessly wandering around hoping for a lucky break. And the stronger a cultivator's divine sense, the higher their chances of success with this method. Coincidentally, Zhou Chun's divine sense was always stronger than most cultivators of the same cultivation level. But ultimately, it all comes down to luck. Like today, Zhou Chun waited in the blizzard for most of the day, the falling snow nearly burying him several times, yet he still came up empty-handed. If snow crystal worms were truly so easy to catch, the Snow Soul Palace wouldn't have offered such a high bounty. And this was already Zhou Chun's 3rd day hunting snow crystal worms on the snowfield. For 3 days, like most others searching for snow crystal worms on the snowfield, he had been following the footsteps of the blizzard. Wherever a blizzard fell, there they were, searching for snow crystal worms. In just these 3 days, Zhou Chun had witnessed at least 5 instances of other cultivators fighting each other for various reasons. The snowfield was now in utter chaos. It seems I need to change my approach. Searching for snow crystal insects by chance is too time-consuming, especially since my target is the snow crystal insect king. On the snow-covered plain after the snowfall, Zhou Chun shook off the snow and floated into the air, his gaze sweeping over the pristine white expanse. A new idea formed in his mind. He had already inquired with the disciples of the Snow Soul Palace. The snow crystal insect king only appears in places with large numbers of snow crystal insects. If it hides motionless in the snow, even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to spot it. The last time someone from the Snow Soul Palace caught one of these creatures was over 300 years ago. It was precisely because snow crystal insects and the snow crystal insect king were so difficult to catch that the Snow Soul Palace had mobilized such a large force to capture these demonic insects. It's no exaggeration to say that half of the independent cultivators and small to medium-sized family cultivators from the Yang Kingdom had come to the snow plains to try their luck, and cultivators from several neighboring countries were also rushing here after hearing the news. If it weren't for the current dominance of the Snow Soul Palace in Yang Kingdom, other sects would definitely condemn their actions and wouldn't allow them to mobilize so many cultivators. Although Zhou Chun had resolved to change his methods for finding the snow crystal insects, He hadn't yet decided on a more effective approach. The attractant was a good option, but unfortunately, even the Snow Soul Palace didn't know what the snow crystal insects preferred. Furthermore, the Snow Soul Palace hadn't successfully tamed them yet, indicating that these demonic insects were difficult to raise. Zhou Chun felt he needed more detailed information to find a more effective way to find the snow crystal insects. To learn more about them, he would have to approach the Snow Soul Palace cultivators. After all, the Snow Soul Palace's mountain gate was located on this snowy plain, and its disciples had frequently searched for the snow crystal insects before, so they undoubtedly knew more. However, obtaining this information, which wasn't publicly available for free, would obviously require him to pay a price. And Zhou Chun was undoubtedly willing to invest. After determining the direction, he unhesitatingly offered a low-grade second-tier magic artifact as payment to an elderly cultivator from the Snow Soul Palace who had lived for nearly 200 years for relevant information. According to the old cultivator, he had captured 17 snow crystal insects in his lifetime, and thus discovered some patterns in their appearance. Based on his own experience in catching insects, the old cultivator believed that snow crystal insects were more commonly found on the mountainside than on high, snow-covered mountain peaks. He had also discovered 3 snow crystal insects in an icy valley after a snowfall, capturing 2 of them at once. This information alone wouldn't be worth a low-grade second-tier magic artifact. Therefore, the old cultivator provided another useful piece of information. According to him, a purple mansion stage cultivator from the Snow Soul Palace had once discovered an ice cave on a snowfield, and deep within that cave, a vein of cold jade was found, along with a large swarm of snow crystal insects, and it was even said that a snow crystal insect king existed among them. It is said that snow crystal insects were frequently found in the frost jade veins discovered by the Snow Soul Palace in the snowfields. Therefore, it can be inferred that wherever frost jade veins exist, there is a high probability of a large number of snow crystal insects. It can also be known that snow crystal insects not only appear on the snow, but also in the ice caves and grottos scattered throughout the snowfields. This information undoubtedly proved invaluable in Zhou Chun's search for snow crystal insects. To verify the information, Zhou Chun followed the advice of the old cultivator from the Snow Soul Palace and continued to use the stakeout method to search for snow crystal insects. Whether it was good luck or the old cultivator's advice was truly sound, after searching for 4 days, he discovered a snow crystal insect on the mountainside of a snow-covered peak. A heavy snowfall had just ended, and Zhou Chun's divine sense suddenly detected a faint sound on the snow. After focusing his attention on the source of the sound, he quickly discovered a strangely shaped insect. The strange insect was entirely white, resembling an earthworm, with bristles on its body invisible to the naked eye, and exceeded a foot in length. It moved incredibly fast through the snow, covering several feet in the blink of an eye, almost like flying. Strangely, it left no visible holes in its wake. Zhou Chun, after discovering the snow crystal insect, initially wanted to observe its activities more closely to learn more about its habits. However, he quickly noticed the little creature showing signs of burrowing deeper into the snow, so he had to immediately capture it. Capturing a snow crystal insect was a skill, because it was so fast. If he was too slow, it would burrow into the deep snow and escape the range of a cultivator's divine sense. And if he was too rough, he might accidentally kill it, as dead snow crystal insects were unwanted by the Snow Soul Palace and were practically worthless. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had an advantage in this area. His golden cauldron mystic light was incredibly profound, capable of both hard and soft attacks, making it extremely useful against snow crystal worms, which lacked combat power. He simply raised his hand and unleashed a beam of golden light, instantly enveloping the snow crystal worm that had burrowed a foot deep into the snow, imprisoning it. Then, Zhou Chun raised his hand and summoned the immobilized worm. After examining the small insect for a few moments, he placed it in a cold jade box nested within a stone box. 3 snow crystal worms were needed to exchange for 1 foundation establishment pill, and Zhou Chun didn't need to exchange it yet. After verifying the accuracy of the information he had purchased, he began exploring ice caves and grottos. Ice caves and grottos were countless on the snowfield, many reaching depths of hundreds of miles. Moreover, due to changes in the ice layer, new caves frequently appeared, while old ones disappeared. Under these circumstances, even knowing that snow crystal worms existed in ice caves and grottos, finding them was largely a matter of luck. However, given Zhou Chun's personality, when faced with the same situation of trying his luck, He preferred to venture into ice caves and grottos rather than wait passively in a blizzard. His target was the snow crystal insect king, not the snow crystal insects themselves. And such demonic insects were almost impossible to find on snowy ground. For half a month, Zhou Chun explored ice caves and grottos, encountering several collapses caused by ice shifts, burying him hundreds of feet deep in ice on several occasions. Fortunately, he possessed a purification jar. Even when buried, unless severely injured and unable to move, he could slowly dig an escape route. But in those half months, he didn't even see a single snow crystal insect, let alone catch one. However, during this time, Zhou Chun encountered many other cultivators exploring ice caves, and many even wore the standard robes of the Snow Soul Palace. This made him not doubt the authenticity of the information he had bought, simply attributing it to bad luck. Day after day, Zhou Chun spent 3 months on the snowfield, accumulating 2 snow crystal worms. The snow crystal worms he found in an ice cave gave him a huge boost of confidence to persevere. And the harvest of 2 snow crystal worms in 3 months was no small matter. After all, 3 snow crystal worms could be exchanged for a foundation establishment pill. Other foundation establishment cultivators would be green with envy if they knew of Zhou Chun's gains. But they couldn't be envious. They couldn't do what Zhou Chun did, going months without resting and resupplying at cultivator outposts. In the same 3 months, Zhou Chun had traversed far more ground and expended several times more energy than they had. One day, while searching for an ice cave on the snowfield, Zhou Chun suddenly heard the sounds of fierce fighting, accompanied by strange beast roars. Curious, he headed towards the source of the sound. After traveling dozens of miles and rounding a snow-capped peak, Zhou Chun saw a man and a bear locked in a fierce battle in a snow valley. The cultivator was a female cultivator wearing the robes of the Snow Soul Palace, possessing a mid-foundation establishment cultivation level, likely an inner disciple of the Snow Soul Palace. Her opponent was a second-tier high-grade demonic beast, an ice armor bearer unique to the snowfields. Although her cultivation was a minor realm lower than the ice armor bearers, the female cultivator wasn't at a significant disadvantage in the battle. The magical artifacts she wielded were all of excellent quality, comparable to those used by Zhou Chun, and her ice-based spells were quite impressive. It was unclear why this human and bear were fighting so fiercely here. After watching from afar on the snowy mountain for a while, Zhou Chun decided to detour and continue searching for the snow crystal insects. Unexpectedly, the female cultivator seemed to have noticed him and suddenly spoke to him. "Fellow Taoist on the mountain, please wait. If you are willing to help me drive away this ice armor bear, I am willing to offer you a snow crystal worm as a reward." Hearing this clear, cold voice, Zhou Chun, who was about to leave, paused and immediately turned to look at the female cultivator, saying, "Fellow Taoist, is this true?" Upon hearing this, the female cultivator immediately replied without hesitation, "I swear to the ancestors of my sect that what I just said is absolutely true." "Very well, then I, Zhou, will make a fool of myself," Zhou Chun said, immediately summoning his magic weapon and joining the battle. He did not want to reveal his full strength, so he only summoned his magic weapon to participate in the battle. Even so, after he joined the battle, the ice armor bear was quickly no match for the two of them working together and could only reluctantly flee the snow valley. After driving away the ice armor bear, the female cultivator from the Snow Soul Palace was also very generous, directly taking out a porcelain bottle containing a snow crystal worm and throwing it to Zhou Chun. "This is the snow crystal insect I promised you, fellow Taoist. Please keep it safe." Zhou Chun then took the porcelain bottle, intending to examine it, and continued, "Also, to thank you for your help earlier, I'd like to offer a word of advice. If you have any more snow crystal insects, remember to exchange them for relevant spiritual items as soon as possible. Our sect has already acquired enough snow crystal insects, and items like foundation establishment pills will soon no longer be available for exchange." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression immediately changed. He didn't even bother to examine the snow crystal insect anymore, immediately looking at the female cultivator opposite him and asking, "Fellow Taoist, is what you say true? Even exchanging the snow crystal insect king for the snow soul pill is no longer possible." Hearing this, the female cultivator looked at him in surprise, her expression suddenly understanding, and said, "So, fellow Taoist came for the snow soul pill." She then shook her head slightly and said, "That's all right. The exchange of the snow crystal insect king for the snow soul pill remains unchanged. It can be exchanged at any time." These words put Zhou Chun's mind at ease. He immediately bowed to the female cultivator and said, "Thank you for reminding me, fellow Taoist. I won't stay any longer. Farewell, farewell, fellow Taoist." The female cultivator returned the bow, then watched Zhou Chun ascend into the sky and disappear into the distance. Only after confirming that Zhou Chun was far enough away did she sigh softly, murmuring in a voice only she could hear, "How could the Snow Crystal Insect King be caught by a Foundation Establishment cultivator? That's something even a Purple Mansion cultivator would find difficult to catch," she said. "Caught, not found. This shows that there are still some inside stories about the Snow Crystal Insect King that the Snow Soul Palace has not revealed." Zhou Chun, however, remains completely unaware of these details. After hearing the words of the Snow Soul Palace female cultivator, his only thought now is to hurry to the nearby market under the Snow Soul Palace's jurisdiction to exchange for Foundation Establishment pills. Second update delivered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 The Jade Bee displays its power. Thanks to the reminder from the Snow Soul Palace female cultivator, Zhou Chun managed to reach a nearby market directly under the Snow Soul Palace's control and exchange it for a Foundation Establishment pill from a Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Although the Snow Soul Palace had dispatched many people to collect snow crystal insects throughout the snowfield, these people didn't actually possess Foundation Establishment pills, they were merely acquiring them with spirit coins or other treasures. To obtain a strategic treasure like the Foundation Establishment pill, one had to gather 3 snow crystal insects at once and exchange them at the market. Zhou Chun knew that the conflict between the Snow Soul Palace female cultivator and the ice armor bearer in the Snow Valley must indicate the presence of some extraordinary treasure. However, he was currently focused on capturing the Snow Crystal Insect King to exchange for the Snow Soul pill and didn't want to cause any more trouble. After all, the snowfield was Snow Soul Palace territory, and the Snow Soul Palace female cultivator clearly had a powerful background within the palace. Zhou Chun didn't want to risk losing more than he gained and create unnecessary trouble for himself. After obtaining the Foundation Establishment pill, he immediately left the market and headed back to the snowfield to search for an ice cave. Within days, news of the cancellation of the bounty for exchanging snow crystal insects for Foundation Establishment pills spread throughout the snowfields. Many cultivators who had come for this opportunity were furious upon hearing the news, stamping their feet in anger and sighing repeatedly. Many more cursed the Snow Soul Palace for deliberately playing tricks on them. Indeed, the Snow Soul Palace's actions did contain an element of deliberate manipulation. They deliberately used Foundation Establishment pills to lure a large number of cultivators to help them capture snow crystal insects, and then, once they had acquired enough, unilaterally canceled the bounty, like crossing a river and burning a bridge. But what could they do? The Snow Soul Palace was powerful enough to use such manipulation. As for the curses of the lower-level rogue cultivators, who cared? In a few decades, these lower-level rogue cultivators would all have died of old age, and how many of the later rogue cultivators would even know about this? People are forgetful. So, despite the curses, knowing that they couldn't change the Snow Soul Palace's decision, more than 80% of the cultivators who had come to capture snow crystal insects quickly left. Only a few cultivators, still hoping to capture snow crystal insects for spirit coins, or like Zhou Chun, wanting to capture the Snow Crystal Insect King, continue their journey across the snowfields, exploring ice caves and peaks. Without the interference of cultivators searching for snow crystal insects, Zhou Chun's cave exploration efficiency improved. Furthermore, through repeated cave descents, he gained some experience. Based on his observations, unstable ice caves were unlikely to contain snow crystal insects, as they could collapse and disappear at any time. However, semi-permanent ice caves might harbor them. Following this approach, his cave exploration efficiency increased again. In the following 4 months, using his newly developed experience, Zhou Chun discovered 4 more snow crystal insects in ice caves and captured 2 of them. This result greatly encouraged him, as he knew he had found the right target. Therefore, he became even more determined to use this method to find the Snow Crystal Insect King. One day, while exploring an ice cave, Zhou Chun encountered another collapse. Unlike the many collapses he had encountered before, this time the ice beneath his feet collapsed first, causing a chain reaction of subsidence. During this collapse, Zhou Chun was forced to fall with the ground, plunging an unknown depth before being buried under countless layers of solid ice. In fact, the risk of an ice surface collapse is not as great as that of a mountain collapse. This is because ice is very hard, and the older the ice, the harder it is. Thus, during a collapse, a cultivator with strong spiritual sense and agility like Zhou Chun could easily find a hiding place, much like survivors of earthquakes or landslides. Furthermore, Foundation establishment cultivators can already abstain from grains, and they often carry fasting pills in their storage bags, so even if buried under a bottomless glacier, they don't need to worry about dying from hunger. Zhou Chun had survived many ice cave collapses in the past in this way. Although this collapse was also sudden, he managed to survive until it ended safely after taking the correct measures. After the collapse ended, Zhou Chun, as usual, unleashed his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Even in the collapsed ice layer, there were still many gaps, allowing his divine sense to probe deeper. He could use this scanning to find suitable digging points and excavate a passage to the surface. However, this time, after scanning with his divine sense, Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, and he uttered a surprised "A." He had discovered the presence of rocks in his scan. Was it because of the chain of collapses that caused me to sink to the bottom of the valley? Zhou Chun thought to himself, feeling somewhat pleased. For him, digging a passage from the mud and rock was obviously easier than digging a passage through the hard but fragile collapsed ice layer. So he immediately summoned his magical artifact and attacked forward, quickly clearing a path for himself. Soon after, Zhou Chun appeared in an underground ice cave passage. Yes, a completely new underground ice cave passage. He had initially intended to dig an escape route through the muddy ground, but unexpectedly discovered that the muddy ground was actually a deep abyss cliff face, and not far from the collapse site, there was a natural ice cave passage. This discovery made Zhou Chun immediately abandon his escape plan and begin exploring this new underground ice cave. This underground ice cave passage was likely formed by the impact of melting ice water. Below it was frozen soil solidified with mud and rocks, and above it was hard blue ice, with varying but not drastically different heights. The temperature inside was also very low, but because no new moisture entered, no more ice could condense to block the passage. Zhou Chun walked along the passage for about 2 or 3 hours before the path suddenly ended. He was now on the edge of a cliff, with an unknown depth of thick, solid ice ahead. If the underground ice cave passage was formed by the impact of melting ice water, then the ice water must have flowed down the cliff when it reached this point and then froze into ice. This result disappointed Zhou Chun somewhat. He had thought he might find a natural, permanent ice cave beneath his feet. But digging upwards from here should make it easier to create an escape route. Zhou Chun looked up at the solid ice above him, thinking with a touch of relief. The ice, frozen into a solid block, meant the dug tunnel wouldn't easily collapse, no matter how deep. However, when Zhou Chun summoned his magical artifact and began digging, his expression quickly changed. It was too hard. After digging upwards for about 10 zang, approximately 33 meters, the ice surface suddenly became extremely hard. Even the sun-radiant golden wheel struggled to easily cut through it. This discovery weighed heavily on Zhou Chun's mind. He had a very bad feeling. If he wasn't mistaken, the ice above him was probably over 1,000 zang, approximately 333 meters, thick. Generally speaking, only ice this thick would be this hard. And even across the entire snowfield, places with ice layers reaching 1,000 zang thick were extremely rare. Could I be at the bottom of Sunset Lake now? Zhou Chun recalled the location of the ice cave entrance he had initially explored, and realized that it wasn't too far from the famous Sunset Lake on the snowfield. He had already walked for quite some time inside the ice cave, and after it collapsed and buried him, he had walked along the current ice cave for more than 2 hours. Based on the distance, it was indeed possible that he had entered Sunset Lake. Speaking of Sunset Lake, there was a legend. Legend has it that Sunset Lake was once the largest unfrozen lake on the snowfield, with a depth of thousands of feet, teeming with fish and shrimp, and its shores were covered with lush vegetation. It was the largest human settlement on the snowfield and a sacred lake in the eyes of the snowfield people. At that time, standing on the mountains to the east of Sunset Lake, one could clearly see the sun setting into the lake at dusk, hence the name Sunset Lake. But later, for some unknown reason, this unfrozen lake also froze over, and since then, only the legend of Sunset Lake exists on the snowfield. The legendary sacred lake of the snowfield can no longer be seen. Realizing he was likely at the bottom of Sunset Lake, Zhou Chun was filled with worry. Undoubtedly, to reach the surface, he would need to carve a tunnel through the 1,000-foot-thick ice above, a massive undertaking that would likely take months to complete. Returning to the collapsed area and digging upward seemed like a good option, but the ice there was unstable, and digging could easily lead to further collapses. Wait, if this is the bottom of Sunset Lake, then what's this area ahead? Suddenly, Zhou Chun seemed to realize something and looked towards the blocked ice ahead. After a moment's thought, he unleashed his magical artifact to attack the ice. Sure enough, the artifact easily sliced through the ice, as easily as cutting through ice on a snowfield. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately began digging forward. He dug wherever the ice was weakest, and when his magical energy was depleted, he would meditate to recover. With his tenacity, Zhou Chun dug for 3 days and 3 nights before reappearing in another ice cave. The ice cave he was in was similar to the one before, as if it had been carved out by water. Zhou Chun continued forward along this ice cave, and after about half a day, a narrow opening suddenly appeared before him. He used his magical artifact to bombard the ice surface near the opening, easily shattering all the ice, and then a stone cave more than 10 feet high and several feet wide appeared before him. This stone cave was the permanent ice cave that Zhou Chun had been searching for. Looking at the ice cave before him, Zhou Chun did not rush to enter, but first projected his divine sense into it to explore. The results of the exploration were as he expected. The ice cave was very deep, and there was a thick layer of frost inside, but he found no signs of life. So he rested outside the cave for half a day, adjusting his condition to its best, before stepping into the ice cave to explore. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chun's expression suddenly changed, and a clear look of joy appeared in his eyes. He then swiftly lifted his feet off the ground and glided forward silently. A short while later, with a flick of his wrist, he captured a snow crystal worm and brought it before him. The appearance of this snow crystal worm was just the beginning. In the next short hour, Zhou Chun caught 3 more snow crystal worms in the ice cave. This unprecedented harvest excited him greatly. He felt that what he had been searching for might finally be found this time. Not long after, Zhou Chun discovered another snow crystal worm. He quietly approached and prepared to capture it in the same way. But just as he made his move, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from several feet away. Before he could even see what was behind the aura, a torrent of white, icy air descended upon him, instantly freezing him solid. At that moment, an exceptionally cold aura froze Zhou Chun inside, its chill heading straight for his heart meridian. If his heart meridian were frozen, even though Zhou Chun was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he would surely die. But Zhou Chun himself was completely helpless. His magical power was utterly powerless against the cold aura, unable to withstand its onslaught. An unprecedented sense of despair washed over him. He thought he was doomed. However, just as he was resigned to his fate, a powerful suction force suddenly emerged from his dantian, and the cold energy throughout his body seemed to be summoned, drawn into his dantian. In the blink of an eye, the ice that had conjured Zhou Chun's body shattered, and he instantly regained his mobility. He then discovered what had attacked him, a white, salamander-like demonic beast, its aura reaching the 3rd rank, or even possibly a high-grade 3rd-rank demonic beast. Such a powerful demonic beast actually resorted to such a sneak attack. Zhou Chun was truly astonished. Fortunately, the mysterious jade bead he obtained from the wilderness suddenly activated, saving his life. Otherwise, Zhou Chun would have truly perished here, becoming food for the demonic beast. But the danger was far from over. After freezing Zhou Chun, the salamander demonic beast opened its massive maw, filled with sharp teeth, and lunged at him. It had intended to swallow Zhou Chun, who was frozen by its icy aura, whole, but it hadn't expected Zhou Chun to be completely unharmed by its icy breath. So when the frost on Zhou Chun's body shattered, it was also very surprised, even pausing its lunging maw slightly. This pause gave Zhou Chun a chance to escape. He moved swiftly, shifting several feet to the side to avoid the maw's attack, and then tried to reach into his storage bag to summon his magical artifact. But just then, a strange roar suddenly resounded from within him. Upon hearing the roar, both Zhou Chun and the salamander demon beast paused slightly, their consciousness momentarily dazed. Then, just like the Vulcan jackal and golden-winged tiger when they heard the strange roar, the salamander demon beast was instantly terrified and darted away. Before Zhou Chun could react, it had already transformed into a white phantom and disappeared into the ice cave with incredible speed. First chapter delivered. Chapter 359 Snow Crystal Insect King acquired. Inside the ice cave, Zhou Chun looked in the direction where the salamander monster had disappeared and couldn't help but touch his lower abdomen, his danshan. He then focused his mind on his danshan, quickly directing his divine sense towards the jade bead. To his disappointment, just as before, his divine sense was repelled before it could even touch the jade bead. This treasure, which had just saved his life, showed no intention of establishing a connection with him. But at this moment, Zhou Chun's curiosity about the jade bead reignited. A magical artifact automatically protecting its master. This kind of legendary story, which he had only seen in ancient texts in both his past and present lives, was actually happening to him today. Such a miraculous event happening to him, witnessed by his own eyes, how could Zhou Chun not be filled with surprise and curiosity? It's said that a golden core cultivator's natal magic weapon, after long-term refinement and nurturing, can indeed possess an automatic protective ability. However, it seems none of my Zhou family's golden core ancestors were able to achieve this. Moreover, this automatic protective ability is generally limited to natal magic weapons. Magic weapons crafted by master craftsmen, like the genuine golden light ring, no matter how powerful, rarely possess this ability. On the other hand, legendary spiritual treasures, a level higher than magic weapons, are often shrouded in mystery and might possess this automatic protective ability. So, this jade bead might very well be a spiritual treasure. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered, various speculations about the jade bead surging through his mind, his heart filled with excitement and joy. After an unknown amount of time, his gaze finally calmed, and he stopped thinking about the jade bead. He had come to terms with it. Whether the jade bead was a legendary spiritual treasure or not, it didn't really matter to him now. Even after he had opened his purple mansion, he couldn't even activate a magic weapon, let alone a spiritual treasure. The only thing that made him happy right now was knowing that the jade bead possessed an automatic protective ability, giving him a powerful trump card when facing the salamander monster. Of course, Zhou Chun also seriously suspected that the jade bead's automatic protective ability wasn't useful in all situations, but only when he encountered ice magic attacks, or when facing powerful monsters. After all, while that strange roar had a suppressive effect on both human cultivators and monsters, its effect on monsters was obviously much greater than on human cultivators. Even so, for Zhou Chun now, the jade bead had become a crucial tool for protecting himself and his life in this ice cave. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and continued deeper into the ice cave. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Danger often comes with opportunity. Since so many snow crystal insects had already been discovered, it meant that there was a high probability that a swarm of insects, and a high probability that there was a snow crystal insect king, existed in this ice cave. Now, he possessed the jade bead to intimidate the salamander demon. Under such circumstances, how could Zhou Chun give up? However, perhaps frightened by the salamander demon, Zhou Chun didn't encounter any more snow crystal insects as he walked through the ice cave. The salamander demon was also never seen again. As he walked, Zhou Chun realized there was no way forward. At the end of the ice cave was an incredibly thick blue ice wall. He unleashed his magic weapon, striking the ice wall, but it only penetrated less than 2 feet before becoming impassable. He stood facing the ice wall, meditating for a long time, before suddenly sitting down cross-legged and beginning to meditate. Although the salamander demon's breath hadn't killed him, it had still damaged some of his meridians and flesh. Since there was no way forward, he decided to meditate and heal his injuries. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chun had spent 7 days meditating and recuperating in the ice cave. After 7 days of rest, aided by the power of the elixirs and treated by the wood spirit, Zhou Chun's injuries had healed by about 70–80%, no longer significantly affecting his strength. The ice cave had been unusually quiet these past few days. The salamander-like monster seemed to have left. Zhou Chun slowly rose and began to walk back. Not long after, he spotted a snow crystal worm. However, because of his previous harrowing experience, Zhou Chun didn't immediately rush to capture it. Instead, he repeatedly scanned the ice cave with his divine sense, leaving no spot unchecked. After quite some time, he dared to approach and catch the worm. A flash of golden light appeared, and a snow crystal worm wriggling on the ice surface at the top of the cave was immediately bound by the light and flew into Zhou Chun's hand. Looking at the snow crystal worm in his hand, Zhou Chun showed no joy. Although snow crystal worms could now be exchanged for spirit coins and other items at the Snow Soul Palace, he wasn't short of those. His real target was the snow crystal insect king, and the snow soul pill promised by the Snow Soul Palace. While the number of snow crystal insects in this ice cave was far greater than anything Zhou Chun had encountered elsewhere, the legendary Snow Crystal Insect King was nowhere to be seen. Whether the Snow Crystal Insect King even existed here was unknown. For now, Zhou Chun could only proceed cautiously, catching as many snow crystal insects as he could. For the next 2 weeks, Zhou Chun remained in the ice cave, repeatedly traveling between the end and the entrance, catching any snow crystal insects that appeared. When he could no longer find a single snow crystal insect, the number he had caught in the ice cave had reached an astonishing 17. Such a large number of snow crystal insects, if exchanged for 6 months ago, would have been enough to exchange for 5 or 6 foundation establishment pills from the Snow Soul Palace. Zhou Chun couldn't say he was dissatisfied with this harvest. That day, he returned to the ice wall at the end of the ice cave. Let's set a time limit of 1 month. If we can't find anything within a month, then it can only be said that it's fate. Muttering to himself, Zhou Chun immediately summoned a flying sword magic weapon and attacked the ice wall. Attacking such hard ice also caused considerable damage to the magic weapon itself. Zhou Chun didn't want his frequently used, sun-radiant golden wheel, to be destroyed here, so he had specially refined several magic weapons he had previously captured to use as tools for clearing the way. Moreover, Zhou Chun didn't just dig alone. After exhausting his magic power, he would release the golden-winged tiger to help with the digging. Day after day of digging, on the 28th day, Zhou Chun, as usual, threw the sun-radiant stone into the ice cave he had dug out for illumination. Then he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could vaguely see the dark cave on the other side through the ice layer that hadn't been dug out yet. This discovery greatly surprised him, and his previously tired spirit was immediately invigorated. After spending another 5 days, Zhou Chun successfully dug through the ice wall and reached the cave on the other side. By this time, he had already ruined 2 magical artifacts, and the third one in his hand was also severely worn. Compared to the ice cave Zhou Chun had traversed before, the cave on the other side of the ice wall was much wider. After resting on the opposite side of the ice wall for several hours, he began exploring the area. In less than a quarter of an hour, he discovered as many as 3 snow crystal insects. As he continued forward, it was as if Zhou Chun had reached the snow crystal insect's nest. He found snow crystal insects every short distance. In just half a day, he had caught as many as 21 snow crystal insects. What a rich harvest! Zhou Chun now realized that he might have truly found the snow crystal insect's nest. And the legendary Snow Crystal Insect King, perhaps, he would finally see it this time. Like a happy squirrel, Zhou Chun ventured deeper and deeper, catching snow crystal insects along the way. When he had 50 snow crystal insects in his hands, as he released his divine sense to scan forward, he suddenly witnessed a scene that made his breath catch in his throat. Just ahead of him, in an ice cave several miles away, hundreds of snow crystal insects gathered on a patch of ice. In the center of these insects stood a gigantic snow crystal insect, nearly 7 feet long, conspicuously out of the crowd. The Snow Crystal Insect King. The moment Zhou Chun spotted the giant snow crystal insect, he immediately knew it was the legendary Snow Crystal Insect King. At that moment, his breath caught in his throat, as if afraid his own sound would disturb the king. Yet, his heart was filled with immense excitement. His target was right in front of him. If he could capture it, a snow soul pill would be his. Zhou Chun stood motionless for nearly a quarter of an hour before he could completely calm himself and return to his most composed state. Now was not the time to celebrate. Only after truly capturing the Snow Crystal Insect King could he rejoice. Although Zhou Chun didn't know what abilities the Snow Crystal Insect King possessed, given the current situation, capturing it would be extremely difficult. Because there were 7 or 8 ordinary snow crystal insects in the cave separating him from the Snow Crystal Insect King. If he didn't capture these snow crystal insects and made a commotion that alerted the Snow Crystal Insect King, the king would definitely escape immediately. Whether the Snow Crystal Insect King would reappear then was anyone's guess. Therefore, he couldn't afford to be careless at all. After much deliberation, Zhou Chun suddenly patted his storage pouch at his waist, revealing a 3rd-tier magic talisman. The talisman in his hand was a low-grade 3rd-tier talisman called the Mystic Light Immobilization Talisman, a support talisman that could immobilize a target. However, the talisman only worked if the immobilizing mystic light emitted after activation could touch the target's body. And cultivators, unless caught off guard, would never allow an attack from an unknown source to directly contact their bodies. Therefore, This talisman was not very effective in battles against cultivators. It was only useful against demonic beasts that preferred close quarters combat. In truth, this talisman had been with Zhou Chun for at least several decades, as it was a prized possession of the Zhou family during their southern campaign. The Snow Crystal Insect King was far too important. His chance might only come once. Therefore, after much deliberation, Zhou Chun decided to use the safest method to capture the Snow Crystal Insect King, making the most of his resources. Holding the talisman, he held his breath and prepared before slowly moving forward, floating through the air. When he was less than 10 feet away from the first snow crystal insect, Zhou Chun suddenly activated the flowing golden rainbow secret technique, instantly propelling his body at extreme speed into the depths of the ice cave. This was an extremely risky move, as the ice cave was not a straight passage and its height was limited. At the speed achieved with the flowing golden rainbow technique, Zhou Chun could easily crash into the wall. He himself might be unharmed, but he would definitely alert the Snow Crystal Insect King. However, based on his confidence in his flying skills, Zhou Chun did it anyway. If anyone else had been there at that moment, they would have seen a golden rainbow flash rapidly within the ice cave, which was less than 2 zang high, tracing a beautiful arc and making several sharp turns. That exquisite arc was even more magnificent and beautiful than the curved balls kicked by superstars on a football field. In this way, at extreme speed, Zhou Chun covered hundreds of zang in just a few breaths, appearing near the Snow Crystal Insect King at his fastest speed ever. Then, before the Snow Crystal Insect King and the other Snow Crystal Insects could react, a dazzling white light flew from Zhou Chun's hand, instantly landing on the Snow Crystal Insect King. At that time, the Snow Crystal Insect King's body had actually merged into the ice layer below. However, because the ice layer had little effect on blocking the immobilization light, it was still hit by the immobilization light and directly frozen inside the ice. Seeing this, Zhou Chun ignored whether the other Snow Crystal Insects had escaped and immediately activated the flowing golden rainbow secret technique, unleashing all the golden spiritual light condensed within his body, transforming it into a sharp golden sword rainbow that struck the ice surface. Under this reckless attack, the hard ice surface was quickly shattered, cracking open in numerous places. Zhou Chun then unleashed the sun-radiant golden wheel, with a series of slashes, quickly digging out the Snow Crystal Insect King, which was unable to move from within the ice. What a fine Snow Crystal Insect King! I've been searching for you for so long. Looking at the snow-white worm before him, Zhou Chun finally couldn't help but smile with delight. He quickly reached into his storage pouch at his waist, took out several sealing talismans, and affixed them to the Snow Crystal Insect King before placing it inside a large box with 3 layers of outer shell made of fiery sun wood, mystic iron, and cold jade. This large box was specially made by Zhou Chun to capture the Snow Crystal Insect King, with sealing talismans affixed to each layer. After stuffing the Snow Crystal Insect King into the box, Zhou Chun, still not entirely confident, simultaneously activated his silver-white embroidered handkerchief magic artifact, transforming it into a large silver net to trap the box before carrying it in his hand. With such multiple layers of protection, if the Snow Crystal Insect King could still escape, Zhou Chun would have no choice but to accept his fate. Then, holding the net, he looked down at the ice surface. The ice surface below was undoubtedly extraordinary, capable of attracting the Snow Crystal Insect King and numerous other snow crystal insects. Zhou Chun could sense that the cold air here was extremely pure and powerful, no less intense than the icy spring where he had obtained the mysterious jade bead. He even suspected that this place had originally been an icy spring. However, he wasn't a cultivator of ice-based techniques, so even knowing this might be a cultivation ground for ice-based practitioners, he didn't care much. At this moment, he wasn't even interested in the escaped snow crystal insects anymore. He only wanted to quickly leave with the Snow Crystal Insect King to find the Snow Soul Palace and exchange it for the Snow Soul Pill. After searching the surroundings and confirming there were no other treasures to be found, Zhou Chun didn't linger and returned directly to the passage he had come from. Next, he needed to return to the surface, specifically to the spot where he had initially collapsed and landed. Second update. Chapter 360 Target Purple Mansion. Phew, finally out. On the white snowfield under the blue sky, Zhou Chun, having just climbed out from the thick ice below, looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh of relief. It had been 3 months since he had been trapped in the lake and fallen to the bottom. After obtaining the Snow Crystal Insect King, he had begun his quest to reach the surface. However, the process had been extremely difficult. It had taken him almost a month to dig the passage to the surface, damaging a second-tier magic artifact in the process, and even his frequently used, sun-radiant golden wheel, had suffered considerable wear and tear. But all that was in the past now. In any case, he was out now, and the road ahead was clear. After resting for half a day on the snowfield to recover his mana, Zhou Chun rode his golden-winged tiger and left the snowfield. That's right, Zhou Chun didn't intend to go directly to exchange the Snow Crystal Insect King for Snow Soul Pills, as he had done before, when exchanging for Foundation Establishment Pills. As a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, few would be foolish enough to attack him for a Foundation Establishment Pill. However, if someone were to bring the Snow Crystal Insect King to exchange for a Snow Soul Pill, then everything would be uncertain. This wasn't Zhou Chun being cynical, it was something he had to be wary of. Just like Lin Hongyu, who, despite having paid for the aid to core formation, still dared not leave the immortal capital market with such treasures. Zhou Chun wasn't a local cultivator of Yang Kingdom, nor did he have any background or connections there. The cultivators of the Snow Soul Palace could easily sell him out without any remorse. Therefore, Zhou Chun had no choice but to leave the Snow Plains and Yang Kingdom, and find another place to trade with the Snow Soul Palace. Several days later, Zhou Chun returned to the Red Jade Peak stronghold, which he had left over a year ago. Most of the rogue cultivators who had gone to the Snow Plains to exchange for Foundation Establishment Pills, if they had survived, had returned to the stronghold. However, many of them found that there was no longer a place for them there. Reality is like that, often, a wrong choice can lead to irreparable losses. Everyone has to pay the price for their choices. Of course, Lin Weiner would definitely continue to accept skilled late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators like Fu Changqing, as long as they were willing to return. Zhou Chun returned to the stronghold, and after a brief conversation with Lin Weiner, he left her a letter before departing alone. This time, Zhou Chun took the Earth Element Crystal Jade, or accumulated at the stronghold with him back to the Zhou family. 20 days after Zhou Chun's departure, Lin Weiner arranged for someone to deliver the letter Zhou Chun left behind to the Snow Soul Palace. Regardless of how the Snow Soul Palace would handle the letter, Zhou Chun's return from Yang Kingdom to Jing Kingdom was very smooth, successfully returning to his family's mountain gate in just over 10 days. Zhou Mingde was somewhat surprised by Zhou Chun's return. However, after learning the purpose of Zhou Chun's return, he was immediately overjoyed. Especially upon learning that Zhou Chun had even captured a wood spirit in Shen Kingdom and tamed it into a spirit pet, he was beaming with delight. Wonderful, wonderful. Zheng Chun. You've truly given this old man a wonderful surprise. Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Chun with a beaming smile and immediately asked him to summon the wood spirit so he could see it. Upon seeing the wood spirit's transformed form, the azure deer, and witnessing its incredible wood escape technique, Zhou Ming was speechless with astonishment. Truly worthy of being a spirit born of the creation of heaven and earth, such supernatural abilities are beyond the reach of ordinary demonic beasts. To have such a spirit as a pet is far better than having a dragon. He praised the azure deer repeatedly, and couldn't help but feel envious of Zhou Chun's good fortune. Whether a dragon or a spirit is better is a matter of opinion for every cultivator. However, in terms of rarity, spirits are undoubtedly much rarer than dragons. From this perspective, having a spirit is indeed better than having a dragon. After all, rarity increases value. However, if Zhou Chun had to choose, he would naturally want both. The dragon is powerful in combat, can reproduce, and breed dragon blood spirits, making it extremely useful. The spirits possess profound supernatural abilities, their skill in finding herbs and minerals is unmatched, and their growth has virtually no limit, making them infinitely useful as well. I have something else to tell you. About the jade bead in my dungeon. I think I know its use. Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Mingde, whose face was full of envy, and then recounted how his magical artifact automatically protected its master after being ambushed by the salamander monster. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhou Mingde was immediately shocked, as he had expected, and hurriedly asked for details. Zhou Chun didn't hide anything and shared his related speculations. Zheng Chun, you guessed correctly. As you said, since the jade bead could automatically protect its master after you faced a life or death crisis, it must not be an ordinary magic weapon. It must be a spiritual treasure with extremely high spirituality. In that case, the white toad we saw back then must be the spirit of this spiritual treasure, Zhou Ming said, his gaze involuntarily turning to Zhou Chun's lower abdomen, where his dantian was located. Then, With an extremely solemn expression, he said in a deep voice, "This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Before you can control this spiritual treasure, you must not let any third person other than me know of its existence. This junior understands and will definitely keep the secret strictly." Zhou Chun nodded, indicating that he understood. He was innocent, but possessing a treasure was a crime. How could he not understand this principle? Spiritual treasures were incredibly precious, even nascent soul cultivators couldn't all possess them. If people knew that he, Zhou Chun, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, possessed such a treasure, not only would he lose his life, but his entire family might also be implicated. So, whether for his own sake or for the good of the family, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. After waiting for more than 10 days inside the family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun finally met the person he was waiting for. On this day, a powerful aura of a golden core cultivator suddenly appeared outside the Zhou family's mountain gate. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming, upon sensing this undisguised aura of a golden core cultivator, immediately took to the air and left the mountain gate. Once outside the mountain gate's grand formation, they saw a cold-looking man in blue robes hovering in the sky. The source of that powerful aura was none other than this man. Seeing this, the two men quickly bowed to the man in blue, saying, "Junior Zhou Ming and Zhou Chengchen greet Senior." The man in blue showed no courtesy whatsoever, coldly stating, "You know perfectly well where I come from, so there's no need for further words. Hand over the Snow Crystal Insect King." His attitude suggested he was there to rob them, not to make a deal. However, given his power and cultivation, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming, despite their discomfort with his tone, dared not be disrespectful. Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "The Snow Crystal Insect King is kept in our family's treasury. We will retrieve it for you immediately." He then bowed again to the man in blue before turning and flying back into the family's mountain gate. A short while later, Zhou Chun returned outside carrying the box containing the Snow Crystal Insect King. "Senior, please look, this contains the Snow Crystal Insect King." In front of the blue-robed man, Zhou Chun opened the three-layered box, revealing the Snow Crystal Insect King inside a jade box. Perhaps due to being away from its comfortable environment for too long, the Snow Crystal Insect King appeared listless, half dead. However, upon seeing it, the blue-robed man's eyes flashed instantly, and he immediately reached out and pulled the Snow Crystal Insect King from the box to his side. Then, he patted his storage bag, took out a white jade bottle, and directly absorbed the Snow Crystal Insect King into the bottle. He then flicked his sleeve, sending a beam of white light that landed in front of Zhou Chun, revealing a white pill bottle. "This is our sect's secret recipe, the Snow Soul Pill. Keep it safe." Seeing this, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief, quickly grabbed the pill bottle, and bowed to the blue-robed man in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." He thought the blue-robed man would leave now. Unexpectedly, the other party looked at him again and said, "Where the Snow Crystal Insect King is located, there are usually rare treasures. Fellow Taoist, could you tell me where that place is?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly explained, "Senior, you are wise. When I was exploring the ice cave, I fell into the bottom of Sunset Lake due to a collapse accident, and then entered the ice cave where the Snow Crystal Insect King is located. Although the cold air there is exceptionally dense and pure, I did not find any rare treasures." After speaking, he continued, "Senior, please wait a moment. I will draw a map for you." After a short while, Zhou Chun marked the location of the ice cave he had dug to escape on the snowfield map and handed the map to the man in blue. At the same time, he added, "There were many snow crystal insects there back then, but I was only focused on capturing the Snow Crystal Insect King and didn't have the strength to catch the rest." Hearing this, the blue-robed man seemed to understand his meaning. He glanced at him and said calmly, "If you have any more snow crystal insects, you can take them out. I'll pay you 1,000 spirit coins per insect, 1,000 spirit coins per snow crystal insect." This was much lower than the bounty offered by the Snow Soul Palace. However, Zhou Chun knew that the previous situation was a special case, so he didn't mind the lower price. He quickly took out 40 snow crystal insects he had caught and handed them over, receiving 40,000 spirit coins in return. As for the remaining 10 snow crystal insects, Zhou Chun planned to release them into the ice cave in the wilderness to see if they could multiply there. If successful, this would be another stable source of income. After completing these two transactions, the blue-robed man from the Snow Soul Palace left without even leaving his name. After Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming returned to the mountain gate, they began discussing the Snow Soul Pill they had acquired. Zhou Ming spoke first, saying, although the Snow Soul Pill is said to be a spiritual pill that can assist in opening the Purple Mansion, its actual efficacy is hard to say. In my opinion, Zhou Chun, you should wait a few more years and find another spiritual item to use it with, which will give you more peace of mind. This was a prudent plan, and it was also for Zhou Chun's benefit. However, Zhou Chun had his own opinion. Zhou Chun slowly said, the Snow Soul Pill is an auxiliary spiritual pill used by the disciples of Snow Soul Palace to open their Purple Mansion. The fact that a major sect like Snow Soul Palace has determined it as an essential pill for its disciples to open their Purple Mansion shows that its effect must be excellent, no less than the profound Heart Purple Return Pill refined by the 3 major sects. Therefore, I think we can try it first, maybe it will work. Just like a key refining cultivator who has a foundation establishment pill in hand, he will not be able to resist the temptation to take it. Now that Zhou Chun had obtained the treasure, Snow Soul Pill, and his cultivation was sufficient to attempt to open the Purple Mansion, he naturally wanted to give it a try. In fact, Zhou Chun possessed his own unique confidence in opening the Purple Mansion. After all, he was different from ordinary people, his soul came from another world. For foundation establishment cultivators, opening the Purple Mansion and manifesting their divine soul was essentially awakening the soul, allowing it to reside in the Purple Mansion, becoming the central entity that governs everything. After understanding the process of opening the Purple Mansion, Zhou Chun had a feeling that it might be much easier for him than for others. His soul should already be awakened, all he lacked was breaking through the upper dungeon and opening the Purple Mansion. However, these were his most fundamental secrets, and he couldn't reveal them to outsiders. At this moment, he could only argue logically and persuade his elder, Zhou Ming, with firm words. Ultimately, Zhou Ming was convinced. Fine. Since you insist, how can I forcibly stop you? I only hope you act cautiously and don't force yourself to succeed in one go. Zhou Ming shook his head with a wry smile, having no choice but to agree to Zhou Chun's decision. Although he was an elder, he couldn't forcibly prevent his juniors from reaching higher realms, he could only try his best to persuade them. If persuasion failed, then he had no choice but to agree. To reassure him, Zhou Chun nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, I am not a reckless person. If I am truly unable to do so, I will stop in time. However, opening the Purple Mansion is not something that can be done overnight. Even if successful, one needs to cultivate in seclusion for a year and a half to consolidate one's cultivation. Moreover, for Zhou Chun, opening the Purple Mansion is not the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing is actually the matter of shattering and reforging the cauldron when cultivating the second chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art after opening the Purple Mansion. Failure in this stage means the destruction of the cauldron and death, with no chance of luck. Therefore, before truly beginning his seclusion to open the Purple Mansion, he still had a lot of preparatory work to do. Furthermore, Lin Weiner's safety must be guaranteed at the Yang Kingdom's Hongyu Peak stronghold to prevent a repeat of what happened before. First update delivered. Chapter 361 Advancement to the Purple Mansion, the origin of the Jade Bead. Having decided to attempt to break through to the Purple Mansion stage, Zhou Chun naturally began preparations immediately. He first sent Zhou Ming to Yang Kingdom, making it clear to rogue cultivators like Ho Yang Sanrun that the Red Jade Peak stronghold was indeed protected. He himself went to Kangzhou and Jin Kingdom to visit several cultivation families with whom he had previous cooperation, obtaining high-quality golden energy from them. Once he opened his Purple Mansion and began reforging his broken cauldron, the quality of the golden energy needed for the reforging would have to be higher than before. Therefore, Zhou Chun dared not be careless in this regard and had to handle everything personally to ensure his safety. Fortunately, he had made 2 small fortunes in recent years and was now financially secure, having sufficient funds to purchase high-quality golden energy. After spending 2 months in Kangzhou, Zhou Chun finally gathered the high-quality golden energy he needed, spending over 18,000 spirit coins in the process. Once he had collected enough golden energy, Zhou Chun immediately returned to his family. At this time, Su Yazin, having received the notification, also arrived at the Zhou family. She wanted to personally escort Zhou Chun to the Su family's mountain gate for seclusion. Although Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Daoqun had both successfully opened their Purple Mansions within the Zhou family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun, under Zhou Ming's strong recommendation, still agreed to go to the Su family's mountain gate for seclusion. Zhou Ming's reason for this recommendation was simple: the situation in Jingguo was currently unpredictable, and Lanzhou, where the Zhou family was located, could descend into chaos at any moment. If Zhou Chun were to open his purple mansion in seclusion at the Zhou family's mountain gate, and were suddenly disturbed by a major upheaval, the consequences would be unpredictable. Therefore, for Zhou Chun's safety, Zhou Ming strongly urged him to go to the Su family for seclusion. After returning to his family, Zhou Chun, after a discussion with Zhou Ming, who had already returned from Yangguo, went to the Su family in Jiangzhou with his Taoist partner, Su Yazhen. As Zhou Chun was, after all, the son-in-law of the Su family, and given Su Yazhen's status within the family, the secluded cultivation cave arranged for him was exceptionally well prepared, the very same one Su Yazhen had once used to cultivate and open her purple mansion. Before entering the cave for seclusion, Zhou Chun entrusted his 3 spiritual pets, the silver lightning python Bai Bai, the golden armored rock turtle, and the golden winged tiger, to his Taoist partner, Su Yazhen, for care. As for the wood spirit, being so rare and precious, Zhou Chun dared not even let Su Yazhen know. He had placed it in a slumber within an ancient tree inside the Zhou family's mountain gate before even arriving at the Su family. With everything arranged in this way, Zhou Chun entered the secluded cultivation cave and sealed the entrance. Inside, Zhou Chun slowly meditated to adjust to his state while studying the insights on opening the purple mansion left behind by the Zhou family's senior cultivators. The Zhou family had once been a golden core family, producing dozens of purple mansion stage cultivators over the past 1,000 years, naturally accumulating a wealth of such insights. When Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoquan learned that Zhou Chun was going to open his purple mansion, they shared their experiences with him without reservation. However, these experiences and insights could only be used as a reference. Every cultivator's spiritual root aptitude, cultivation method, and personal circumstances were different, making the breakthrough process impossible to be the same. Zhou Chun would not blindly believe in the experiences of his predecessors. After about 2 months, Zhou Chun felt that his condition had been adjusted sufficiently, and he had read through all the experiences and insights, so he finally began to prepare. The process of opening the purple mansion was actually quite simple. First, awaken the soul, then use magical power to rush to the Nuan Palace, open the purple mansion, and transfer the soul into it, transforming it into a divine soul. A divine soul is a soul, but a soul is not a divine soul. The difference between the two lies in the difference in the words. The word divine in divine soul and the word spirit in soul have different interpretations. Spirit generally refers to intelligence and spirituality. Humans are born with intelligence and spirituality, so the human soul can be called a soul. Animals and plants, although they have spirituality, find it difficult to develop intelligence, and therefore their souls are incomplete. Only sentient beasts can complete their souls and form beast souls. The word God refers to the God within the human body. Once a cultivator's soul migrates to the purple mansion, a point on the body's core, it transforms into a divine soul, gaining various supernatural abilities. The divine soul is also the God within the body, governing all tissues and organs, including magical power. A simple example is the human nervous system, which is not controlled by willpower. However, the divine soul can control it. That is, the divine soul can command certain nerve units to turn on or off. When the divine soul commands the olfactory nerve units to close, the cultivator will no longer smell anything, a fundamental difference from holding one's breath to isolate external odors. Therefore, when the divine soul undergoes this transformation, the cultivator is already the god of their physical body, possessing godlike control over it. It is because the divine soul possesses this ability that purple mansion cultivators can separate their souls and possess another body. However, everything is easier said than done. Everyone knows the process of opening the purple mansion, but only 1 in 10 can actually do it. Throughout history, countless late-stage foundation establishment cultivators have fallen before this hurdle. Inside the secret chamber of the cave, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged, his hands naturally forming a mudra on his knees, his eyes slightly closed, as if asleep. Some mortals have fragile souls. Even in their dreams, their souls can be startled awake, developing soul-shattering syndrome, leading to a gradual weakening of the body and a decline in memory. However, cultivators, through years of meditation and cultivation, have souls nourished by the blood, energy, and magical power of their bodies, making them exceptionally strong and resilient. Such an overly strong soul is difficult to awaken. Therefore, many cultivators who have opened their purple mansion use spiritual objects to stimulate and awaken their souls. But Zhou Chun lacks such convenience. He had inquired about the effects of the snow soul pill, It was supposed to replenish the soul after awakening it and aid in its transformation after it migrated to the Purple Mansion. Therefore, the best time to take this pill was after awakening the soul. Without any spiritual aids to awaken his soul, Zhou Chun could only resort to the most traditional method, practicing visualization diagrams. Visualization diagrams were something every cultivator practiced at the beginning of their cultivation journey. Because beginners often struggle to calm their minds and meditate, visualization diagrams help them focus and adapt to cultivation. However, once cultivators could meditate effectively, they no longer needed to practice visualization diagrams. Now, Zhou Chun needed to awaken his soul through deep visualization. Whether he could achieve this, no one knew. Time slowly passed, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On his first attempt, Zhou Chun persisted for 27 days, finally succumbing to exhaustion and having to stop. After 3 days of rest, he entered a state of visualization again. The second time, he persisted for 38 days, then rested for 5 days to recover. The third time, he persisted for 48 days, this time resting for 7 days. The fourth time, he persisted for 55 days straight. Just when he thought he was about to fail again, a peculiar feeling of being suspended in mid-air suddenly surged through him, and then he saw his own body sitting cross-legged. This seeing wasn't the kind of seeing through divine sense scanning, but rather truly like seeing with one's own eyes. Zhou Chun instantly realized that he had succeeded. At this moment, he was looking down at his body from the perspective of his soul. Understanding this, he didn't dare to look any longer and quickly returned his soul to his body. Sure enough, as soon as his soul returned to his body, a feeling of weakness immediately overwhelmed Zhou Chun, as if he had just fought a great battle. This was quite normal, because his soul had just been in a semi-out-of-body state and had been impacted by external energies. However, this was not a problem. With a period of rest, he would fully recover. After resting for half a month, Zhou Chun's condition had completely returned to normal. At this point, the moment for him to open his Purple Mansion was truly about to arrive. After awakening his soul once, subsequent awakenings would be very easy. However, awakening the soul was not a skill. Opening the Purple Mansion and transferring the soul to it was the real skill, and transforming the soul into a divine soul was the true success. Zhou Chun sat cross-legged, raised his hand, and placed the snow soul pill in his mouth. He then focused his mind on his Danshan, his divine sense carrying the golden power within, surging upwards to his crown chakra, forming a long river that rushed towards his Niwen palace. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from Zhou Chun's Niwen palace, which had been tightly closed, and a tremendous force forcibly forced it open. A golden torrent surged into his Niwen palace, like a rushing river tearing through the earth, creating a channel in what was previously a riverbed. Immediately afterward, a pale golden figure stepped into the Niwen palace, riding the torrent. He seemed like a god from mythology, changing the course of the torrent with a wave of his hand, and constructing palaces in the blink of an eye. Seemingly omnipotent. Inside the secret chamber, the snow soul pill that Zhou Chun had been holding in his mouth had been crushed and swallowed at some point. Within his Niwen palace, the godlike, pale golden figure now sat high on a throne within a magnificent palace. Wisps of golden mist arose in the void, absorbed into the pale golden figure's body. With each wisp absorbed, his form became more solid. After an unknown amount of time, when the golden mist ceased to gather, the pale golden figure had solidified into a physical form. Undoubtedly, it was Zhou Chun's appearance, identical to his physical body. The difference was that this figure exuded a majestic and sacred aura, like a supreme deity. This was his divine soul, Zhou Chun's divine soul. The Purple Mansion opened, the divine soul manifested. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Chun had completed the opening of his Purple Mansion, successfully breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage. At this moment, his upper and lower Danshan were connected, his divine soul residing high within the Purple Mansion, governing his entire body. His previously stagnant magical power, due to the breakthrough in his cultivation level, began to grow and purify anew. Is this the wondrous use of the divine soul? In the secret chamber, Zhou Chun's consciousness stirred, and he shut down all the neurons in his left hand. Then, his right fingernail flashed with golden light as he drew a line of blood on his left wrist. But he felt no pain. Only when he reactivated the neurons in his left hand did the pain travel to his divine soul and be received by him. Of course, the wondrous use of the divine soul was far more than that. In terms of divine sense, Zhou Chun's divine sense range had expanded to nearly 24 miles, almost 4,000 feet. Although this increase was not as great as breaking through from the key refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, it was almost 3 times. The key was that his divine sense was now much more precise in scanning and detecting. Previously, his divine sense could only detect things as thin as a hair, but now he could see things even 1/10 the thickness of a hair clearly. Moreover, now that his divine soul had returned to its place and was guarding his purple mansion, all low-level illusions, the disguised talents of certain demonic beasts, and ordinary secret techniques for concealing cultivation or an appearance would be exposed to Zhou Chun at a glance. After briefly testing the wonders of his divine sense, Zhou Chun suddenly focused his inner vision, directing his divine sense towards the jade bead in his dantian. As before, his divine sense encountered immense resistance upon reaching the jade bead. However, this time it wasn't directly repelled. There was hope. Zhou Chun was overjoyed and immediately channeled his full power into his divine sense, directing it towards the jade bead. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded deep within Zhou Chun's soul, followed by a massive influx of information. Fortunately, he was already at the purple mansion stage, his soul already condensed and manifested. Otherwise, being bombarded with so much information at once would have either turned him into an idiot or caused him to faint. He only felt a slight swelling in his soul before quickly returning to normal. Then he began to analyze the information that had flooded into his consciousness. After analyzing it, Zhou Chun discovered that the information was divided into 2 parts. One part was a refining technique specifically used to refine and activate a spiritual treasure called the Moon-Toad Pearl. The other part is a secret technique called 9 Transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon-Toad Chapter. First, the refining incantation is undoubtedly the one used to refine the jade bead within Zhou Chun's body. Its appearance finally resolved a question in Zhou Chun's mind, confirming the jade bead's grade and revealing its name. Unfortunately, this refining technique for the Moon-Toad bead is extremely profound, requiring a minimum cultivation level of golden core for the cultivator. Therefore, Zhou Chun can only look at it for now, he can't use it at all. The secret technique called 9 Transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon-Toad Chapter truly astonished Zhou Chun. This secret technique is very similar to the dragon transformation secret technique he cultivates, also requiring the cultivator to integrate the spiritual blood of a powerful demonic beast, the Taine Moon-Toad, into their body to cultivate this secret technique. According to the description, as long as this secret technique is successfully cultivated, and with a spiritual treasure, Moon-Toad bead, as a support, one can activate the secret technique to transform into Taine Moon-Toad, mastering the powerful supernatural abilities possessed by this demonic beast. Furthermore, transforming into a demon beast will not affect a cultivator's use of magical treasures. Naturally, to cultivate this 9 Transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon-Toad Chapter secret technique, one needs at least a golden core stage cultivation level and must obtain the spiritual blood of the Moon-Toad, or the essence blood of a demon beast possessing the Moon-Toad bloodline. Second update delivered. Chapter 362 Double Happiness. The appearance of the 9 Transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon-Toad Chapter truly astonished Zhou Chun. This secret technique was so similar to the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual, its ability to transform into the demonic beast, the Taine Moon-Toad, was almost identical to the legendary transformations of cultivating the 5th level of the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual. The 5th level of the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual was said to allow one to transform into a true dragon and master all the dragon's supernatural abilities. However, only nascent soul stage cultivators could master the 5th level of the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual, and it even required sacrificing a 4th-tier dragon to succeed. Coincidentally, the minimum cultivation level requirement for the 9 Transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon-Toad Chapter was also the Golden Core stage. This inevitably led Zhou Chun to connect the two. Especially since, strictly speaking, the 9 Transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon-Toad Chapter was only one transformation of the 9 Transformations of the Holy Spirit secret technique. If the name of this secret technique was not mistaken, then there should be 8 other transformations. In that case, could the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual be another transformation? Its true name should actually be 9 Transformations of the Holy Spirit, Flood Dragon Chapter, or 9 Transformations of the Holy Spirit, Dragon Transformation Chapter? Considering that he also obtained the Moon-Toad Pearl in the wilderness, Zhou Chun felt this possibility was very high. If that were the case, then this 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit secret technique would be incredibly powerful. Just one chapter was enough to create such a powerful force as the Dragon Transformation Sect. If all 9 chapters were collected, how powerful would that be? How powerful must a force that created this secret technique have been, possessing all 9 chapters? Just thinking about these things filled Zhou Chun with immense shock and curiosity. Unfortunately, the Zhou family's history is still too short. No one in the cultivation world continues to write history. If I really want to know what kind of secret technique this 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit is, I'm afraid I can only find relevant records in the archives of a major power like the Moon Wheel Sect. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but shake his head slightly and didn't delve any further into the matter. Regardless of which force left behind the Moon-Toad Pearl and the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, that was no longer his concern. To uncover this unknown history, one must at least wait until he forms his golden collar. At this point, Zhou Chun calmly observed the Moon-Toad Pearl again and discovered that his divine sense was no longer repelled by it. However, no matter how much divine sense and magical power he poured into it, he couldn't activate it, couldn't even make it move. Magical treasures cannot be wielded by anyone other than a golden core cultivator. This ironclad rule of the cultivation world remains unbroken, and Zhou Chun clearly couldn't either. After trying this several times, Zhou Chun completely gave up and began meditating to stabilize his cultivation. He had just broken through to the Purple Mansion stage, although his soul had completed its transformation. His magical power hadn't fully caught up. He needed a period of quiet cultivation to match his magical power with his realm. After nearly 2 years of such quiet cultivation, Zhou Chun's magical power finally caught up with his realm, truly becoming an early Purple Mansion cultivator. But even then, he still had no intention of leaving seclusion. Breaking through to the early Purple Mansion stage was only Zhou Chun's first goal in this seclusion. His second goal was yet to be achieved. What Zhou Chun was about to do next was a matter of life and death. He was going to cultivate the second chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art and undergo his first attempt at shattering and reforging the cauldron. A member of the Zhou family had once successfully cultivated the first chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art and broken through to the Purple Mansion stage. However, that person ultimately died during the first attempt at shattering and reforging the cauldron. With this precedent, all subsequent Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family kept their distance from this top-tier cultivation technique, the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, and no one dared to cultivate it again. Zhou Chun had now become the second Zhou family cultivator to undergo this shattering and reforging. Upon deciding to undergo his first shattering and reforging, Zhou Chun immediately reached into his storage pouch at his waist and took out a golden cauldron, placing it before him. This golden cauldron was the vessel for the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, originally stored in the Zhou family's secret vault. Zhou Chun had brought it with him during his seclusion at the Zhou family, with Zhou Ming's permission. According to Zhou Ming, if Zhou Chun also fails to successfully reforge the cauldron, then the Golden Cauldron Profound technique will be permanently sealed by the Zhou family, forbidding any clan member from cultivating it again. As the saying goes, once is acceptable, twice is acceptable, but a third time is not. For a cultivation family, a powerful technique is important, but talent is paramount. If 2 family geniuses perish because of a technique, then that technique should be abandoned. No more family geniuses should die because of it. Therefore, it's not wrong to say that Zhou Chun is now the Zhou family's final experimenter on this technique. He took out the Golden Cauldron now, wanting to study the second chapter of the technique one last time before attempting to reforge it. After carefully studying and pondering the Golden Cauldron for 7 days, Zhou Chun finally put it away and closed his eyes to meditate and adjust his state. Once his state was optimal, Zhou Chun activated the sealing ray in the secret chamber, completely severing all communication between the inside and outside. Then he took out the high-quality golden energy he had purchased from Kang's Hao. These high-quality golden energies were contained in 3 bottles and 1 gourd, representing the highest quality golden energies Zhou Chun could currently find. If he successfully formed his core in the future and needed to rebuild the cauldron, finding suitable golden energies would likely be a significant challenge. Zhou Chun removed all the containers of golden energies and opened them completely, allowing the energies to flow out. He then quickly sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and began his first attempt at rebuilding the cauldron. The first step in rebuilding the cauldron was, of course, to break the cauldron itself. With a surge of magical energy, The golden broth within Zhou Chun's danchan instantly transformed into blazing golden flames, engulfing the cauldron. Under the intense heat of these flames, the golden cauldron quickly began to melt. Before long, the golden cauldron had completely melted into golden broth. At this moment, Zhou Chun changed his magical energy, and the golden energies emanating from the secret chamber, as well as those still inside the containers, all rushed towards him. A surge of golden energy flowed into Zhou Chun's body from all parts, all converging on the same spot. Fortunately, his body, tempered by years of his own golden soup magic, had developed a strong adaptability to golden energy, otherwise, this single incident could have severely injured him. Within his danchan, the golden energy, upon entering, instantly merged with the raging golden flames like kindling, becoming one with the flowing golden liquid within. It was a process of condensation, purification, and then casting the cauldron. This was very similar to Zhou Chun's first cauldron casting process, and the danger was the same. Time slowly passed, and after an unknown amount of time, no more external golden energy flowed into Zhou Chun's body. The golden flames within him, formed by his magic power, gradually began to extinguish as his magic power was exhausted. When the golden flames died down, a large, incredibly thick golden liquid was revealed. Now, within his purple mansion, Zhou Chun's spirit had somehow stood up, and his usually indifferent expression finally showed some change, revealing a hint of tension. Just like the first time he forged the cauldron, Zhou Chun's divine sense manipulated the ball of golden liquid, reshaping it according to the original shape of the shattered cauldron. He dared not be too fast, fearing that he might overlook something and cause the forging to fail. He only had one chance, and he had to succeed on the first try. After an unknown amount of time, a golden cauldron reappeared in Zhou Chun's danchan. This time, however, things were different from the first forging. The first time, Zhou Chun had to use Foundation Establishment True Fire to temper the cauldron, repairing any flaws, and refining it with his essence blood. But the cauldron he had forged now was made from his original cauldron, infused with a large amount of golden energy, so those steps were unnecessary. Now, Zhou Chun needed a different method to verify whether his forged cauldron met the standards. His divine soul in his purple mansion flashed with golden light, and suddenly a ball of pale golden soul fire fell into his lower danchan. As soon as this ball of pale golden soul fire entered his danchan, it instantly entered the cauldron. Then, the patterns carved on the four sides of the Dao cauldron seemed to come alive, each displaying extraordinary abilities, and the Dao cauldron itself trembled. A moment later, a fierce roar suddenly erupted from the mouth of the ferocious beast Kyoki atop the Dao cauldron, and the trembling stopped abruptly. Success. Watching this scene, Zhou Chun's tense heart instantly relaxed, and he felt completely at ease. Immediately, he struck while the iron was hot, immediately beginning his cultivation according to the second chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art. Everything was so smooth and seamless, as if he had done it many times before. Zhou Chun quickly mastered the second chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art. At the same time, the accompanying magical abilities of this top-tier technique's second chapter were also automatically mastered by Zhou Chun. Unlike the first chapter, which only included one Golden Cauldron Profound Light, the second chapter included two magical abilities. These two abilities were perfectly balanced, one offensive and one defensive, sky-splitting blade and impregnable as a golden mountain. What's interesting about these two spells is that their power has a very wide range of limits. Normally, when the caster's cultivation level remains unchanged, the mana consumption and power of a spell are relatively fixed with minimal deviation. However, the spells attached to these two newly mastered techniques by Zhou Chun have power that varies greatly depending on the amount of mana he consumes. Of course, this wide range is only relative to normal spells. It's impossible for Zhou Chun to use all his mana to activate these spells and make them powerful enough to instantly kill cultivators of the same cultivation level. Nevertheless, these two extraordinary spells will undoubtedly greatly enhance Zhou Chun's personal strength. In future battles, these two spells will be extremely useful. Furthermore, with Zhou Chun's cultivation breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage, he can now cultivate the Zhou family secret techniques that he couldn't previously practice, as well as the other secret techniques recorded in the 4 outer chapters of the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique. However, these secret techniques cannot be mastered overnight, and Zhou Chun naturally has no time to cultivate them now. He hasn't even refined a single third-tier magic weapon yet. On the third day after the Shattered Cauldron was reforged, he broke through his seclusion. Congratulations, husband, on the opening of your purple mansion. A golden core is within reach. Inside the Su family's mountain gate, Su Yazhan was overjoyed to see Zhou Chun emerge from seclusion with his purple mansion cultivation and immediately offered her congratulations. Hearing her words, Zhou Chun, already in a good mood, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, madam, you flatter me. I've only just caught up with you in cultivation. If we're talking about the potential to form a golden core, you're probably ahead of me. I'm not exaggerating, my husband. You're only a little over 100 years old, yet you've already opened your purple mansion. Your future golden core formation is certainly promising, Su Yazhan said playfully. I only hope that when you form your golden core, you won't look down on my low cultivation. Madam, you flatter me. How could I be the kind of person who starts something and then abandons it? Zhou Chun's smile vanished, and he immediately stepped forward to embrace his Taoist partner, expressing his feelings through action. After this tender moment, Su Yazhan quickly reported some good news to Zhou Chun. It turned out that during the years Zhou Chun was in seclusion, the silver lightning python Bai had advanced to a second-tier high-grade demon beast, and the golden winged tiger was also about to advance to a second-tier mid-grade demon beast. Upon learning this news, Zhou Chun was overjoyed. He immediately summoned all three spirit pets to examine them closely. The silver lightning python Bai, now a second-tier high-grade demon beast, had reached a length of 9 zang, approximately 33 meters. Its dragon scales were each the size of an adult's palm, and the bulge on its head was even more prominent. Anyone who saw such a giant python would think it had the potential to transform into a dragon. Madam, look, doesn't my Bai have the potential to transform into a dragon? Zhou Chun gently stroked the bulge on the python's head, becoming more and more delighted with each look. Su Yazhan, hearing his words, was not surprised that he would say such a thing. Although the two Taoist partners did not usually cultivate together, Zhou Chun's desire to raise the silver lightning python Bai into a dragon was common knowledge in the Zhou family, and she naturally had heard about it. At this moment, he followed Zhou Chun's words and said, Bai's aptitude is indeed extremely outstanding. If we can find a 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass for it, and ask a master alchemist who knows how to refine dragon transformation pills to refine it into a pill, it will definitely be able to transform from a python into a dragon, undergoing a complete metamorphosis. A 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass. Zhou Chun's face showed a thoughtful expression. In fact, he had long had an idea about where to obtain a 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass. However, before, his cultivation was still low, the Zhou family's strength was still weak, and Bai itself had not yet advanced to a second-tier high-grade demon beast, so he only thought about this occasionally and was not in a hurry to do it. But now he has successfully opened his purple mansion. The Zhou family has 4 purple mansion stage cultivators and 2 third-tier demon beasts, and Bai has also met the conditions for evolution, so this matter can indeed begin to be planned. However, to plan for a 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass, the Zhou family's strength alone is far from enough. At least a golden core stage cultivator will be needed to help to have a chance of success. Judging by the time, Senior Lin's results from his secluded cultivation to form his core should be out by now. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but glance in the direction of the Great Zhou Kingdom. First update of the day. Chapter 363 Heaven blesses the Zhou family, red jade forms its core. Zhou Chun's successful opening of his purple mansion was a joyous occasion even for the Su family, as he was their son-in-law. Therefore, upon learning of his success, the Su family patriarch summoned him for a talk. Inside the cave, the patriarch looked at Zhou Chun, who had come to pay his respects, scrutinizing him for a while before nodding slightly and saying, "It seems Yu Zhen's judgment was correct. Although your personality isn't likable, you do have talent. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, feel free to come to the Su family to find me, your patriarch. Also, remember to visit Yu Zhen often." Hearing these words, it was clear from this moment on that he truly considered Zhou Chun a junior. Before this, however, he had directly warned Zhou Chun not to bother him without reason. This change in attitude profoundly illustrated the saying, "Times change." Zhou Chun was naturally pleased by this change, feeling a sense of triumph. He had always known that the Su family patriarch had never truly regarded him, treating him merely as a vessel to aid Su Yazhan's cultivation. This had always been something he deeply resented. But now, at over 100 years old, he had successfully opened his purple mansion, truly demonstrating his golden core potential. Under these circumstances, even the proud Zhou family patriarch had to set aside his arrogance and actively court him. How could he not feel happy and triumphant to earn such respect through his own strength? Of course, while he was happy, he also knew that even with his purple mansion, he didn't have the right to speak to the Zhou family patriarch on equal terms. Therefore, after a moment of emotional turmoil, he still respectfully replied, "Patriarch's kindness is deeply appreciated, and I will certainly remember your instructions. Go back and cultivate diligently. I'll look forward to your future performance." The Zhou family patriarch glanced at him, seemingly discerning his thoughts, and immediately waved his hand, dismissing him. "Yes, this junior takes his leave," Zhou Chun replied, immediately leaving the cave and quickly setting off back to his family. A day later, Zhou Chun returned to the Zhou family, and the news of his successful opening of the Purple Mansion spread, causing a sensation throughout the entire family. For years, Zhou Chun had remained out of the public eye, and various speculations and discussions about him within the family had never ceased. Now, seeing him return as a Purple Mansion cultivator, all those speculations could finally be put to rest. Everything had been resolved. At this moment, no one cared where he had been or what he had done all these years. All the Zhou family cultivators who knew of his successful opening of the Purple Mansion only knew that the Zhou family had gained another Purple Mansion cultivator, and a genius who had opened the Purple Mansion at just over 100 years old. With such a genius patriarch leading the family, how could the Zhou family not prosper? Heaven blesses my Zhou family. This is our ancestors protecting us, their descendants, bestowing upon us such a wise, capable, and exceptionally talented patriarch, allowing him to lead our family to rebuild its glory and return to the ranks of Golden Core clans. On Baozi Peak, an elderly Zhou family member with white hair and a wrinkled face wept tears of joy. This man was not an elder of Zhou Chun, but his cousin Zhou Hengxin, who was of the same generation. Because he was more than 10 years older than him and had not yet successfully established his foundation, his cousin was now nearing the end of his life. As an elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Hengxin had participated in the entire reconstruction process of the Zhou family's migration from Fen Kingdom to Jing Kingdom, and had witnessed Zhou Chun's growth firsthand. Of course, he knew how important Zhou Chun was to the Zhou family. Now, before his death, he was able to see the Zhou family produce its fourth Purple Mansion stage cultivator, and to see his cousin Zhou Chun and the patriarch successfully establish their Purple Mansions. He was truly overjoyed from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Chun was happy for the family, happy for the younger generation, and Zhou Hengxin wasn't the only one with this thought. When Zhou Chun arrived at Pagoda Peak and met Zhou Ming, seeing Zhou Chun appear before him as a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, Zhou Ming was overjoyed, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, good, good. This is wonderful, Zhengzhen, you actually succeeded in opening your Purple Mansion. This is truly wonderful, this is truly a blessing from heaven for the Zhou family." Although he didn't weep with joy like Zhou Hengxin, Zhou Ming's joy was just as intense, perhaps even greater. Because Zhou Ming knew deeply that only by truly crossing the Purple Mansion stage and overcoming the difficulty of rebuilding the Shattered Cauldron could Zhou Chun truly be said to have the potential for a Golden Core, truly possessing the foundation to reach the Golden Core realm. From this moment on, the most important thing for the Zhou family would become to fully support Zhou Chun's cultivation, providing him with the best cultivation conditions so that he could cultivate without distractions and successfully. Whether the Zhou family can rebuild its glory and return to its former glory as a Golden Core clan rests entirely on Zhou Chun's shoulders. This junior has not failed in his mission, and I apologize for keeping you waiting, elder. Looking at Zhou Ming's joyful smile, Zhou Chun simply replied with a faint smile. He had already been happy, now it was his turn to bring joy to others. Hearing this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but grab his shoulders, praising him repeatedly. "Excellent. Excellent. Zheng Chun, your successful opening of your Purple Mansion is a great joy for our Zhou family. The whole clan should celebrate." He then shouted excitedly, "I will immediately issue the order. All cultivators of the Zhou family, whether they are members of the clan or their spouses, will be rewarded with 100 spirit coins as a celebration." He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Even when Zhou Daoquan or Zhou Daowei opened their Purple Mansions, they hadn't felt this joy. Zhou Chun's successful opening of his Purple Mansion gave him true hope for the Zhou family's renewed glory, something no one else could match. Offering tens of thousands of spirit coins as a reward was nothing to them. After all, it was a matter of keeping the benefits within the family, All the beneficiaries were the Zhou family's own cultivators. Zhou Chun had no reason to object to Zhou Ming's decision. With no need to raise money to buy spiritual items to aid in Zhou Chun's purple mansion cultivation, offering such a sum of spirit coins wasn't difficult for the Zhou family. It was a benefit to the entire clan. And it also helped him win hearts and build prestige. What reason did he have to object? Thus, when news spread, the Zhou family cultivators, already happy that their family had gained another purple mansion cultivator, were even more overjoyed, chanting slogans like "The clan leader is wise," and "The supreme elder is wise." The entire Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge was in a frenzy of celebration because of Zhou Chun's successful purple mansion cultivation. The news of Zhou Chun's success quickly spread throughout the major cultivation families of Lanzhou and even to cultivation families in nearby states. Upon learning of this, the cultivation families, while filled with envy and resentment, spontaneously sent representatives to the Zhou family at Nine Peaks Ridge to offer their congratulations, even without an invitation from the Zhou family. This demonstrated the Zhou family's current influence. Every move they made could cause a regional upheaval. Meanwhile, while Zhou Chun was busy receiving congratulatory envoys from various families, in the distant Great Zhou Kingdom, a matter he had been concerned about finally came to a conclusion. Great Zhou Kingdom, Immortal Capital Market. On this day, above a cave in the western cave rental area of Immortal Capital Market, dark clouds suddenly gathered, forming a black cloud covering tens of acres, with faint flashes of lightning within. At the same time, a suffocating aura filled the surrounding area, forcing many cultivators in nearby caves to cease their cultivation. Some even vomited blood and suffered internal injuries. This situation naturally enraged these people, who emerged from their caves, wanting to see which audacious individual dared to commit such an offensive act in Immortal Capital Market. As soon as these people left the cave and saw the massive dark cloud, some knowledgeable individuals immediately recognized its origin. A sign of core formation. Someone has successfully formed their core in the market. Upon hearing this, the previously furious cultivators' expressions changed instantly, their anger vanishing without a trace. It certainly looks like the sign of core formation recorded in the classics, but why choose this market? I heard that at the grand auction over 10 years ago, someone spent a fortune to buy a set of 3 spiritual items to aid core formation. Could this successful core formation senior be that mysterious buyer, achieving the golden core? This is the dream of so many cultivators, and today I've witnessed someone achieve it. Swallowing a golden core, one's fate is no longer in the hands of heaven. I truly hope I can have such a day. Around the cave rented by Lin Hongao, cultivators attracted by the sign of core formation were discussing the matter animatedly, many speculating about the identity of the person who achieved core formation, creating quite a stir. Just as these people were discussing and reflecting, a majestic voice suddenly rang out in the surrounding area. This is a restricted area of the market, no noise allowed. Immediately afterward, a flash of green light appeared, and a round-faced man in a green robe appeared outside the cave dwelling where dark clouds had gathered. Daring to fly like this within the market, the round-faced man was clearly from the market's management. His unfathomable cultivation level caused even some purple mansion stage cultivators to change color, their eyes filled with awe. Upon seeing this man, Zhou Daoai, who was hiding inside the cave, immediately lost his joy at Lin Honggao's successful core formation. He quickly flew out of the cave and bowed deeply to the round-faced man, saying, "Junior Zhou Daoai greets Senior, what is your relationship with a fellow cultivator who formed his core inside the cave? Why did you form your core here without reporting it beforehand?" The round-faced man said, his face grim, his tone somewhat stern. This made Zhou Daoai even more nervous, and he hurriedly replied respectfully, replying to Senior, "The one who has formed his core in the cave is my partner. As for why we didn't report it beforehand, it's simply that my wife and I were unaware of such a rule in the market. We didn't intend to conceal it, and we hope Senior will understand." Hearing his answer, a strange light flashed in the round-faced man's eyes, and he couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Then he said indifferently, "Since you were unaware beforehand, you can be punished leniently. I'll fine you both 10,000 spirit coins." After saying that, he waved his sleeve and said, "You can pay the fine yourself at the Immortal Capital Hall. I will pay a visit after the fellow Taoist inside comes out of seclusion." Then, as if he had appeared suddenly, his figure suddenly disappeared again. Seeing this, Zhou Daoai could only clasp his hands in a salute to the sky and say, "This junior obeys and respectfully sees you off, Senior." After saying that, He looked at the cultivators who had been attracted by the core formation omen and immediately retreated back into his cave. Soon after, the dark clouds that had gathered above the immortal capital market dissipated, and the oppressive atmosphere vanished. However, Zhou Daowei was unable to see his Taoist partner. Lin Hongyu had just successfully formed her golden core and was unable to leave her seclusion. She needed to cultivate for a period to consolidate her power. However, with her successful formation, Zhou Daowei's duty of protecting her could be considered complete. Knowing that a newly promoted golden core cultivator was cultivating in her cave, no foolish cultivator would dare to disturb her. Therefore, after exchanging a few words with Lin Hongyu from afar, Zhou Daowei left the cave and went to the immortal capital hall deep within the market to pay a fine of 10,000 spirit coins, and also renew the rent for the cave for 2 more years. After completing all this, he left the immortal capital market, where he had stayed for over 10 years, and embarked on his journey back to his family. Zhou Daowei was eager to return home, naturally wanting to share the good news first. Although he hadn't been home for over 10 years, he knew that Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun and his family were eagerly awaiting this good news. Furthermore, how to arrange things for Lin Hongyu after her successful core formation would be a matter that the Zhou family needed to pay attention to. Zhou Daowei needed to return first to discuss it with Zhou Ming and the others. On his way back, Zhou Daowei also made a special detour to Yang Kingdom to inform Lin Weiner of the good news of Lin Hongyu's successful core formation, and took Lin Weiner with him to the Zhou family. It was 2 months after Zhou Chun returned to the Zhou family that Zhou Daowei returned to the Zhou family's mountain gate at Jifang Ridge with Lin Weiner. Upon his return, Zhou Daowei had not yet had time to share the good news of Lin Hongyu's successful core formation with Zhou Daowei and Zhou Chun, but he first learned of the good news of Zhou Chun's successful opening of his purple mansion. Upon hearing this news, he was overjoyed, even more so than when he witnessed Lin Hongyu's successful core formation. In his heart, he had always regarded Zhou Chun as his own nephew or junior, and now that he knew that Zhou Chun had caught up with him in cultivation, how could he not be extremely happy and gratified? In comparison, although Lin Hongyu was his Taoist partner, his feelings for her were far less profound than his feelings for Zhou Chun, his junior. This is truly double happiness. On Pagoda Peak, when Zhou Ming saw the returning Zhou Daowei and learned from him that Lin Hongyu had successfully formed her core, he was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Heaven blesses the Zhou family." Second update delivered. Chapter 364 Time is merciless. First, Zhou Chun successfully opened his purple mansion, and then Lin Hongyu successfully formed her core. This double celebration was probably the happiest moment for Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei in 100 years. What they had been striving for and fighting for all along saw hope, real hope, because of these two happy events. After the joy subsided, the three gathered in Zhou Ming's cave to discuss how to arrange things for Lin Hongyu. Fellow Taoist Lin is, after all, from the Dragon Transformation Sect. She clashed with cultivators from the 3 major sects multiple times during the southern expedition, and many of them died at her hands. If we were to publicly announce her existence, the 3 major sects might not listen to our explanations, and the relatives and friends of those who died at her hands would certainly consider the Zhou family an enemy. More importantly, if the Dragon Transformation Sect knew that fellow Taoist Lin had betrayed them, they would definitely take action. They wouldn't stand idly by. Given all this, I believe it's best for a fellow Taoist Lin not to make a public appearance. Inside the cave, after listening to Zhou Daowei's words, Zhou Ming pondered for a moment before expressing his own opinion. Although he had been instrumental in bringing Lin Hongyu into the Zhou family, he only coveted her skills and didn't want her to represent the Zhou family in public. Moreover, setting aside his personal feelings, the points he raised were indeed matters that needed to be taken seriously. But if we don't let Senior Lin show her face, let's not even talk about whether she, as a dignified golden core cultivator, would be willing to continue living in anonymity. We also have a problem arranging her cultivation place, Zhou Chun said, his brows furrowing. Zhou Ming, like him, immediately frowned at the same matter. It's important to understand that golden core cultivators require an enormous amount of spiritual energy daily. Small settlements like the Red Jade Peak Stronghold simply cannot support a golden core cultivator's normal meditation and cultivation. Even a spiritually rich place like the Zhou family's 9 Peaks Ridge can only barely supply enough. It's possible that Zhou Chun and the other Purple Mansion cultivators will have to send some out to avoid competition for spiritual energy. If the Zhou family doesn't allow Lin Hongyu to appear openly, then they certainly can't let her reside permanently within the Zhou family's mountain gate. Because if other golden core cultivators suddenly descended upon the Zhou family, or if some perceptive purple mansion cultivators came to the Zhou family, they could easily discover that a golden core cultivator was hiding within the Zhou family's mountain gate, based on Lin Hongyu's enormous daily demand for spiritual energy. However, apart from the Nine Peaks Ridge mountain gate, the Zhou family currently has no other spiritual land outside that can provide a golden core cultivator with a suitable place to cultivate. And if they can't even provide a cultivation place, what face does the Zhou family have to have a golden core cultivator working for them incognito? Just as Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming were frowning and pondering this matter, Zhou Daowei suddenly said, "What about the wilderness? Could the family choose a spiritual site there to establish a large stronghold so that Hongyu can cultivate there? Anyway, she has been cultivating and growing up in the wilderness since she was a child. If she were to return there to cultivate, she probably wouldn't refuse. Moreover, the family is only sending her there to cultivate, they are not restricting her freedom. If she wants to travel to the cultivation world of various countries, she can still use an alias." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately frowned and said, "The wilderness certainly has no shortage of spiritual sites for Senior Lin to cultivate, but to establish a large stronghold and maintain its normal operation, it would require at least 100 key refining stage cultivators. The family simply cannot currently spare that many clansmen to go there. Moreover, even if the family could send people there, Senior Lin's existence would not be kept secret. We can't just keep those clansmen from returning to the family forever just to maintain secrecy." Zhou Chun was only mentioning the number of people. In reality, establishing a large gathering place to accommodate golden core stage cultivators for normal cultivation requires not only a large number of people but also a supporting array. However, after hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Ming's expression quickly changed, and he suddenly said, "The family can't spare that many people. So how about kidnapping people from outside? Just like what we did before, capture some heinous bandit cultivators and send them to the wilderness to contribute to land reclamation, thus reforming them." Zhou Chun didn't expect Zhou Ming to say this and was stunned for a moment. But he quickly shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that won't work. Those who can become bandit cultivators are not the kind of people who are content with the status quo, and they are usually not afraid of death. Why would they be willing to spend their whole lives presiding over the purification array in the land reclamation stronghold until they die of old age?" After these words, Zhou Ming opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute. Indeed, most of the cultivators who can become bandit cultivators are the kind of people who are not content with the status quo and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. It's already difficult enough to control such people, let alone get them to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. If they're not content with the status quo, then give them an opportunity and hope for advancement. After a long silence, Zhou Daowei suddenly spoke. "The family can use the pretext of secretly reclaiming wasteland on the orders of the three major sects to conceal their true purpose. Let Hongyu, as a golden core cultivator, oversee the stronghold to give them a sense of security and deterrence. Then, we can buy the spiritual items they find in the wilderness at low prices. We can even have Wainer, a foundation establishment cultivator who rarely shows herself, pretend to be someone captured to mislead them. Afterwards, the family can pretend to give them the opportunity to buy foundation building aid spiritual items, but in reality, after they obtain the items and enter the secret chamber for seclusion, we can secretly send someone to infiltrate and assassinate them, creating the scene of a failed foundation building death. Even when some of them have accumulated enough spiritual coins to almost reach the purchase threshold, we can have them die at the hands of demonic beasts in the wild. In this way, I dare not say for too long, but within 70 or 80 years, they should at most have some suspicions, and certainly won't know the family's true intentions. By then, whether the family cultivates more trustworthy family assassins or sends clansmen, it should be enough to maintain the stronghold's operation, as expected of the previous Zhou family patriarch." His words immediately caught Zhou Ming's eye. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Brilliant! Daoyu's plan is brilliant. I think we should do it this way. This plan is definitely worth trying." Hearing Zhou Daoyu's words, Zhou Chun could only lament that he was too kind. Zhou Daoyu's plan was undoubtedly a vicious scheme, exploiting human nature to the extreme. Once implemented, most of the captured bandits would be discarded after being drained of all their remaining value. Zhou Chun probably couldn't have come up with such a vicious plan. We're essentially fighting evil with evil. Those bandits have committed countless atrocities, they certainly didn't expect this kind of retribution, Seeing that Zhou Chun remained silent, Zhou Ming seemed to understand his thoughts and offered him words of comfort. Zhou Chun could only smile wryly and nod slightly, saying, "If it's just about capturing those abandoned cultivators for this purpose, then of course I have no objection. Then let's finalize this for now. Dao Yi, when you go to see fellow Taoist Lin, tell her about this and see what she thinks." Zhou Ming nodded, immediately finalizing the matter. He then added, "If fellow Taoist Lin has no objections, Dao Yi, you can also tell her that the family will provide her with 5,000 spirit coins annually as a welfare offering. If she needs any help from family cultivators to collect anything, the family will do its best to help her find it." "I understand. I will definitely convey these words to her." Zhou Daoyi nodded slightly, noting these words down. After completing this task of delivering the good news, Zhou Daoyi quickly returned to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, having received the 3 foundation establishment pills he had reserved from Zhou Daoyi, plus the one he had exchanged from the Snow Soul Palace of Yang Kingdom, now had 4 foundation establishment pills in his possession. So he announced the good news within the family, reassuring the ordinary clansmen who had been concerned about the matter. After doing this, Zhou Chun personally went to the wilderness. This was Zhou Chun's first trip to the wilderness since opening his Purple Mansion. He wanted to tell Elder Zhou Daoquan the good news of his Purple Mansion opening and Lin Huanggai's successful core formation, and also discuss the establishment of a large settlement in the wilderness. Since the Zhou family's main base in the wilderness had now moved to the Kiu Mountain stronghold, Zhou Chun, after arriving in the wilderness via the underground waterway, did not go to Dragon Rising Valley, but went directly to the Kiu Mountain stronghold. "Sure enough, I knew from the beginning that with your talent, 13th brother, the Purple Mansion stage could not possibly be your limit. I didn't expect you to succeed so quickly." Inside the Kiu Mountain stronghold, Zhou Zhenggaiong was overjoyed to see Zhou Chun's Purple Mansion stage cultivation, and was genuinely happy for him. He clicked his tongue in admiration. "Tisk tisk tisk, a Purple Mansion stage cultivator over 100 years old. Our Zhou family hasn't seen such a young Purple Mansion stage cultivator in hundreds of years. 13th brother, you've completely surpassed the other grand elders. Brother Yuang, you flatter me. My rapid Purple Mansion opening is all thanks to the dedicated cultivation of our elders. I wouldn't dare say such a thing." Zhou Chun waved his hands repeatedly, signaling Zhou Zhenggaiong not to compare himself to the elders like that, lest others overhear and accuse him of arrogance and disrespect. Hearing this, Zhou Zhenggaiong realized his slip of the tongue and immediately slapped his mouth lightly, laughing. "Look at me, I just can't control my mouth. I always say whatever comes to mind. I must be more careful in the future." His phrase "say whatever comes to mind" perfectly demonstrated his emotional intelligence, making Zhou Chun laugh as well. The two chatted and laughed as they headed towards Zhou Daoquan's residence. But halfway there, Zhou Chun suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Zhou Zhenggaiong, saying, "By the way, where's 10th sister-in-law?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhenggaiong's smile faltered, gradually fading. Just as Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, thinking something had happened to Sun Yujio, Zhou Zhenggaiong sighed softly. "She's getting old, she misses home, and she complains that I don't have time for her. She says she plans to spend her last few years at the Sun family home." This sigh, filled with helplessness and guilt, quickly erased Zhou Chun's smile. Zhou Chun couldn't help but recall the gentle and beautiful Sun family bride from years ago. Back then, Sun Yujio's parents had specially assigned Zhou Zhenggaiong, who had come to propose marriage, a test, to hunt and kill a first-tier high-grade demon beast, the purple flame sable. Zhou Zhenggaiong, wanting to marry his beloved, had specifically come to ask Zhou Chun for help. Ultimately, with their combined efforts, they successfully killed the purple flame sable, allowing Zhou Zhenggaiong to win the heart of his beauty. Later, Sun Yujio gave birth to a son for Zhou Zhenggaiong. Zhou Zhenggaiong even specially invited Zhou Chun to examine her spiritual root aptitude and wanted Zhou Chun to name his son. These past events flashed through Zhou Chun's mind, filling him with a deep sense of melancholy. Then he remembered the last time he saw Sun Yujio, before he went into seclusion to open his Purple Mansion. He had come to the ice cave in the wilderness to release snow crystal insects. At that time, Sun Yujio was already over 100 years old, a white-haired old woman. In fact, Sun Yujio's aptitude was no less than Zhou Zhenggaiong's. If she had had the same opportunities as Zhou Zhenggaiong, she might have been able to successfully establish her foundation. But unfortunately, at the age when she could establish her foundation, Neither the Zhou family nor the Sun family she was born into could provide her with a precious spiritual item, the Foundation Establishment Pill. As a result, she is now very old and her days are numbered, while her Taoist partner and son have both successfully established their foundations, and she has not even lived half of her life. This is nothing short of torment for her. No wonder she no longer wanted to live with Zhou Zhanggang and only wanted to return to her birthplace to spend the rest of her life. Time flies so fast. So many familiar faces from back then, but now there are only a few left. Time is truly the most ruthless. Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh, his heart filled with emotion. In the past, his pursuit of higher cultivation realms was more about gaining greater power so that he could better establish himself in this dangerous world and see its scenery from a higher vantage point. He didn't feel the increase in lifespan after a breakthrough in cultivation. But now, seeing all the relatives, friends, and elders he had made when he first came to this world, now either having passed away or about to pass away due to the exhaustion of their lifespans, he deeply felt the ruthlessness of time. Undoubtedly, compared to his peers like Sun Yujio, he was fortunate. Since coming to this world, through his own efforts and the care of his elders, although he had experienced many hardships, the rewards were also great, so he never had to worry about running out of lifespan. But the vast majority of cultivators in this world are undoubtedly like Sun Yujio, or even worse, unable to live to the end of their lifespan. The Great Dao is merciless, the path to immortality is littered with corpses. Until one truly possesses an endless lifespan of immortality, no one can afford to be lazy or complacent, otherwise, one day they will end up like mortals, helplessly watching their lifespan run out. After Zhou Chun realized this, the slight smugness he felt from successfully opening his purple mansion at just over 100 years old instantly vanished. His future path was still long. First update delivered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 News of the Millennium Dragon Transformation Grass. At the Jade Mountain Stronghold, Zhou Daoquan was overjoyed to see Zhou Chun, who possessed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion stage. He repeatedly exclaimed, "The student has surpassed the master." In contrast, when he learned from Zhou Chun that Lin Hongyu had successfully formed her core, while he was also pleased, he didn't feel the same way. At most, he was relieved that his family's investment hadn't gone to waste. After all, he wasn't familiar with Lin Hongyu, and she didn't even share the surname Zhou. Even if she protected the Zhou family after successfully forming her core, in Zhou Daoquan's eyes, it was just a transaction. So, while he could be happy, the meaning of his happiness was completely different. Zhou Chun then mentioned the family's plan to have Lin Hongyu come to the wilderness to oversee the reclaiming stronghold. After listening to his relayed words, Zhou Daoquan remained silent for a while, then spoke up. "I have no objection to the family's plan, but has the family considered how to arrange for those people to interact with Su Fu and the others?" Although Su Fu and the others have been trained and raised within the family since childhood, and are bound by the dragon transformation secret technique, if they are allowed to interact with those captured bandit cultivators, there's a chance they might slip up, which would negatively impact the family's plans. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, "That shouldn't be a problem. Even Su Fu and the others won't know the family's true intentions for expanding the stronghold. On the contrary, we can use them and the family's rewards to mislead those bandit cultivators. Moreover, Su Fu and the others must be involved. Otherwise, without their supervision, those bandit cultivators might deliberately sabotage the mission." Hearing this, Zhou Daoquan thought it made sense and didn't say anything more. He simply nodded and said, "The spiritual energy concentration here in Kiu Valley is even higher than that of our family's mountain gate. Since we don't need to support so many cultivators and demonic beasts, it's perfectly sufficient for a fellow Taoist Lin's cultivation. The only issue is that we need to slightly replace the purifying spirit array with one that covers a larger area." "That's true," Zhou Chun added, "and with Senior Lin overseeing things, there's no need to change the protective array. Slightly expanding the current array's range is perfectly feasible." After discussing this with Zhou Daoquan, Zhou Chun specifically inspected Su Fu and the others. Over 20 years had passed, and of the 47 Zhou family warriors who had come initially, only 23 remained alive, a considerable number of casualties. However, These surviving cultivators now possessed at least the 9th level of the key refining stage, indicating their significant gains. During the years Zhou Chun spent in Yang Kingdom and in seclusion developing his Purple Mansion, the Zhou family had also sent over 20 clansmen to the stronghold to replenish their forces. In addition, some outstanding members of the second batch of family assassins trained were able to join the work. With these additions and subtractions, the 2 strongholds were barely kept running. However, Zhou Chun already knew from Zhou Zhengyang that in order to maintain the operation of the 2 strongholds and plan the mining of spirit jade, Su Fu and the others had basically stopped searching for spirit items and were busy at the 2 strongholds and the spirit jade mine. At this time, the people Zhou Chun was inspecting were all from the Jade Valley stronghold, only a dozen or so. After inspecting them with Su Fu by his side, he instructed Su Fu, in the future, the family may relocate more people to expand the strongholds. Su Fu, you and your men must be prepared. You must be able to keep those people in check and prevent them from causing trouble. After a brief pause, he added, yes, when those people arrive, the family will reward you with another foundation establishment fruit. He made this decision considering the great contribution Su Fu and the others had made to the Zhou family over the years, and also to set an example for the abandoned cultivators who would arrive in the future. Hearing this, Su Fu was both surprised and delighted. He immediately thanked him repeatedly, saying, thank you for your kindness, clan chief. On behalf of all my brothers, I thank you for your kindness. This is all you deserve. I've said before, as long as you all serve the Zhou family well, the Zhou family will not treat you unfairly, Zhou Chun said, gently patting Su Fu's shoulder to show his affection. At this moment, a joyful monkey cry rang out from the side. It turned out that the Vajra spirit monkey had seen Zhou Chun and was excitedly greeting him. Zhou Chun looked over and said with a slight surprise, oh, Dolly, you've also advanced to a mid-grade second-tier demon beast. It's like this. A few years ago, Dolly helped the family obtain a tree of spirit fruits in the wilderness, so after consulting with the third elder, I rewarded it with 3 spirit fruits. Unexpectedly, it helped it advance to a mid-grade second-tier demon beast. Zhou Zhengyang, who was behind Zhou Chun, immediately explained the reason after hearing what he said. That's truly its good fortune, Zhou Chun nodded, immediately reaching out to shake hands with the approaching golden-haired giant monkey, patting its lowered head, and exchanging a few words with it in monkey language. Next, Zhou Chun personally inspected the spirit jade mine. The mine was now under construction, and the miners were the descendants of the wild people Zhou Zhengyang had sheltered years ago. Now, under the protection of the Zhou family cultivators, those wild people had returned to civilization, learning weaving, casting, and farming, and their numbers had grown to tens of thousands. Many of the more capable wild people had even been able to enter the Zhou family's 2 strongholds, doing odd jobs for the Zhou family cultivators. However, Zhou Chun specifically and solemnly warned Zhou Zhengyang not to let the wild people's numbers continue to explode like this, otherwise it would definitely cause trouble. This was actually for the good of the wild people themselves. Because if they attracted the attention of high-level demonic beasts, or even the dragon transformation sect, it would only be these wild people who suffered. After inspecting the spirit jade mine, Zhou Chun officially left the Jade Mining Valley stronghold. However, he didn't return directly to his family, but instead detoured to the location of the scaled frog alien tribe. In recent years, with the dragon transformation sect's influence completely withdrawn from the Dragon Abyss Marsh, and with less of their harassment, coupled with the weapons and medicines they received from the Zhou family, the scaled frog alien tribe had developed rapidly and was showing signs of resurgence. As far as Zhou Chun knew, Lu Ran had already subdued a third-tier scaled frog alien sorcerer and trained another himself. He could command and mobilize over 20 second-tier scaled frog alien sorcerers. While this force wasn't as powerful as the Zhou family, it had made significant progress compared to before. It was thanks to the service of these subordinates that he was able to consistently exchange aquatic treasures for various resources from the Zhou family. Zhou Chun's visit to Lu Ran this time was to inquire about the dragon transformation grass. The scaled frog race, after all, were natives of Dragon Abyss. Even though they were weak and not valued by the Flood Dragon clan, their understanding of the situation inside and outside Dragon Abyss was far beyond that of ordinary people. Zhou Chun wanted to inquire with Lu Ran to see if he could find out any information about the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass. Truly astonishing. I didn't expect that in just over 10 years, fellow Taoist Zhou would have already successfully opened his purple mansion. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. In Lu Ran's luxurious water mansion, when he saw Zhou Chun, a purple mansion cultivator standing before him, he was also amazed by Zhou Chun's astonishing speed of cultivation progress. Speaking of which, he was an old friend of Zhou Chun's. When the two first met, Zhou Chun was only at the early foundation establishment stage and had only recently completed his cultivation technique. Over the years, although they hadn't met many times, it seemed that every time they met, he could clearly see Zhou Chun's progress in cultivation. But even though he had tried to overestimate Zhou Chun's cultivation speed, he hadn't expected Zhou Chun to break through the Purple Mansion barrier so easily. He himself was merely a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage back then. Comparing this to the various stumbles and hardships he had faced on his own cultivation path, Lu Ran couldn't help but feel a genuine sense of envy towards Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Chun had heard such exclamations of admiration from Lu Ran far too often these days, and they no longer stirred any emotion within him. He simply replied with polite humility, "It was merely good luck. I succeeded on my first try. I don't deserve such praise from Senior Lu." Then, his expression turned serious, and he bowed respectfully to Lu Ran, saying, "To be honest, Senior, I have come here with a request." "Oh? What is it that warrants such a request from fellow Taoist Zhou?" Lu Ran's expression shifted, his frog-like eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun then explained his search for the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass. After hearing what he said, Lu Ran nodded at him with a knowing look and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou wants to find the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass to help that silver lightning python transform into a dragon, right?" "Yes, that is exactly what I intend to do." Zhou Chun did not hide his intentions and readily admitted it. Seeing his frankness and openness, Lu Ran was quite satisfied and immediately nodded slightly, saying, "Actually, fellow Taoist Zhou has asked the right person. I happen to know where this thing is." His tone tightened slightly, however. "Fellow Taoist Zhou probably knows where the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass grows. Obtaining such a spiritual item will be extremely difficult." Hearing this, Zhou Chun also said solemnly, "Of course I know, but since it concerns the important matter of a spirit pet transforming into a dragon, even if it's incredibly difficult, I will try my best." Since fellow Taoist Zhou is so determined, then I won't try to persuade you any further. I can tell you the location of the dragon's nest, but I also have something I'd like to ask for your consent to. Lu Ran first nodded, agreeing to help, and then mentioned his conditions. He and Zhou Chun were only in a cooperative relationship, so of course he wouldn't help for nothing. Zhou Chun didn't mind and immediately replied in a deep voice, "Senior Lu, please speak. As long as it's within my power, I will not refuse. As fellow Taoist Zhou knows, my days are numbered. I will pass away in about 10 years at most. My request is that after my death, fellow Taoist Zhou continue to support the Black Spear tribe and maintain trade between the two tribes." Lu Ran stared intently at Zhou Chun, speaking his request in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun frowned immediately. All along, the Zhou family had been trading with Lu Ran rather than the Scaled Frog tribe. If they continued trading with the Scaled Frog tribe after Lu Ran's death, it might not be as convenient and safe as it was now. Zhou Chun's mind raced, and after a moment's thought, he looked at Lu Ran and asked, "Senior Lu, you haven't leaked the information about that waterway, have you?" Hearing this, Lu Ran immediately replied solemnly, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, rest assured. I can distinguish right from wrong. Even if I were to pass away, I would never leak this matter." This answer relieved Zhou Chun, who immediately said, "It's not that I don't trust Senior Lu, but the matter you've mentioned is of great importance, and I cannot give you a definite answer right now. I need to return to my family and discuss this with my elders before I can give you a definitive answer." Having said this, Zhou Chun knew he probably wouldn't get his way today, and took his leave of Lu Ran. Before he left, Lu Ran looked at him sincerely and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you might want to pass on a message to fellow Taoists Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi. Trade between our two races is always a mutually beneficial affair. With the strength of the Scaled Frog clan, they simply cannot pose any threat to the human race. This junior will convey your message, Senior," Zhou Chun replied, and immediately began his journey home. Upon returning to his family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun went to see Zhou Ming and recounted his visit to Lu Ran, as well as the message Lu Ran had asked him to convey. Then, while Zhou Ming was pondering, he also expressed his opinion. In fact, Maintaining trade between the two races is indeed beneficial to both sides. The scary thing is that without Luran's frog-bodied, human soul existence to restrain them, those scaled frog aliens will be short-sighted and make excessive demands, even revealing our existence to the dragon race. Yes, Zhou Chun, what you said hits the nail on the head. These are indeed things we must guard against. Zhou Ming nodded involuntarily, agreeing with the 2 points Zhou Chun mentioned. After pondering for a while, he said in a deep voice, "How about this? Let's talk to Luran and see if he can make any guarantees. If he doesn't have a good solution, we'll pretend to agree first, and then completely sever ties with those scaled frog aliens after he passes away." He then looked at Zhou Chun and comforted him, "Don't be too anxious. Even if you can't get the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass, there are still the 2 thunder dragon lizards on Thunder Lizard Island as alternatives. They also contain considerable thunder dragon bloodline. Using their inner cores for the silver lightning thunder python will still give it a chance to successfully transform into a dragon." But Zhou Chun didn't take these words of comfort seriously. Containing thunder dragon bloodline, but not a true thunder dragon. If it were a true third-tier thunder dragon inner core, that would be better than anything else. But how much use could a third-tier thunder dragon lizard inner core containing thunder dragon bloodline have for the silver lightning thunder python? Breaking through from second to third tier is the best opportunity to transform into dragon. If you miss this chance, you'll have to wait until breaking through from third to fourth tier. Zhou Chun would rather the silver lightning python break through to the third tier a few years slower than let it waste this opportunity to transform into a dragon. Chapter 2 is here. Chapter 366, a new secret technique, first exploration of the dragon's nest. Although they had decided to discuss cooperation between their 2 clans with Luran, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun were in no hurry to set off. They needed to keep Luran at bay for a while, adopting a cautious stance so they could gain the upper hand in subsequent conversations and secure more benefits. Zhou Chun also took the opportunity to visit the Zhou family's library, intending to find records about the dragon transformation grass and the flood dragon's nest. The library was still guarded by the greenwood spirit ape. Over the years, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy within the Zhou family's mountain gate, this greenwood spirit ape had advanced to a second-tier high-grade demon beast. However, with the Zhou family's current strength, its current level was no longer significant. While Zhou Chun was reading, he also summoned the wood spirit to play with it. Of Zhou Chun's 4 spirit pets, the silver lightning python, the golden armored rock turtle, and the golden winged tiger got along quite well, with no barriers between them. But the wood sprite, whether still harboring resentment from the 3 of them ganging up on it before or simply disliking their aura, never wanted to play with him. Of all the demonic beasts in the Zhou family's mountain gate, only the old ape, the greenwood spirit ape, could win its favor and play with it. Zhou Chun was helpless in this situation and couldn't force anything. These demonic beasts and spirit pets were like teenagers, each with their own strong personalities. Their masters could restrain them, but they couldn't change their personalities. Even if Zhou Chun forcibly confined them to a courtyard, those who couldn't play together still wouldn't, and would most likely just close their eyes and lie down, avoiding each other's presence. Zhou Chun's requirement was that they might not get along normally, but in battle they must cooperate and help each other, and not let him down. Otherwise, he would deal with them without hesitation. After spending several hours in the library, Zhou Chun put the still enthusiastic wood sprite into his spirit beast pouch and left. Back at his residence, Zhou Chun began to contemplate the focus of his future cultivation. With his successful establishment of the Purple Mansion, Zhou Chun delegated most of the Zhou family's affairs to Zhou Jiaru, the executive vice-clan head. Only more important matters were sent to his residence for his review and confirmation. This was a special request from Zhou Ming. Zhou Chun himself was not the kind of person who craved power, so he naturally did not refuse. Previously, he insisted on handling everything personally because the Zhou family was indeed in a difficult situation, needing to rebuild and unable to afford any mistakes. But now, the Zhou family was strong and powerful. Even if a less capable person were to manage the family, it wouldn't shake the family's foundation. Moreover, after decades of governance and numerous reforms and consolidations by Zhou Chun, the Zhou family's management system was now very mature. As long as this management system was maintained, and Zhou Chun occasionally set aside some time to check, it was enough to ensure that no major problems arose. With less energy devoted to handling clan affairs, Zhou Chun had much more time to cultivate secret techniques and spells. As for spells, Zhou Chun felt that he was not talented in them and did not want to spend too much energy on them, only aiming to get a basic understanding. As for secret techniques, he had already tasted their benefits many times, and his enthusiasm for cultivating them was quite high. After reaching the Purple Mansion stage, the number of secret techniques he could choose to cultivate increased significantly. At this point, Zhou Chun was considering which ones he should cultivate. A person's energy is always limited, even without clan affairs. The extra energy he had outside of cultivation was only enough for 2 or 3 secret techniques. After much deliberation, Zhou Chun made a decision. He decided to first cultivate 2 secret techniques recorded in the outer 4 chapters of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, 2 techniques he had long coveted. These 2 techniques were Golden Slash and Concentric Golden Lock. Golden Slash was a domineering and fierce attack technique, somewhat similar to the Xinjin sword key that Zhou Chun had previously cultivated, but many times more powerful. This technique only had the power of a single strike, but it could be used as a trump card, a last resort. The Golden Lock of Unity is a secret technique for trapping enemies. Once an enemy is bound by the chains, they will be forced into a contest of magical power with Zhou Chun, much like martial arts masters clashing their palms in a battle of internal energy. This move is very suitable for dealing with enemies whose cultivation is similar to or slightly higher than Zhou Chun's. While they are clashing their magical power, his spirit pets can easily take down the enemy. Clearly, the 2 secret techniques Zhou Chun chose focus on enhancing his own offensive capabilities. This choice is quite normal. After all, none of his spirit pets have yet advanced to the 3rd rank, so they cannot be of much help when he fights opponents of the same level. Therefore, he can only improve his own strength first. In addition to these 2 secret techniques, Zhou Chun also has another secret technique to cultivate, namely the Flowing Golden Rainbow secret technique that he has been diligently practicing. The Flowing Golden Rainbow secret technique that Zhou Chun has been practicing before is only the first part. The second part requires the Purple Mansion stage to cultivate. Only by mastering both parts of the Flowing Golden Rainbow secret technique could one truly achieve the 1,000 miles of Golden Rainbow, returning in an instant level described in the technique. Having made his choice, Zhou Chun devoted all his time outside of daily cultivation to these 3 secret techniques. Half a year later, the Zhou family held a clan celebration for Zhou Chun's opening of his Purple Mansion. In fact, Zhou Ming initially wanted to hold a grand celebration, even more so than Zhou Daoquan's. However, Zhou Chun felt that opening his Purple Mansion at over 100 years old was already quite a remarkable achievement. A grand celebration would be excessive and not appropriate. After hearing his opinion, Zhou Ming did not mention a grand celebration again, only holding a clan celebration for everyone to enjoy. After the celebration, Zhou Chun went with Zhou Ming to Longyuan's to discuss matters with Lu Ran. "I believe your concerns are completely unnecessary," Lu Ran said. "While these scaled frog sorcerers may not be as intelligent as human cultivators, they know their place in Dragon Abyss. Even if they betray the Zhou family, they will never be noticed by the Flood Dragon clan. As for your concerns about their insatiable demands, there's no need to worry. If they become greedy, they will only bring about their own destruction. With the Zhou family's current strength, they are no match for them. Furthermore, Yukiru is a legitimate Black Spear tribe sorcerer whom I personally trained. He understands the immense benefits that cooperation with the Zhou family will bring to the Scaled Frog clan and the tribe. As long as he remains the tribe's elder, he will never do anything to disrupt the cooperation." In the Water Mansion, facing Zhou Ming's concerns, Lu Ran was quite dismissive and immediately offered his answers. However, his answer was merely his own perspective. The Zhou family had never dealt with those scaled frog sorcerers and had no idea what kind of people they were. His guarantee was, in fact, completely powerless. However, despite this, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun didn't say it aloud, but instead secretly discussed it telepathically. After a while, Zhou Ming said, "What fellow Taoist Lu said isn't without reason, but the Zhou family's steady development over the years is due to a cautious approach. If we follow fellow Taoist Lu's suggestion, continuing the cooperation after your passing is certainly fine, but only our Zhou family and your chosen successor can communicate unilaterally. Fellow Taoist Lu must not let them know the location of our Zhou family's stronghold, lest it bring about the extermination of our clan." Maintaining only unilateral communication meant that the Zhou family could sever ties at any time if they wished to cease contact. This way, the initiative remained entirely with the Zhou family. Lu Ran, of course, was fully aware of this. so he only hesitated for a moment before quickly replying, "No problem, Lu, can agree to that on their behalf, then let's do it that way. Next, I'd like to ask fellow Taoist Lu to help us learn the language of the Scaled Frog clan so that we can communicate normally with your chosen successor." Zhou Ming nodded and readily agreed. "Of course, I'll also tell fellow Taoist Zhou about the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass," Lu Ran said, and began to explain the relevant situation. According to Lu Ran, he had once discovered a dragon's nest in an underwater forest in the outer waters of Dragon Abyss Swamp, and he was certain that a fourth-order dragon lived there. Just outside the dragon's nest, he saw many dragon transformation grasses that were hundreds of years old. Therefore, he concluded that there must be a 1,000-year dragon transformation grass inside the nest. However, he could not determine the specific grade of the fourth-order black dragon, whether it was a low-grade fourth-order dragon or a high-grade fourth-order dragon. After hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately asked him to take him to that area to scout it out first. Lu Ran didn't refuse and immediately led Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming to the location of the dragon's lair. After traveling with Lu Ran for nearly 2 days, the two of them dived with him into the water, which was 600 or 700 feet deep. In the deep water, giant seaweed-like plants covered the bottom, some growing to over 100 feet tall, taller than many ancient trees on land. The lair of the fourth-tier dragon was located deep within this underwater forest. About 100 miles further ahead, there's a clearing where the seaweed isn't so lush. The dragon's lair is there. Lu Ran pointed in a direction above the underwater forest, explaining the location of the dragon's lair to Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming. They had to stop there. Getting any closer would likely allow the fourth-tier dragon to discover the presence, and then none of them would be able to escape. Lu Ran was only able to escape by chance because the scaled frog race belonged to the Dragon Abyss aquatic tribe, and his cultivation level posed no threat to the fourth-tier flood dragon, so the dragon didn't bother to attack him. Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming, however, were legitimate human cultivators. If they dared to peer in the side of the Dragon Abyss flood dragons, they would certainly die. Therefore, after hearing Lu Ran's words, the two only glanced deeply in the direction he pointed before returning to land together. Afterwards, Lu Ran accompanied Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming back to Laozhou. He planned to stay there for a while to teach them the scaled frog language. For a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, learning a foreign language was not difficult. In terms of learning ability, even the smartest ordinary person could never compare to Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Therefore, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming only needed to study with Lu Ran for about a month before they were able to communicate completely in the scaled frog language. After learning the language of the scaled frog tribe, Zhou Chun accompanied Lu Ran to the Black Spear tribe for his first meeting and exchange with Yukiru, the heir designated by Lu Ran. This scaled frog alien, valued by Lu Ran, appeared quite different from ordinary scaled frog alien sorcerers. He was much stronger than ordinary scaled frog people, standing a full 10 feet tall, and his scales were a deep blue, very beautiful and mysterious. "Greetings, Lord Yukiru. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is but a small token of my respect." Inside the water mansion, after observing the extraordinary scaled frog sorcerer before him, Zhou Chun smiled slightly and greeted him, presenting him with a special trident-shaped magical artifact forged from cold iron. This artifact was specially crafted by Zhou Zinti, the most skilled weapon forging descendant in his family. Its simple structure allowed the scaled frog alien sorcerer to activate its added freezing effect simply by injecting magic power. Such easily activated magical artifacts had always been highly sought-after items in the trade between the Zhou family and the scaled frog aliens. Upon receiving the magical artifact, the Yukiru sorcerer on the opposite side immediately activated it to test its power. When he saw the freezing effect released by the trident artifact instantly condensed the surrounding water vapor into frost, a look of joy and satisfaction instantly appeared in his eyes. Upon seeing its behavior, Lu Ran's expression immediately darkened, and he said angrily, "Yukiru, you mustn't be rude. Have you forgotten the etiquette I taught you?" Hearing this, the joy on Yukiru's face vanished, and fear immediately filled its eyes as it knelt before Lu Ran, pleading, "Elder, please forgive me. I know I was wrong." Lu Ran coldly snorted, "HMPH, why are you apologizing to me? You should apologize to fellow Taoist Zhou." Hearing this, Yukiru hurriedly rose and bowed to Zhou Chun, apologizing, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please forgive me." Yukiru was impolite for a moment, "Please forgive me." After a moment's hesitation, it removed a fist-sized, sea blue pearl from its neck and handed it to Zhou Chun. Yukiru has nothing good to give fellow Taoist Zhou, but this pearl is quite rare. Please accept it. This fist-sized, sea blue pearl was a treasure nurtured for 1,000 years by a second-tier superior-grade clam demon, containing extremely pure and rich water elemental spiritual power. Even without any refining, it could release a powerful spiritual energy shield, making it an absolutely rare treasure. In terms of value, the cold iron trident Zhou Chun presented was less than a tenth of its worth. Zhou Chun, naturally a discerning person, didn't care what Lu Ran thought of the matter and immediately accepted the pearl. Then, he quickly pulled up the scaled frog sorcerer Yukiru and said with a smile, "Lord Yukiru, I really like this gift, and I also enjoy dealing with straightforward people like you. You don't need to be so formal in the future." Upon hearing this, the scaled frog sorcerer Yukiru immediately smiled and said, "I also really like fellow Taoist Zhou's gift. May the friendship between our two races be as unbreakable and enduring as these two treasures. I'm not feeling well today, have a headache, so only one update." Chapter 367 Treasure Hunt in the Wilderness, Golden Sword Bamboo. Zhou Chun's first meeting with the Scaled Frog Clan sorcerer, Yukiru, left a fairly good impression. Although these alien races didn't understand human etiquette, they undoubtedly greatly admired the magical artifacts and elixirs crafted by humans. Once they developed this desire and dependence, they would be bound to the Zhou family and unlikely to betray them. After all, no other human cultivator besides the Zhou family would engage in such transactions with them. Furthermore, the Scaled Frog clan received excellent weapons and elixirs from the Zhou family to enhance the cultivation of their sorcerers, greatly aiding their search for even more precious and rare aquatic treasures within the Dragon Abyss Swamp. Ultimately, most of these aquatic treasures would fall into the hands of the Zhou family, becoming part of their accumulated wealth. Fortunately, Lu Ran is unaware that Senior Lin has joined the Zhou family and successfully formed his core. This way, after his passing, if the number of third-tier sorcerers among the Scaled Frog alien race becomes too large, Senior Lin can eliminate a few, preventing them from achieving a qualitative leap through quantitative change and giving birth to fourth-tier sorcerers. After leaving the Water Mansion, Zhou Chun glanced back at Lu Ran and Yukiru, who were still watching him leave, and had already devised a preventative measure. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Alien races are, after all, alien races. Even if they seem honest and easy to deceive now, they will definitely reveal their ferocious side once they gain sufficient strength. Third-tier Scaled Frog alien sorcerers, due to their limited strength, can only operate within the boundaries of the Dragon Abyss Marsh. But if fourth-tier Scaled Frog alien sorcerers are born, they will definitely have the ability to traverse the wilderness to reach human territory and even the ability to travel deep into the Dragon Abyss Marsh to pay homage to the Flood Dragon clan. By then, it would be impossible for the Zhou family to control these alien races as easily as they do now. Therefore, in Zhou Chun's view, helping the Scaled Frog aliens improve their living environment was acceptable, but they absolutely could not be allowed to grow to the point of threatening the Zhou family's strength. After leaving the Water Mansion this time, Zhou Chun did not rush back to the family, but instead began exploring and searching for treasures in the wilderness. He specifically brought the wood spirit with him this time, wanting to use its special talent to find spiritual herbs. For safety reasons, Zhou Chun did not go to unfamiliar areas to search for spiritual herbs, but instead searched the area around Dragon Rising Valley that had been repeatedly explored by Su Fu and others. "Good dear, it's up to you today. If you behave well, I will take you to a forest with a better environment than your previous original location, so you can have a good time there." In the mountains and forests, Zhou Chun clapped his hands and released the wood spirit from the spirit beast bag, then gave it some instructions and explained the relevant situation. After receiving his assurance, and being in a remote and uninhabited wilderness, the green deer that the wood spirit had transformed into quickly became excited. The deer darted and leaped through the forest, then quickly led the way. A short while later, halfway up a mountain, in a thicket of bushes, Zhou Chun, guided by the green deer, unearthed a Smilax glabra plant buried more than 10 zang deep underground, its medicinal age exceeding 500 years. Then, in a hollow of an ancient tree, Zhou Chun harvested a heliotrope vinifera plant over 600 years old. After traveling several dozen miles, guided by the green deer, Zhou Chun dug up an Angelica sinensis plant over 800 years old on a slope in the forest. Thus, led by the green deer, Zhou Chun traversed mountains and valleys, his footprints covering a vast area, finding 7 medicinal herbs over 500 years old in just 2 days. These medicinal herbs were previously undiscovered by Su Fu and his companions. They were overlooked gems. And the overlooked medicinal herbs in this land were far more numerous, but Zhou Chun simply didn't want those with too young an age. In the process of searching for spiritual herbs, Zhou Chun also discovered a weakness of the wood spirit. Or perhaps it wasn't really a weakness. When executing certain fixed commands from Zhou Chun, it could only find spiritual herbs like ginseng, poria cocos, and lingzi, whose age was easily identifiable. It couldn't determine the age and value of other spiritual herbs that existed in the form of herbs, fungi, vines, or fruits from a distance. This was likely a limitation of its innate sensing ability, and probably related to its lack of systematic knowledge of spiritual herb identification. So Zhou Chun simply let it do its own thing, allowing it to find what it considered precious. Unexpectedly, this approach yielded excellent results. With its free rein, the wood spirit led Zhou Chun to find many rare and precious herbs and fungi. One day, while searching for herbs in the mountains, the wood spirit suddenly led Zhou Chun to a stone forest. Strangely enough, while the surrounding area was filled with lush, towering mountains, this particular area contained a large number of broken stones and strange rocks, covering an area of tens of thousands of acres. Led by the azure deer, Zhou Chun quickly arrived at a large rock deep within the stone forest. Guided by the deer, he soon spotted the spiritual object it had discovered, a silver-black spiritual bamboo. It grew beneath an arched cave formed by two large rocks, less than 2 zang tall, its stem slightly thinner than Zhou Chun's wrist. Most intriguing were its leaves, each as thin and long as a sword blade, perfectly straight, as if cast from iron. Such a peculiar spiritual bamboo left a lasting impression at first glance. Zhou Chun quickly recognized its origin. It's actually golden sword bamboo. Judging by its height, it must have grown for over 1,000 years. Zhou Chun stared at the bamboo with astonishment and delight. Golden sword bamboo was an extremely rare spiritual bamboo. It was a unique bamboo that grew naturally, without flowering, fruiting, or sprouting shoots, and could not be cultivated artificially. The most unique aspect of this rare bamboo is that it possesses both metal and wood attributes, with the metal attribute being stronger than the wood attribute. However, in classification, this rare bamboo is categorized as a wood elemental spiritual material. For some golden core cultivators practicing wood elemental techniques, golden sword bamboo is one of their favorite materials for crafting their natal magic weapons. Especially for flying swords crafted from it. Not only is the material itself hard and sharp, but it can also seamlessly integrate iron essence, metal essence, and silver essence to enhance the sword's power, allowing these metallic spiritual materials to perfectly blend with the sword's own material without any rejection. It's important to understand that golden core cultivators practicing wood elemental techniques often face difficult choices when crafting their natal magic weapons. There are many spiritual materials in the cultivation world that can be used by golden core cultivators practicing wood elemental techniques to craft their natal magic weapons, 99% of which are various kinds of spiritual wood. However, apart from certain special types of spiritual wood, most spiritual wood is restrained by metal and fire, and its material itself cannot withstand the slashing of a metal elemental flying sword or the burning of fire magic. Therefore, the natal magic weapons crafted by golden core cultivators using wood elemental techniques often excel in supernatural transformations, minimizing direct confrontation between the magic weapons themselves. This is actually a choice made out of necessity. However, if one could use a wood elemental spiritual material like golden sword bamboo to craft magic weapons, the outcome would be entirely different. Wood elemental magic weapons, such as flying swords or other magic weapons, crafted from golden sword bamboo would not be inferior to metal elemental magic weapons in terms of hardness and sharpness, and would perfectly complement the golden core cultivator's own magical power, maximizing the avoidance of being countered by opponents. In this case, the 1,000-year-old golden sword bamboo, which is barely usable as a magic weapon material, would be extremely valuable. If a golden core cultivator urgently needed such a material, selling this golden sword bamboo for 200,000 or 300,000 spirit coins would not be a problem. With such a precious treasure right before his eyes, how could Zhou Chun not be extremely tempted? The ancient texts say that the golden sword bamboo is extremely domineering. Within its growing area, all other vegetation is killed by its golden aura. No wonder this stone forest is so vast, yet there's hardly a single weed nearby. Zhou Chun looked at the golden sword bamboo beneath a boulder, then scanned the barren ground around him, confirming he hadn't mistaken the treasure. He gazed at the bamboo for a moment, then patted his storage pouch, summoning a golden longsword magic weapon. After opening his purple mansion, the second-tier magic weapons he used before were no longer worthy of his current cultivation level, so he refined 3 third-tier magic weapons. This golden longsword magic weapon, though seemingly unremarkable, was a genuine mid-grade third-tier magic weapon. The golden sword bamboo was incredibly hard. Even with this mid-grade third-tier magic weapon, Zhou Chun wasn't entirely confident he could sever it by the roots. If not, he would have to return and find another way. Just as Zhou Chun unleashed his magical weapon to chop the bamboo, a beam of silver light suddenly burst forth from the ground, deflecting the falling golden longsword. Immediately afterward, a monster resembling a badger emerged from the ground. This monster was small, about the size of a lioness, with thick, dense silver fur and tusks like a wild boar. Judging from its aura, it was clearly a low-grade, third-tier monster. Zhou Chun, looking at this strange-looking beast, couldn't discern its origin. However, judging from the silver light, this monster was likely a metal elemental monster. Thinking this, Zhou Chun looked at the golden sword bamboo. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, he noticed that some branches had missing leaves, and the leaves on some branches were of varying lengths. This immediately made him realize that the monster had been eating the golden sword bamboo's leaves. The bamboo leaves it ingested must have aided the beast's growth, which is why it chose to nest near the golden sword bamboo, allowing it to easily guard this extraordinary bamboo. Perhaps sensing that Zhou Chun was not to be trifled with, the beast did not immediately attack him after appearing, but merely watched him warily, emitting low growls like a wild cat with its fur standing on end. At the same time, the azure deer transformed from the wood spirit fled in terror into the distant forest, avoiding its presence. Very well, it just so happens that I haven't fought anyone with my full strength since opening my purple mansion. Today, I'll use you, you beast, to practice. Zhou Chun's gaze met the beasts on the ground, his eyes immediately revealing a fighting spirit. Beasts are very sensitive to such hostility, and the moment Zhou Chun showed any fighting spirit, the beast knew that a battle was inevitable and immediately launched its attack. With a swift movement, a silver rainbow light shot towards Zhou Chun like a flying sword. The instant the rainbow light uttered those words, it transformed into a streak of silver light and pounced towards Zhou Chun. While its attack was swift, Zhou Chun was no slouch. With a low shout, dense golden light erupted from his body, forming a protective barrier like a mountain, thick at the base and pointed at the top. From afar, Zhou Chun appeared to be carrying a golden mountain on his back. This was the defensive spell Solid as a Golden Mountain, which came with a successful completion of the second chapter of his Golden Cauldron Profound Art. The silver rainbow light struck the Golden Mountain, causing it to shake like a giant hammer, but it couldn't inflict any real damage on Zhou Chun inside. At this moment, Zhou Chun locked onto the charging demonic beast. With a slight raise of his right hand, a ball of golden light emerged from his palm, condensing into a gleaming golden blade. He then swung his hand, and the golden blade slashed towards the demonic beast's body, which was attacking his protective golden mountain with its claws. With a whoosh, the sharp blade tore through the air and landed on the demonic beast in the blink of an eye. This beast was indeed skilled. Its thick, silver fur was so dense it formed a continuous sheen, like a soft armor. Zhou Chun's attack spell, Sky-Splitting Blade, was nearly half dissipated by its fur, leaving only a shallow gash after severing a tuft of hair. This small wound seemed to ignite the beast's ferocity. Its claws flashed with silver light, and it unleashed dozens of attacks in the blink of an eye, tearing apart most of Zhou Chun's protective golden mountain in an instant, a truly ferocious display. Seeing this, Zhou Chun, for the sake of caution, immediately tapped his storage pouch and summoned another low-grade, third-tier defensive magic artifact. He conjured a yellowish-brown inkstone, a magical artifact, with a wave of his hand. As he channeled his magic power, a dense, ink-like yellowish-brown cloud of light surged from the inkstone, quickly transforming into a protective shield around him. Then, with a thought, the golden longsword suddenly blazed with increased light, slashing fiercely at the demonic beast. The demonic beast seemed to know the power of the golden longsword and dared not directly confront its blade. Immediately, its body flashed with silver light, and it split into 3 figures, disappearing from the spot. Although Zhou Chun, relying on his powerful divine sense, quickly distinguished the 3 figures, the slight delay was enough for the demonic beast to escape hundreds of feet away. Just as he was about to pursue the beast, he saw it suddenly burrow into the ground, digging a deep hole and disappearing underground. It gave up already. Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, not expecting the demonic beast to be so decisive. He tried to use his divine sense to track the monster through the hole in the ground, but found that the monster had blocked the passage inside. His divine sense couldn't penetrate the thick soil and rocks to track it. Seeing this, he had no choice but to give up. Forget it, let it escape. I'd better cut down this golden sword bamboo first. Shaking his head, Zhou Chun immediately urged his golden longsword to slash at the base of the golden sword bamboo. Note, the last sentence is a separate, unrelated comment. I might only be updating once a week for a while. I received news today that my brother injured his leg playing basketball, tearing a ligament and needing surgery to graft it. I have to go to the hospital to visit him in a few days, and I probably won't be able to leave before the 20th. So I'll try to save up a few chapters these few days and write some more while I'm with him, trying my best to keep updating. Sigh. Chapter 368 The Way of Tension and Relaxation. The golden sword bamboo was indeed incredibly tough. Even with Zhou Chun's early-stage purple mansion cultivation and a mid-grade third-tier magic weapon, it took him 7 strikes to finally cut it down by the roots. This plant was naturally grown. Once removed from the soil, its life force would be completely extinguished, and it could never be transplanted. This was why Zhou Chun chose to brutally cut it down upon discovering it. After felling the entire bamboo, Zhou Chun didn't prune the branches, he simply stored it in his storage bag. Having done this, he immediately sat cross-legged on solid ground and practiced the golden cauldron profound technique for a short while. He quickly shook his head, stood up, and swiftly left the area. He had initially thought that the golden sword bamboo's presence suggested the presence of a spiritual gold vein underground. However, during his practice, he hadn't absorbed any particularly rich or pure golden energy, indicating that there was no spiritual gold vein underground. In retrospect, Zhou Chun now somewhat missed the days when he was an undercover agent in the Dragon Transformation Sect, cultivating within the Golden Dragon Branch's mountain gate. The golden cauldron profound technique he cultivated required absorbing golden energy to aid his practice, but the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge sect lacked such a rich source of golden energy. Therefore, Zhou Chun had always relied on purchasing golden energy to supplement his cultivation. However, now that his cultivation had reached the Purple Mansion stage, the amount of golden energy he consumed during daily cultivation had increased significantly. It turned out that he spent over 1,000 spirit coins annually just on purchasing golden energy. This extra expense always pained Zhou Chun. Perhaps before, he only felt the Zhou family's sect was too small in other aspects, but after opening his Purple Mansion, he realized that the Nine Peaks Ridge sect truly was too small to meet the cultivation needs of high-ranking cultivators like himself. Not to mention the colossal Kinglian Temple, even the Su family sect in Jiangzhou, which Zhou Chun was most familiar with besides the Zhou family, was several levels better than Nine Peaks Ridge. The Su family sect's internal area was 2.5 times the size of the Zhou family sect, with several areas particularly suitable for cultivators practicing their respective techniques. Just like the location of his Taoist partner Su Yuzhen's cave dwelling, there was a natural spiritual spring. The spiritual energy overflowing from that spring had a significant beneficial effect on Su Yuzhen's cultivation. This was also one of the reasons why Su Yuzhen spent most of her time cultivating at the Su family. These were the foundations of a golden core family, and the Zhou family, which had fallen from its golden core status, was now far inferior in these aspects. The next direction for the Zhou family should be to focus on both cultivating a golden core cultivator for the family and recovering these lost foundations. After obtaining a golden sword bamboo, Zhou Chun was not greedy and immediately took Mu Mei to the forest he had promised. The wilderness was not lacking in primeval forests like the Thousand-Leaf Forest. The place Zhou Chun took Mu Mei to was a primeval forest he had discovered when he was undercover in the Dragon Transformation Sect. This primeval forest was filled with many towering ancient trees, resembling the tropical rainforests of Zhou Chun's previous life. Yo yo yo. The clear, ethereal cry of a deer echoed through the forest. Just as Zhou Chun had predicted, the wood spirit had taken a liking to the environment upon arrival. Seeing this, Zhou Chun instructed the blue deer, which was preparing to frolic in the forest, "You can stay here for 2 months. I'll come to visit you again after 2 months. Remember, don't just play around, also keep an eye out for the growing places of those spiritual herbs." He was now at the Purple Mansion stage, while the wood spirit was only at the second tier. This difference in cultivation level meant he had no worries about the wood spirit breaking free of the contract and leaving him. He had personally witnessed the wood spirit's ability to survive in the forest and didn't think any demonic beast could harm it. In this situation, giving the wood spirit a free space to frolic for a while would help strengthen the bond between master and servant, making the wood spirit feel that being his spirit pet wasn't such a bad thing. Of course, this had to be done in moderation. Zhou Chun would strictly control the degree of this, ensuring the wood spirit wouldn't live alone in the wilderness for an extended period. In short, after letting the wood sprite roam freely in the forest, Zhou Chun returned to his clan with his spoils. Back home, Zhou Chun first recounted his initial meeting with the scaled frog alien sorcerer, Yukiru, and his thoughts on cooperating with and suppressing the scaled frog aliens. Zhou Ming wholeheartedly agreed with his views and ideas. After all, in terms of ruthlessness, Zhou Chun was far inferior to Zhou Ming. Then, Zhou Chun proudly displayed the golden sword bamboo he had cut down. What a treasure! This 1,000-year-old golden sword bamboo is a rare and precious item. Whether you auction it off or keep it to exchange for rare spiritual objects of the same level in the future, it will be very useful. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at the entire golden sword bamboo in front of him, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, "It seems that Zhengzhen, you should venture into the wilderness more often in the future. Perhaps your chance to form your core in the future will depend on this spirit-seeking wood spirit." Hearing his words, Zhou Chun also smiled and replied, "That's what I think too. After the family situation is completely stable, I must travel around more and not waste the spirit-seeking talent of the wood spirit." After leaving Zhou Ming's cave, Zhou Chun summoned Zhou Zinti, the current head of the 100 Arts Hall of the Zhou family. He was also the best weapon refiner in the Zhou family and could already refine first-grade high-quality magic weapons. This junior greets the clan leader. "May I ask why the clan leader has summoned me here, inside this haunting hall?" Zhou Zinti, having been summoned, bowed to Zhou Chun and then curiously inquired about the purpose of his summons. He knew that Zhou Chun had rarely attended to fairs since establishing his purple mansion, and wondered why he had suddenly been summoned to this haunting hall. Zhou Chun looked at the junior who appeared to be older than himself, remained silent for a moment, and then spoke. "Zinti, the client is very satisfied with the cold iron trident you forged earlier. For now, you should temporarily stop all other weapon forging tasks and focus on forging this type of magical weapon. Forge 50 similar spears, lances, and tridents first." Hearing this, Zhou Zinti's slightly dark and rugged face froze for a moment, a look of deep surprise appearing in his eyes. Of course, Zhou Zinti remembered that cold iron trident. He had never understood why Zhou Chun had asked him to forge such a magical weapon, a complete waste of good materials. To ensure the freezing effect of the cold iron trident met Zhou Chun's requirements, the entire artifact was forged from refined cold iron. The material cost alone was nearly 200 spirit coins. However, the cold iron trident couldn't even be refined, let alone used to control attacks with divine sense. Such an artifact, if not specifically requested by Zhou Chun, would not have been forged by Zhou Zinti, let alone by a novice apprentice learning the art of weapon forging. So, hearing Zhou Chun suddenly ask him to forge 50 more such artifacts, how could he not be extremely surprised? His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But remembering the teachings of a certain elder, he forcibly suppressed his words and only said in a low voice, "This junior understands, but does the clan leader have any requirements regarding the delivery time?" 20 pieces every 6 months. "Just deliver at this pace," Zhou Chun replied after a brief moment's thought. Upon hearing his reply, Zhou Zinti immediately responded, "If that's the case, this junior guarantees to complete the task. Do a good job. After you complete this task, I'll give you a great gift," Zhou Chun said, then waved the other away. Afterwards, he summoned Zhou Xinlin, the head of the 100 Medicines Hall, instructing him to refine more moderately potent pills for improving magical power. Although the scaled frog alien sorcerers couldn't cultivate human techniques, they had their own unique methods of breathing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Some pills refined by cultivators could also be used to improve their magical power. Previously, the Zhou family had many concerns and didn't dare refine too many of these pills for trade. Furthermore, the pleasures Lu Ran used at the time already accounted for half of their trade, so there was no need to use such pills to attract the scaled frog aliens. However, now that Lu Ran was about to pass away, once he died, the scaled frog alien sorcerers like Yukiru would definitely have a much lower demand for those pleasures. At that time, To exchange for those rare aquatic treasures from Yukiru, they would have to rely on these mana-enhancing pills and specially crafted magical artifacts. After arranging these two crucial matters for trade, Zhou Chun summoned Zhou Chun, who was currently in charge of the intelligence hall. Although Zhou Chun was of the same generation as Zhou Chun, he hadn't even been born when Zhou Chun arrived in this world, ranking 29th among his peers. Because the intelligence hall was an important branch of the Zhou family, it had to be managed by someone of high status. After examining several Foundation establishment cultivators in the family, Zhou Chun ultimately chose this cousin to take charge. Upon seeing Zhou Chun enter, he immediately asked, 29th brother, how's the intelligence gathering about bandits and cultivators that I asked you to collect coming along? Hearing this, Zhou Chun pondered briefly before respectfully replying, reporting to the clan leader, after receiving your assignment, the intelligence hall arranged for clan members to gather intelligence in various markets and towns of Jing, Shen, and Feng kingdoms. Currently, 11 areas where bandits and cultivators are relatively active have been identified. Zhou Chun nodded in agreement, saying, well done. Then he suddenly asked, how many clan intelligence stations have been established so far? 7 have been established, 6 in various states of Jing Kingdom and 1 in Feng Kingdom, Zhou Chun answered without hesitation. Then Zhou Chun asked again, if we want to contact the intelligence station in Feng Kingdom, how many days can it take at the fastest? If we send an eagle message as quickly as possible, relayed through the Yunzhao intelligence station, it can be delivered to the Feng Kingdom intelligence station within 10 hours. Zhou Chun quickly calculated and gave a detailed answer. A day consists of 12 two-hour periods, and the intelligence station from Jilfeng Ridge to Feng Kingdom is at least 3,000 li away. This message transmission speed is already faster than a Foundation establishment cultivator traveling to deliver a message. After all, a Foundation establishment cultivator simply cannot fly 3,000 li in one go, they must stop and rest to recover their mana. Therefore, Zhou Chun was very satisfied with this result and immediately nodded, saying, very good. The number of intelligence stations can continue to increase. The funds and personnel needed can be applied for by ourselves or recruited from within the clan. The clan will definitely provide full support. Yes, your subordinate will certainly live up to the clan leader's expectations, Zhou Chun replied respectfully, his face revealing joy. After handling some important clan affairs, Zhou Chun returned to his residence to cultivate in seclusion. 2 months passed in a flash. When Zhou Chun went back to the ancient primeval forest in the wilderness to search for the wood spirit, he obtained several high-grade spiritual herbs under the wood spirit's guidance. The wood spirit itself also seemed to have gained a lot, as its aura had clearly increased. The way a spirit like the wood spirit increases its cultivation is completely different from that of ordinary demonic beasts. Their cultivation increases by absorbing and refining the wood spirit power condensed from ancient trees, and spirit herbs in the forest. This absorption must be done without harming the lives of the ancient trees and spirit trees. Furthermore, the ancient trees and spirit trees whose wood spirit power has been absorbed recover their power very slowly, usually over decades or even centuries. Therefore, when a wood spirit resides in a forest, its cultivation will experience a rapid surge initially, but then grow very slowly thereafter. However, if it can continuously migrate to other forests to cultivate, its cultivation will grow very quickly. Just like how Zhou Chun always needed to improve the quality of the metal energy required for rebuilding his shattered cauldron after each breakthrough, the higher the wood spirit's rank, the less effective lower-level wood spirit power is at increasing its cultivation. At the same time, to break through to higher realms, it also needs to absorb higher-level wood spirit power to promote its own evolution. For the wood spirit tamed by Zhou Chun, if it were to absorb the power from ordinary trees, it would have to be from ancient trees that are thousands of years old to be effective. To allow it to break through to the third tier, the quality of the wood spirit power condensed by ordinary ancient trees is simply insufficient. It needs to be a spirit tree that can absorb and release spiritual energy to strengthen itself, and even then, it must be a spirit tree of decent quality. In fact, Zhou Chun already has a way to help the wood spirit break through to the third tier. However, he hasn't done so. After all, he hasn't subdued the wood spirit for very long, and he forcibly subdued it through violent means. If the wood spirit were to break through to the third tier so quickly, it might potentially develop a backlash. Furthermore, he also needs to consider the feelings of his other 3 spirit pets. Even cats and dogs kept by ordinary people can be jealous, let alone more intelligent demon beasts. Of Zhou Chun's other 3 spirit pets, apart from the golden armored rock turtle, which has a relatively easygoing personality and doesn't compete for attention much, both the silver lightning python Bye-Bye and the golden winged tiger are fond of competing for attention. If you were to allow the wood spirit, this later spirit pet, to break through to the 3rd tier so quickly and ride on the heads of the other 3, those 2 attention-seeking creatures might cause quite a commotion. Even now, knowing full well that the wood spirit's cultivation could still improve if it remained in this primeval forest, Zhou Chun still ignored its protests and forcibly took it away. Such forcibly subdued spirit pets cannot be spoiled like those raised from a young age. A balance must be struck, ensuring it always remembers who its master is. This time, the wood spirit was indeed unhappy that Zhou Chun forcibly took it away. However, if Zhou Chun asked it to do something next time, promising it could come out to play again afterward, it would definitely perform diligently. Chapter 369 The Dust Settles. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye after Zhou Chun emerged from seclusion and cultivated his purple mansion. During these 3 years of cultivation, Lin Hongyu, who had been in seclusion in the Great Zhou Kingdom to consolidate her cultivation, finally returned to the Zhou family with Zhou Daoai. Lin Hongyu had now stabilized her cultivation and could conceal her golden core stage aura, disguising herself as an ordinary cultivator in the cultivation world. Therefore, under Zhou Chun's arrangement, she easily entered the Zhou family's mountain gate and met with the Zhou family's higher-ranking members in Zhou Ming's cave on Pagoda Peak. To welcome this newly promoted golden core cultivator, Lin Hongyu, even Zhou Daoquan, who was far away in the wilderness, was specially brought back to the family by Zhou Chun. Including Zhou Daoai, all 4 purple mansion stage cultivators of the Zhou family gathered in the cave. This was the first time all 4 purple mansion stage cultivators of the Zhou family had sat together since Zhou Daoquan went to Dragon Rising Valley to oversee the area. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin, Senior Lin, on achieving the great perfection of the golden core. May you live to be 1,000 years old. Outside Zhou Ming's cave, as Zhou Daoai arrived with Lin Hongyu, Zhou Ming, Zhou Daoquan, and Zhou Chun all bowed deeply to offer their congratulations with solemn expressions. Thank you for your congratulations, fellow Daoists. May you all achieve the great perfection of the golden core in the future. Lin Hongyu smiled slightly, accepting their congratulations with composure and returning the courtesy. After this exchange of pleasantries outside, the 5 of them entered the cave together. Once inside, they sat down, and Zhou Chun, being the junior, took the initiative to brew tea for them. Then, Zhou Ming picked up his spirit tea, took a sip, and suddenly looked at Lin Hongyu, asking, now that fellow Taoist Lin has achieved the golden core stage, you can go anywhere in the world. What are your plans for the future? Hearing this, Lin Hongyu immediately replied without hesitation, my success in forming my golden core is largely due to the strong support of all the fellow Daoists in the Zhou family. Now that I have succeeded, I will naturally fulfill my promise and dedicate myself to helping the Zhou family rise to prominence. This answer immediately made Zhou Ming beam with joy, and he couldn't help but exclaim, excellent. Excellent. With fellow Taoist Lin's words, I am completely at ease. Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan, standing to the side, also looked relieved, smiles involuntarily appearing on their faces. Before this, their biggest worry was undoubtedly that Lin Hongyu, after successfully forming her golden core, would abandon the Zhou family and run away. In that case, the Zhou family would be powerless against her, and the previous huge investment of spirit coins would be wasted. Now that they had received Lin Hongyu's personal promise, they could finally put their minds at ease. After laughing for a while, Zhou Ming looked at Lin Hongyu again and asked, Daoai should have informed fellow Taoist Lin of the plan we discussed, right? I wonder if fellow Taoist Lin has any opinions on it. To be honest, I don't have any major opinions. However, although I have successfully formed my core, I haven't made any progress in refining my most important natal magic weapon. In the future, I may have to travel a lot to find suitable spiritual materials for refining magic weapons, so I can't stay in the stronghold in the wilderness forever. Lin Hongyu didn't hide anything and directly stated her thoughts. She was now a golden core cultivator, so there was no need for her to play any tricks in front of Zhou Ming and the others. She could just act as she pleased. She believed that none of Zhou Ming and the others would give her a hard time because she spoke the truth. This was the confidence and strength that came with it. As expected, after hearing her words, Zhou Ming quickly replied, refining a natal magic weapon is indeed the most important task for newly promoted golden core cultivators. However, if it's just about collecting the materials for the magic weapon, fellow Taoist Lin doesn't need to do everything herself. Just tell us the relevant materials you need, and the family will naturally arrange for cultivators to inquire about them for you. If the family can help find them, that would be a great thing. I would be very grateful if you could accept. Lin Hongyu nodded slightly and readily agreed without hesitation. At this moment, Zhou Daowei interjected, before returning, we went to the Yang Kingdom's stronghold. Hongyu has already demonstrated her identity as a golden core cultivator there, so no one should dare to mess with that stronghold anymore, and Hongyu has decided to give all her income from that stronghold, as well as her share of the remaining output from the Earth Element Crystal Jade mine, to Zhou Chun to repay his previous generosity. Hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly bowed to Lin Hongyu in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Lin." He didn't refuse Lin Hongyu's repayment. He knew very well that since Lin Hongyu had become a golden core cultivator, she certainly wouldn't owe him, a junior at the Purple Mansion stage, a favor. Just like if he, Zhou Chun, owed a favor to another Foundation establishment cultivator, he would definitely repay it if he could. Refusing Lin Hongyu's repayment now would be a very foolish move, easily leading people to misunderstand that he had ulterior motives. As expected, seeing him accept the reward so readily, Lin Hongyu smiled and said to him, "I should be thanking you, Zhengchen. You saved both me and Weiner's lives." From her words, it was clear she already knew about Zhou Chun's rescue from Lin Weiner. After chatting for a while, Lin Hongyu returned to Zhou Daowei's cave to rest. After she left, the 4 Purple Mansion stage cultivators of the Zhou family discussed another matter. Zhou Ming glanced at the 3 juniors and said in a low voice, "Do you think the family should give the magic weapon I obtained from Yang Kingdom to fellow Taoist Lin for refinement?" He had obtained 2 magic weapons from the storage bag of the Golden Core stage cultivator Han Yuan, one of which he gave to Zhou Chun as a betrothal gift to the Su family patriarch in exchange for the patriarch's protection of the Zhou family, blocking the key kingdom Golden Core cultivators who came to retaliate against the Zhou family. The other magical treasure, however, has always been sealed away in the Zhou family's secret vault, never to be shown to anyone. Only a few of the Zhou family's most core cultivators know of its existence. Currently, the main members of the Zhou family at the Purple Mansion stage are still far from reaching the core formation stage and have no use for that treasure. Unfortunately, Lin Hongyu, a newly promoted Golden Core cultivator, has no magical treasure available. No wonder Zhou Ming has brought this up now. Hearing him bring up this matter, Zhou Daowei and Zhou Chun were still pondering. Zhou Daoquan, who is usually quiet, spoke first, saying, "This junior believes that it's not impossible to hand over that magic weapon to fellow Taoist Lin for refinement, but at least we should wait until she has truly served in the family for several decades, or made contributions to the family." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daowei, still deep in thought, quickly nodded in agreement. Brother Daoquan's words are not without reason. One should not accept something without merit. Hongyu has already received great kindness from the family for her core formation. Now, without having made any contribution, how can she accept such a treasure? Zhengchen, what do you think of this matter? Zhou Ming's gaze suddenly fell on Zhou Chun, asking for his opinion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, "This junior thinks both elders are right. Even if we are to hand over the magic weapon to Senior Lin for refinement, we should wait until she has served in the family for a period of time. Since all 3 of you think so, then let's do it this way." With that, Zhou Ming ended the conversation among them. A few days later, Zhou Daowei and Zhou Daoquan accompanied Lin Hongyu through the underground waterway to the wilderness. When Zhou Daowei returned from the wilderness, he also brought back Zhou Zhengyang and Su Fu. Zhou Zhengyang had returned to visit his wife, Sun Yujiao, whose lifespan was nearing its end, and Zhou Chun had specifically asked him to return to accompany her on her final journey. Su Fu was recalled because Zhou Chun wanted him to oversee the capture of bandit cultivators. With Lin Hongyu's return after achieving core formation, the expansion of the Kiu Mountain stronghold could no longer be delayed. Now that the array problem had been resolved, only a sufficient number of cultivators were needed to maintain the stronghold's operation. Therefore, the capture of bandit cultivators had to proceed immediately. Inside this Hongping Hall, Su Fu, Zhou Zhengbo, and Zhou Xinlin, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, were summoned by Zhou Chun, who then said to them, "I have summoned you here today to entrust you with a very important task." He then explained the task of capturing bandit cultivators to the 3 of them. Of the 3, Only Sufu, having been briefed by Zhou Chun beforehand and understanding his own identity, didn't express any questions about the task assigned by Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Zhengbo and Zhou Xinlin, both Foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family, were quite surprised upon hearing the task assignment and immediately expressed their doubts. To the questions of his two fellow cultivators, Zhou Chun simply nodded and said, "It's normal for you to have doubts, but I hope you remember one thing, not letting you know certain things doesn't mean I don't trust you, but rather it's to protect you." He then emphasized, "The reason I've assigned this task to you today is precisely because I trust you to keep the secret. Yes, we understand what to do." Zhou Zhenbo and Zhou Xinlin exchanged a glance and immediately agreed respectfully, asking no further questions. Afterwards, the two left the Zhou family's mountain gate with Sufu, carrying the intelligence provided by the Zhou family's intelligence hall, and headed to various locations in Jing Kingdom and neighboring countries to lure and capture bandit cultivators. Things are different now. In the past, the Zhou family was afraid of exposing their relationship with Lin Hongyu, the protector of the dragon transformation sect, so they had to use the Azure Wood Spirit Ape, a demonic beast, to capture bandit cultivators. Now, however, capturing bandit cultivators is for the family's own development. Even if they are discovered, it's not a big deal. At most, it will only make some rogue cultivators hostile to the Zhou family. That's why Zhou Chun dared to boldly appoint a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family to handle this matter. After arranging the task, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment and then set off for the Zhou family's 100 Arts Hall. The Zhou family's 100 Arts Hall is located on Tangshan Peak, where most of the Zhou family cultivators who practice weapon crafting, talisman making, and array setting up techniques conduct their work. After arriving at the 100 Arts Hall, Zhou Chun went directly to the fire workshop, which is the weapon crafting area. Major sects like the Azure Lotus Temple would open up underground fire veins to draw in the earth fire thousands of feet underground for their cultivators to use for alchemy and weapon crafting. However, doing this is not easy, and most Golden Core families do not have this ability. To establish the earth fire chamber, the three Absolute Sect relied on the combined efforts of the Golden Core cultivators of the Li family, known for its alchemy, and the Array Masters of the Yu family, known for its array formations, barely managing to create 3 chambers. Those forces without earth fire chambers had to resort to other methods to refine pills and artifacts. Taking the Zhou family cultivators as an example, their key refining stage cultivators generally used 3 methods to obtain fire when refining pills and artifacts. The first method involved burning a substance called Yang Firestone, similar to coal in Zhou Chun's previous life. It was brownish-red in color, had an extremely high ignition point, and required magical flames to ignite. Once lit, it continuously released high-temperature flames comparable to magical flames. The second method involved using a flaming magical artifact. This artifact, when steadily infused with magical power, could release high-temperature flames. The third method involved using the demonic fire of demonic beasts, such as the flames breathed by crimson flame wolves, flame pigs, and fire pheasants. Of these 3 methods, the first and third were the most frequently used by the Zhou family cultivators. Choosing these 2 methods means they can fully dedicate themselves to the refining of artifacts and pills, without having to be distracted by activating the magic weapons to set them ablaze. And after reaching the Foundation establishment stage, because their own magical power can be converted into Foundation establishment true fire, they have another option. Zhou Chun entered the firecraft courtyard and quickly found the person he was looking for. Beside Zhou Xinti, the current head of the Zhou family's 100 Arts Hall, was washing the fur of a large red-haired wild boar. This red-haired wild boar was his helpful assistant in refining artifacts, a first-tier, high-grade demonic beast, the flame boar. At this moment, as if sensing something, Zhou Xinti suddenly turned around and looked behind him, immediately seeing Zhou Chun looking at him. "Ah, clan chief, what brings you here?" he exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly turning to greet Zhou Chun. "Did you just finish refining an artifact?" Zhou Chun waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities, and casually asked. Hearing this, Zhou Xinti flattered him, saying, "Clan leader, your insight is truly remarkable. I have indeed only recently completed a weapon forging task." He then chuckled awkwardly. "This beast always needs a cold shower after each forging task to feel comfortable, otherwise it won't cooperate fully next time. I can't do anything about it, so I have to give in." That shows it's very clever. No wonder your weapon forging success rate is far superior to others. Zhou Chun smiled slightly and also praised the junior. Then he revealed his purpose for coming today. Do you remember what I told you before? After you complete the weapon forging task I assigned, I will give you a big gift. With that, he patted his storage bag at his waist, took out a jade bottle, and handed it to Zhou Zinti. This is my gift to you, please accept it. Upon seeing this, Zhou Zinti reached out and took the jade bottle, then glanced at Zhou Chun, and with his encouraging gaze, removed the stopper. This, Zhou Zinti glanced at the contents of the jade bottle, then stared at Zhou Chun with a shocked expression, his eyes filled with excitement and disbelief. Facing his astonished and excited gaze, Zhou Chun calmly said, "This foundation establishment pill was obtained by myself outside the family. I didn't use any of the family's wealth or connections, so it should rightfully be at my disposal. Zinti, although your aptitude is average, your talent in weapon crafting is exceptional. The Zhou family needs someone like you to help the family fill its gaps and weaknesses. This is why I'm willing to give you this foundation establishment pill." Hearing this, Zhou Zinti was at a loss for words. He immediately gripped the jade bottle tightly and nodded emphatically, saying, "This junior understands. This junior will certainly live up to the clan leader's expectations and kindness." Chapter 370. Another foundation establishment stage is acquired, but unexpected changes occur. In the desolate wilderness, at the Kiau Mountain stronghold. Since Lin Hongao, a golden core cultivator, took up residence at the Kiau Mountain stronghold, the Zhou family cultivators there felt incredibly safe, no longer worrying about the safety of the stronghold. In this cultivation world, nascent soul cultivators are usually reclusive, and even if they occasionally venture out, very few people would encounter them. Therefore, golden core cultivators were the highest level cultivators that ordinary cultivators could meet. In peacetime, a place with a golden core cultivator station there was practically impossible to breach. On this day, Su Fu, the leader of the assassins who had been away from the Kiau Mountain stronghold for some time, suddenly returned. Su Fu naturally didn't return alone. Accompanying him to the Kiau Mountain stronghold were 35 bandit cultivators he, Zhou Zhengbo, and Zhou Xinglin had captured. These 35 bandit cultivators were the first batch sent to the Kiau Mountain stronghold. A second, and even a third, would follow. The person responsible for escorting these bandit cultivators was none other than Zhou Chun, the Zhou family patriarch. Just like when Su Fu and his group first arrived at Dragon Rising Valley, the 35 bandit cultivators didn't open their eyes and see where they were until they entered the Jade Gathering Valley stronghold. Before that, besides knowing they had fallen into the enemy's trap and been captured, they didn't even know who had captured them. Now, awakened and finding themselves abandoned in an unfamiliar place with many other unfamiliar cultivators, some of the more hot-tempered and reckless ones immediately started shouting. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Which faction are you from? Where is this place? A head injury is a big scar. Since I dared to do this deadly business, I'm not afraid of death. If you have the guts, kill me. Don't try these underhanded tricks. Where is this? Where did you come from?" Shouts rang out from the crowd, but these bandit cultivators didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. But they soon did. Because a huge tiger's roar suddenly exploded in their ears. Roar. With a deafening roar, a giant golden tiger, several meters long with wings on its ribs, suddenly appeared at the edge of the crowd, its gaping maw gazing down at the bandit cultivators. The ferocious aura emanating from it instantly made these bandit cultivators, whose hands were once stained with blood, tremble with fear, and they all shut their mouths, daring not to utter a sound. At this moment, Zhou Chun leaped onto the golden-winged tiger's head and looked down at the terrified bandits, shouting, "Listen up, you scum. From now on, this is where you will atone for your sins. Only by cleansing yourselves of your sins can you return to the cultivation world." His tone turned chilling as he continued, "Who said they were tired of living? Step forward and let me see them. My spirit pet hasn't had any meat today, so I'll have you as a snack." A burly man in the crowd trembled, quickly lowering his head, afraid of being seen by Zhou Chun. Having temporarily subdued the bandits, Zhou Chun signaled Su Fu to come forward and explain the situation, making them understand the predicament and what they needed to do next. According to the plan, these bandits would initially be confined to the stronghold and forbidden from leaving. Once they behaved better and were willing to cooperate, their storage bags and wealth would be returned to them, giving them the opportunity to go on adventures together. There was no need to worry about them trying to escape while out on their own. The Ku Mountain stronghold was in a remote location, surrounded by numerous demonic beasts. Even Su Fu and his companions, who had lived in the wilderness for decades, dared not claim they could escape to Jing Kingdom, let alone these bandit cultivators. Their attempts to escape would either result in being eaten by demonic beasts or, finding no way out, obediently returning. As Zhou Chun had expected, upon hearing that he was now deep in the wilderness and unable to return to the cultivation world, the bandit cultivators were agitated and displayed their ferocity. However, as the golden-winged tiger's ferocious gaze swept over them, they quickly calmed down. When they learned that a golden core cultivator was also stationed at the stronghold, they became even more dejected. Zhou Chun didn't care what these people were thinking at that moment. After confirming that no one dared to cause trouble, he left Su Fu with some words and a Foundation Establishment spirit fruit before returning to his family. Upon returning to his family, Zhou Chun received some good news. Zhou Zinti, who had received the Foundation Establishment pill from him, had successfully established his foundation. This added another Foundation Establishment cultivator to the Zhou family, bringing the total number of Foundation Establishment cultivators in the family to 10. Zhou Zinti's successful Foundation Establishment also meant that the Zhou family's weakness in weapon crafting had been addressed. With his weapon crafting skills before his success, it was only a matter of time before he could craft second-tier magic weapons. This meant that whether it was pill crafting, weapon crafting, or array formation and talisman making, the Zhou family would have someone capable of producing these items. From now on, the family wouldn't need to purchase related materials from outside, they could directly buy raw materials and give them to these family members to craft. This would save on purchasing costs and also allow these family members to improve their skills and increase their income, a win-win-win situation. Excellent, excellent, Zinti, you're very good. It wasn't in vain that I nurtured you. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Chun received Zhou Zinti, who had just emerged from seclusion, and immediately praised him with an undisguised smile. Zhou Zinti, overwhelmed with gratitude upon receiving the praise, bowed deeply and said, I will never forget the Patriarch's kindness in cultivating me. In the future, whatever the Patriarch commands, just a word is enough for me to repay your kindness. Unlike other Zhou family cultivators who successfully established their foundations by exchanging merit points for Foundation Establishment pills, Zhou Zinti's success was entirely due to the Patriarch Zhou Chun's guidance. Therefore, compared to other successful Zhou family cultivators, his gratitude towards Zhou Chun was genuinely sincere. Zhou Chun noticed this and smiled with satisfaction, saying, Your heart is the best thing. He then patted Zhou Zinti's shoulder encouragingly, saying, Think carefully about choosing your cultivation method. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Yes, I understand. Zhou Zinti nodded emphatically and then withdrew. A month later, Zhou Chun received more good news. It turned out that the black jade toad tadpoles that Zhou Ming had been caring for had finally begun their metamorphosis into adult toads. However, this evolutionary process was quite bloody. Originally, hundreds of tadpoles fought and devoured each other during the metamorphosis, with only one male and one female tadpole ultimately surviving and evolving into true black jade toads. All of this was completed in just 7 days. These newly evolved black jade toads were much smaller than the original pair, clearly not yet fully grown. As for when they would produce toad venom, that remained to be seen. But regardless, this was a great thing for the Zhou family. After all, the Zhou family now had as many as 4 cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, creating a huge demand for toad venom. It's important to know that after reaching the Purple Mansion stage, pills that enhance magical power and cultivation are extremely rare. Even in a place like the Great Zhou Kingdom, they couldn't be bought from ordinary shops. Even the Li family, who had an excellent relationship with the Zhou family, possessed the relevant pill formulas, but due to the scarcity of materials, they might not be able to refine a single batch of spirit pills even after 100 years. When Zhou Chun was in the Foundation Establishment stage, he never lacked pills to improve his cultivation. However, after reaching the Purple Mansion stage, he had never taken such a pill. Obtaining such pills in the future would likely be extremely difficult, and he certainly couldn't continue taking them as frequently as before. Under these circumstances, the secret spiritual incense made from black jade toad venom was practically the only reliable spiritual item for improving cultivation that Zhou family Purple Mansion cultivators could reliably obtain. That day, Zhou Chun was secretly cultivating a secret technique in his residence when suddenly the warning array was activated, indicating an intruder. Seeing this, He quickly stopped his cultivation, opened the array, and let the visitor into the courtyard. The visitor was none other than Zhou Jiaru, who was in charge of Zhou family affairs. Zhangjin, something terrible has happened. Zhangbo has been severely injured outside, and it was the Zhang family of Lingzhao who did it. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhou Jiaru anxiously stated his purpose. What? Zhou Chun was taken aback, surprised by what he heard. His expression quickly darkened, and he immediately said, "Let's go to Zhongping Hall first." Once back in Zhongping Hall, the center of the Zhou family's power, Zhou Chun inquired about the situation from Zhou Jiaru. It turned out that while Zhou Zhengbo was carrying out a mission arranged by Zhou Chun to capture bandits in Lingzhao, he was unfortunately discovered by a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhang family and attacked. During the battle, Zhou Zhengbo realized he was no match for the Zhang family cultivator and tried to intimidate him with the Zhou family's reputation. However, upon hearing him introduce himself, the Zhang family cultivator became even more ruthless, determined to kill him. Finally, Zhou Zhengbo was forced to use a secret technique to unleash his potential, forcibly increasing his magical power and employing 2 second-tier mid-grade magic talismans bestowed upon him by the family's supreme elder after his successful foundation establishment. Through these desperate measures, Zhou Zhengbo finally managed to escape into the market town of Lingzhao and informed the cultivators at the Zhou family's intelligence network. When this information was relayed back to the Zhou family's mountain gate at 9 Peaks Ridge via Eagle message, Zhou Zhenking, knowing the gravity of the situation, immediately reported it to Zhou Jiaru. Zhou Jiaru then rushed to find Zhou Chun. After explaining the situation in detail, Zhou Jiaru said in a low voice with a worried expression, "Lingzhao is now the territory of the Heavenly Mirror Sect, and the Zhang family has already submitted to them. Even if Zhenbo has escaped into the market town, I'm afraid he may not be safe. I understand the situation. I'll go see the Supreme Elder now." Zhou Chun nodded and immediately set off for the mountaintop cave to visit Zhou Ming. Once inside the cave, Zhou Chun recounted Zhou Jiaru's account of the situation and then said, "The Zhang family needs to be taught a lesson, otherwise outsiders will think our Zhou family is just a paper tiger, all show and no substance." Hearing this, Zhou Ming, whose face already showed anger, immediately nodded and said in a low voice, "Zhang Chun, you're right. The Zhang family has repeatedly provoked our Zhou family. If we don't teach them a lesson, wouldn't everyone dare to follow suit?" At this point, he frowned slightly and said, "However, the Zhang family has now allied themselves with the Xianjing sect. If we go deep into their territory to deal with them, I'm afraid the Xianjing sect might not just stand by and watch." Zhou Chun was well aware of this and quickly replied, "Therefore, I plan to go to the Qinglian temple to personally pay my respects to Abbot King Wheezy and gauge their attitude." "That's good. I'll also have Dao Wei go and call Dao Quan over. No matter what the Qinglian temple's attitude is, we must rescue him." Zhou Ming nodded slightly and also expressed his opinion. After the agreement was reached, Zhou Chun immediately set off for the Qinglian temple in Lianzhao. This was Zhou Chun's first visit to the Qinglian temple since opening his purple mansion cultivation. Arriving at the temple gate as a purple mansion cultivator, he simply stated his intention to pay respects to the temple's abbot, Qing Wheezy, and the Qinglian temple disciple in charge of receiving him immediately sent someone to report. While waiting, Zhou Chun looked at the continuous mountain peaks within the Qinglian temple's gate and couldn't help but think of his long-lost friend within the temple. Since his grand dual cultivation celebration with his Taoist partner, Su Yazin, he hadn't seen Liu Shiyan again. They hadn't even exchanged a single letter. It wasn't that Zhou Chun was heartless, it was just that the letters he sent hadn't received a reply. After several such incidents, he stopped sending letters altogether. With her talent and aptitude, plus Senior Minx's guidance, she should be at least at the mid-foundation establishment stage by now, Zhou Chun thought to himself, but ultimately decided against meeting her. It wasn't that he feared his Taoist partner, Su Yazin, would be jealous, but rather that he didn't want to cause Liu Shiyan further trouble with his impudence. Meanwhile, Qing Wheezy was quite accommodating to Zhou Chun, or rather, he understood that Zhou Chun, the Zhou family patriarch, wouldn't travel such a long distance to pay his respects unless it was something important. Therefore, Zhou Chun only waited less than 3 hours before receiving permission to enter the mountain. With his permission, he quickly entered the Qinglian temple's gates and, guided by a foundation establishment cultivator, flew towards the sect leader's hall. Not long after, Zhou Chun saw Qing Wheezy, the Qinglian temple patriarch, again after many years. And whether it was just his imagination or not, when he saw Queen Wheezy again, although her appearance hadn't changed at all, Zhou Chun felt that she seemed to have aged considerably. It seems that the head of Kinglian Temple has been under a lot of pressure these years. Zhou Chun sighed inwardly, and immediately bowed and said, "This junior pays respects to the senior abbot. I apologize for my presumptuous visit." Chapter 371 Riding the Dragon on a Western Expedition. Emerging from the Kinglian Temple gate, Zhou Chun's face beamed with joy. The outcome of his trip to Kinglian Temple far exceeded his expectations. Upon learning his purpose, Queen Wheezy, after only a brief moment's thought, quickly agreed to the Zhou family's plan to seek revenge against the Zhang family. She even encouraged the Zhou family to proceed without worry, without fear of any pressure from the Xinjiang sect. Although she didn't offer any definitive guarantees, given Queen Wheezy's status, her words suggested that if the Xinjiang sect intervened, Kinglian Temple would likely not stand idly by. Since Queen Wheezy had spoken so readily, Zhou Chun and his family naturally wouldn't hesitate. Upon returning to the Zhou family, Zhou Chun immediately informed Zhou Ming and the others of Queen Wheezy's attitude. After hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Ming's expression shifted, and he said meaningfully, "It seems that Kinglian Temple also deeply resents these traitors from the Zhang family. This time, we've practically delivered ourselves into their clutches. Being used as a tool is nothing. Being used by Kinglian Temple means that our Zhou family's strength has been recognized by them, which is a good thing for us," Zhou Daowei said calmly, showing no resistance to being used as a tool by Kinglian Temple. Zhou Daoquan, standing beside him, nodded repeatedly, saying, "That's right. Since Kinglian Temple wants to use our Zhou family as a tool, then we must show the sharpness of that tool and let Kinglian Temple see the value of our Zhou family. So what should we do now? How many people should we send to Lingzhou?" Zhou Chun looked at the three elders and asked about the deployment of troops. Actually, he already had an idea, but as a junior, he couldn't say it directly, so he could only ask the elders what their plans were. Fortunately, Zhou Ming and the others understood him. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Daowei immediately said, "Zhangjin, you are the clan leader. It is up to you to decide what to do." Zhou Ming also nodded in agreement, saying, "Daowei is absolutely right. Zhangjin, you make the arrangements. We will all follow your instructions." Since the two of them said this, Zhou Daoquan naturally wouldn't disagree. Seeing this, Zhou Chun no longer feigned modesty and immediately said, "Since the three elders have all said so, then this junior will speak frankly. This junior believes that since Kinglian Temple is willing to shield the family from the pressure from Xinjiang sect, then the family doesn't need to be timid. Therefore, this junior suggests that all four of the family's Purple Mansion cultivators be mobilized. Except for one who remains at the border of Lanzhou and Lingzhou as backup, the other three should lead the family's 6 foundation establishment cultivators directly to the Zhang family's mountain gate and attempt to destroy the entire clan, directly destroy the entire clan." Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Ming and the other two couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Then Zhou Ming clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good. Excellent. This is how we should do it. This is how we can show the Zhou family's abilities and enhance our prestige. The Zhang family has repeatedly offended our Zhou family. If we have the opportunity to wipe them out, that would be the best thing." Zhou Daowei nodded slightly, agreeing wholeheartedly. With everyone in agreement, Zhou Chun quickly mobilized his troops, summoning 6 foundation establishment cultivators. These 6 were Zhou Jiaru, Zhou Jiak, Zhou Zhengang, Zhou Zhenking, Zhou Xinlin, and Zhou Xindi. Only Zhou Xingyin, who is not skilled in combat, and Zhou Xinti, who had just successfully established his foundation establishment, remained inside the Nine Peaks Ridge mountain gate. At the same time, before setting off, Zhou Chun also had the intelligence hall send an eagle message to Zhou Jiapeng, who was stationed at the frontier outpost, instructing him to immediately proceed to the border between Lanzhou and Lingzhou upon receiving the message. After arranging everything, Zhou Daowei summoned his spirit pet King, and the group of 10 rode on a dragon, rushing towards Lingzhou at an extremely fast speed. Lingzhou and Lanzhou are adjacent, and it's only a little over 1,000 li from the Zhou family's mountain gate to the border of Lingzhou. Once a third-tier azure dragon unleashes its speed, it can travel 1,000 li in an hour. Therefore, the Zhou family's group of 10 arrived at the border of the two states in just over an hour after leaving their family's mountain gate. Before the establishment of the Xinjiang sect, Lingzhou and Lanzhou were both under the jurisdiction of the Kinglian Temple, and there was no actual boundary between the two states. allowing cultivators from both states to travel freely without any hindrance. However, with the establishment of the Xinjiang sect and its exclusive control of Lingzhou, observation points set up by both sides began to appear along the border of Lingzhou and Lanzhou. These observation points are essentially reconnaissance posts, mainly used to observe whether there are signs of large numbers of cultivators crossing the border, serving as a reconnaissance and warning function. Of course, if high-level cultivators are discovered entering the country, these observation points will immediately report the relevant information. At this moment, the Zhou family arrived riding a cyan dragon. The dragon's agile and majestic form was quickly spotted by border observation posts. Since they were traveling from Lanzhou to Lingzhou, the observation posts at the Xinjiang sect hurriedly reported the dragon's westward journey. However, the speed at which the observation posts reported the news was far slower than the cyan dragon's speed. After Zhou Daoquan, who was in charge of receiving them, went to wait in the border region, the cyan dragon, under Zhou Daoyi's command, headed straight for the Jiang family's mountain gate. The Jiang family had once been a family the Zhou family dared not easily provoke. Although none of the Zhou family's higher-ranking members had ever been to the Jiang family's mountain gate, both the former patriarch Zhou Daoyi and the current patriarch Zhou Chun knew how to get there. The cyan dragon soared and traversed the clouds, the mountains and rivers below flashing by. Before long, a mountain range with towering peaks appeared in the sight of those riding on the dragon's back. We've arrived. This is the Qingsha mountain range where the Jiang family's sect is located. The Jiang family's sect headquarters should be over there, in the sky. Zhou Daoyi ordered the azure dragon to slow down and pointed to a certain spot on the mountain range below. Then let's charge over there. Before they receive the news, let's catch them off guard. Zhou Ming's eyes flashed coldly, his killing intent blazing as he responded. This suggestion was immediately agreed upon by Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun. With a thought, Zhou Daoyi's azure dragon swung its tail, instantly accelerating. A quarter of an hour later, the azure dragon, carrying the 9 members of the Zhou family, swooped down from the clouds and landed directly above a forest. Then, the 9 people on the dragon's back dispersed, each reaching for their storage bags and spirit beast pouches, summoning their most powerful magical artifacts and releasing their main battle pets, a 3rd-tier mid-grade demon beast, the fire god Jackal. A 2nd-tier high-grade demon beast, the silver lightning python. A 2nd-tier mid-grade demon beast, the golden armored rock turtle. A 2nd-tier low-grade demon beast, the golden winged tiger. 2nd-tier low-grade demonic beast, the blue feather fire kite. One after another, massive demonic beasts were released by the Zhou family, their howls and roars filling the air, creating a tremendous spectacle. Attack! With Zhou Ming's shout, the Zhou family cultivators and their spirit pets launched an attack on the forest below. A dazzling array of magical lights flashed, wind blades howled, lightning roared, flames raged, and sword energy pierced the air. Under the onslaught of numerous magical artifacts and spells, the forest instantly shattered like a dream, revealing a sea of cyan clouds. It turned out that the forest visible to the naked eye was merely an illusion created by an array. Suddenly attacked by a powerful external force, the array illusion could no longer be maintained and dissipated instantly. The cyan clouds, which bore the main defensive structure, churned violently during the attack, appearing on the verge of collapse. It seemed that the Zhou family had only sent 3 Purple Mansion stage cultivators and 6 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, but in reality, including their spirit pets, that meant 5 3rd-tier combatants and 10 2nd-tier combatants. Such a lineup possessed the power to shake the mountain gate array of a powerful cultivation clan like the Jiang family. The sudden and fierce attack on the mountain gate's protective array startled the Jiang family cultivators inside, who rushed out to investigate. When they saw the attackers and demonic beasts through the array's mist, they immediately recognized their enemies. A 3rd-tier flood dragon and a 3rd-tier fire god Jackal. The enemy is the Zhou family of Lanzhou. A Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Jiang family revealed the enemy's origins with a grim expression, then hurriedly rushed towards a nearby array base. At the same time, the shout of Jiang Shichen, a Purple Mansion cultivator from the Jiang family, instantly resounded throughout the Jiang family's mountain gate. All members of the Jiang family, listen to my command. The crisis of family annihilation is imminent. Except for essential personnel, everyone immediately proceed to their respective array bases to protect the mountain gate. Before the shout had even finished, Jiang Shichen himself had already appeared at the most crucial position of the mountain gate's protective array, taking the central control array flag from a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhang family and personally taking control of the array. While manipulating the formation to defend against the attacks of the Zhou family cultivators outside, he ordered the Foundation establishment cultivator beside him who was assisting him, immediately send out a 1,000-mile communication talisman to request reinforcements from the Heavenly Mirror Sect, and also request the Guo and He families to send troops to support us. After giving the order, he angrily shouted at the attacking Zhou family members outside, "What is the meaning of this, fellow Daoists of the Zhou family? My Zhang family has never provoked the Zhou family all these years. Why do you have to go to such lengths to try to annihilate my clan?" Hearing his words, Zhou Mingde, who was attacking the mountain guarding formation with all his might, immediately sneered and said, "Zhang Shichen, you are also a purple mansion cultivator, you should be considered a figure. How come you don't even have the courage to take responsibility for your actions? Your Zhang family has repeatedly tried to harm important members of my Zhou family. Do you even have any respect for the existence of my Zhou family? Today's events are all your own doing. Don't blame my Zhou family for being ruthless." Zhang Shichen's expression changed immediately after hearing these words. As if struck by a sudden realization, he scanned the Zhang family cultivators inside the mountain gate with his divine sense, then barked at a nearby Foundation establishment cultivator, "Where is Chuangshan? Why isn't he in the clan?" The Zhang family cultivator quickly replied, reporting to the Supreme Elder, "Chuangshan went to the market 3 days ago." This answer immediately made Zhang Shichen feel increasingly uneasy, and he couldn't help but ask again, "Has there been any news about him in the past few days?" "No, we haven't heard any news." The clansman's answer immediately made Zhang Shichen understand the reason why the Zhou family had suddenly attacked. He immediately cursed angrily, "You scoundrels have ruined my Zhang family. My Zhang family is destroyed by you fools." Then he stopped trying to explain to the Zhou family members outside. He knew in his heart that since the Zhou family had chosen to go to such lengths to destroy the Zhang family, it must be because Zhang Chuangshan, who wasn't in the clan, had done something that greatly angered the Zhou family. Now that the deed was done and the Zhou family had decided to launch an expedition against the Zhang family, it was clear that he couldn't resolve the situation with just a few words. Lowering his stance and offering excuses would only further demoralize his own family. He took a deep breath and then addressed all the Zhang family cultivators in a stern voice, "My fellow Zhang family members, today is the most severe crisis our family has faced in centuries. The enemy has come with the aim of annihilating our entire clan. They want to kill every Zhang family cultivator, sever our lineage, and plunder our wealth. As members of the Zhang family, can you stand by and watch this happen? Can you willingly offer yourselves for slaughter? Are you willing to hand over the wealth accumulated by your family over 1,000 years?" His deep voice seemed to possess a strange power. Every Zhang family cultivator who heard his words involuntarily recalled those scenes. Inside the mountain gate, the ancestral hall was ablaze. Clan members lay dead in pools of blood, some burned to ashes. The treasure vault, normally off-limits even to members of the Zhang family, was breached and plundered by the enemy. These scenes flashed through their minds, instantly filling the chests of all the Zhang family cultivators with intense rage. "We swear to defend our family to the death, we will fight to the death," a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhang family roared. Immediately, roars echoed throughout the mountain gate. At this moment, no one cared about why the Zhou family wanted to destroy the Zhang family, they only thought of how to protect the Zhang family, even unto death. Families and individuals are always like this, sharing both glory and ruin. I just saw the flame of the 1,000-mile communication talisman. The Zhang family must have already requested aid from the Heavenly Mirror Sect. Outside in the sky, Zhou Daoyi, while activating his magical artifacts to attack the Zhang family's protective formation, promptly reported his discovery. Hearing this, Zhou Mingde replied without changing his expression, "This was expected. Now it depends on the actions of King Lian Temple." After speaking, he frowned slightly and said, "The Zhang family's protective mountain formation doesn't seem to be any worse than our family's 5 directions Miro formation. If we want to take it down, it will probably take at least half a day." Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun suddenly interjected after hearing this, "This junior thinks half a day is just right, and if possible, a whole day would be even better." "Oh, what do you mean by that, Zhang Chun?" Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi's attention was immediately drawn to Zhou Chun's words, and even their attack slowed down. Zhou Chun calmly and eloquently stated, "Half a day is enough time for the Heavenly Mirror Sect to react. If the Azure Lotus Temple cannot subdue them, then either Yu Jinghe will come personally, or they will send several Purple Mansion stage cultivators to rescue us. In either case, we will have no choice but to retreat. If either of these two scenarios occurs, and we haven't broken the Jiang family's great formation or slaughtered the entire Jiang family, they will at most help the Jiang family out of their predicament. They won't go all out against us. This unusual perspective immediately surprised Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, clearly indicating they hadn't considered these possibilities. Then, Zhou Ming couldn't help but ask, what does one day is better mean? My brother is having surgery tomorrow, and I need to go to his place to take care of him. I estimate it will take 7 or 8 days. I'll be updating only occasionally these days, so please bear with me. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 The Twin Dragons of Wind and Thunder. What does that day is even better mean? Hearing Zhou Ming's question, Zhou Daoyi seemed to already understand the answer before Zhou Chun could reply, and answered for him. Zhou Daoyi, looking thoughtful, said softly, does Zhang Chun mean to use this matter to create a bigger stir and get more people involved? Yes, that's exactly what I meant, Zhou Chun nodded, admitting it on the spot. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming realized what was going on and said, I understand now. Since King Lian Temple has made its move, one Jiang family might not be enough to satisfy their appetite. If we can also injure some other forces in Lingzhou while we're eliminating the Jiang family, King Lian Temple will definitely value us more and be more willing to help us handle the aftermath. Yes, King Lian Temple previously stood by and watched various families defect to Xianjing Sect regardless of the reason. This greatly damaged their prestige. To restore their prestige and ensure that other families continue to follow them, they must punish these traitors. This time, our Zhou family initiated a western expedition against the Jiang family, and they have clearly taken this as an opportunity to use our Zhou family as pawns to deal with those traitors. Since we understand their plan, our Zhou family should, as long as conditions permit, make this matter as big as possible. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, calmly stating his opinion. From his calm expression and words, it was clear that he didn't mind being used as a pawn by the King Lian Temple. As the saying goes, being used isn't the most tragic thing. The most tragic thing is having no value to others. A person without value is likely living a miserable life, and the same applies to family. A wise person knows how to use being used to their advantage. After Zhou Chun explained this to them, Zhou Ming and the others were no longer so anxious, simply maintaining their offensive without the urgency to break through the formation. Meanwhile, while the Jiang family's mountain gate was besieged and facing a severe test, Yu Jinghe received a 1,000-mile communication talisman from the Jiang family inside the Xianjing Sect's mountain gate. After joining the Xianjing Sect, Yu Jinghe is once again riding high. The Xianjing master not only cured him of the old ailment he contracted during the southern expedition, but also helped him retrieve his fragmented divine soul essence from the Zhou family, freeing him from their control. Since the Heavenly Mirror Sect currently only has one golden core cultivator, and Heavenly Mirror True Person, being a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, cannot focus his energy on managing sect affairs, he practically wields absolute power, enjoying himself immensely. Upon receiving the message from the Jiang family, informing him that the Zhou family had launched a large-scale attack on the Jiang family in Lingzhou, Yu Jinghe couldn't help but show surprise. What's going on? What's wrong with Zhou Ming and the others? Why would they suddenly do something so unwise? What did the Jiang family do to make them so angry? He muttered to himself, his brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. Based on his understanding of Zhou Ming, the man shouldn't be so reckless. He should realize the significant consequences of attacking the Jiang family's mountain gate in Lingzhou at this time. Could it be that Zhou Ming has become arrogant because the Zhou family now has 4 Purple Mansion stage cultivators, thinking that the Zhou family has returned to the ranks of golden core families and can act without restraint? Or does he think I will show them leniency out of consideration for past relationships? Thinking this, Yu Jinghe's expression turned cold, and he immediately prepared to personally go to the Jiang family to investigate. However, just as he stepped out of the Heavenly Mirror Sect's mountain gate, he suddenly sensed 2 golden core level auras. This discovery startled him, and he hurriedly looked towards the source of the auras. There, high in the clouds, 2 Taoist priests in green robes sat facing each other, playing a game of chess. At this moment, Seemingly sensing his gaze, a leisurely voice rang in his ear. The conflict between the Zhang family and the Zhou family is a private feud between the two clans. Why must fellow Taoist you interfere? Aren't you afraid of being in an awkward position after meeting the Zhou family? Although the tone was calm, the sarcasm in the words was undisguised. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinghu's face darkened, and he retorted angrily, "How I act is none of your business." In the past, he certainly wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. But now, with the nascent soul cultivator, true person Xinjing, backing him up, he was no longer afraid of any golden core cultivator from the Azure Lotus Temple, at least in terms of words. But as soon as he spoke, the blue-robed Taoist's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "This humble Taoist has no interest in instructing those ungrateful and treacherous people. I am merely following orders and have no choice but to come." These sarcastic words reignited Yu Jinghu's anger, and he glared at the Taoist. "What? You want to fight this humble Taoist? Then let this humble Taoist see what you're made of," the blue-robed Taoist said, standing up. Seeing this, Yu Jinghu's anger subsided considerably, and he turned and returned to the mountain gate. He would not fight with the golden core cultivators of King Lian Temple, that would likely only bring him humiliation. However, since King Lian Temple had specifically sent 2 golden core cultivators to intercept him, it seemed that the Zhou family's attack on the Zhang family was not as simple as ordinary revenge. Therefore, after returning to the Xinjing Sect's mountain gate, Yu Jinghu immediately went to the place where true person Xinjing was in seclusion to request an audience. However, to his dismay, Master Xinjing did not receive him, only replying with the 4 words, "Take care of yourself, take care of yourself? Does this mean I have to decide how to handle this? If I handle it wrong, who will be responsible?" Yu Jinghu frowned, staring intently out of the mountain, feeling extremely uneasy. He realized that this matter could easily escalate into a disaster. And he didn't want to bear this heavy responsibility alone. Perhaps I should call them all over to discuss this matter together, so that if something goes wrong, it won't be solely my responsibility. Thinking this, Yu Jinghu immediately issued a summons to all the Purple Mansion stage cultivators of the Xinjing sect inside the mountain gate, gathering them to discuss the Zhang family's request for assistance. However, how many of those who had reached the Purple Mansion stage were fools? Yu Jinghu usually held absolute power, making decisions on his own. Now he was calling all these Purple Mansion stage cultivators over to discuss and offer their opinions. Who among them would be foolish enough to truly believe he was asking them to come and offer their opinions? Therefore, no matter what Yu Jinghu said, everyone else either remained silent or said they would follow his orders. No one actually offered any suggestions. This situation left Yu Jinghu both embarrassed and frustrated, as well as helpless. Finally, he said angrily, "Fine, since none of you want to support the Zhang family, then we won't send anyone. Let them fend for themselves." This forceful attempt to shift blame finally made it impossible for them to remain silent. One of them quickly suggested, "Since the Vi-sect leader can't leave the mountain gate, why not send someone to ask the families allied with the Zhang family to send reinforcements? Just 2 or 3 families need to help, and that should be enough to drive back the Zhou family." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jinghu clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Brilliant! Fellow Taoist Lin's plan is brilliant. Then I'll leave the task of delivering the message to you, fellow Taoist Lin. Whether the entire Zhang family of several hundred people can escape this calamity depends entirely on you, fellow Taoist Lin." Hearing this, the cultivator who had made the suggestion immediately turned pale, nearly dying of anger. He never expected Yu Jinghu to be so shameless. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would never have spoken up. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and say, "This subordinate's cultivation is too low. I'm afraid I cannot shoulder this heavy responsibility. Vice-sect leader, perhaps you should choose another fellow Taoist with a higher cultivation level to go. Then who among you is willing to take fellow Taoist Lin's place and do this?" Yu Jinghu glanced at the other Purple Mansion cultivators and asked softly. Naturally, no one answered. They all feigned ignorance. Yu Jinghu, unsurprised, shrugged at the Lin surnamed Purple Mansion cultivator and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that you're the most suitable." The Lin surnamed cultivator, seeing this, had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept the task with a resentful expression. Afterwards, seeing the Lin surnamed cultivator leave the mountain gate smoothly without being intercepted, Yu Jinghu became even more certain of his guess. The Azure Lotus Temple was indeed preparing to cause trouble. Time slowly passed, and soon half a day had gone by as the Zhou family besieged the Jiang family's mountain gate. After half a day of attack, the Jiang family's protective array was already somewhat precarious. The green clouds protecting the gate were visibly fading considerably. On the other hand, the Zhou family members, although they had been attacking continuously for half a day, showed little sign of fatigue because they had been taking rejuvenation pills to restore their mana. The demonic beasts, unable to recover their mana through the rejuvenation pill, were already severely depleted, and several second-tier demonic beasts had temporarily withdrawn from the battle to rest. Even so, it was clear to anyone with eyes that the Jiang family's mountain gate formation was only a matter of time before it was breached. Zhang Shichen, as the controller of the mountain gate formation, knew its current state better than anyone else. Looking at the Zhou family members relentlessly attacking his mountain gate, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Why? Why haven't the Heavenly Mirror Sect's reinforcements arrived yet? Do they really have no shame at all?" This wasn't the first time he'd said such words. But each time he spoke them, his despair deepened. He knew very well that without reinforcements, the Jiang family would have no chance of survival today. Then he couldn't help but recall the reasons why things had come to this point, and he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "If we can escape this disaster, I will definitely rectify the family's conduct and make those fools who are still immersed in past glory suffer a lot." Perhaps heaven truly heard his words and was willing to grant the Jiang family a glimmer of hope. Just as Zhang Shichen was becoming increasingly desperate, several streaks of light suddenly appeared in the distance, quickly arriving outside the Jiang family's mountain gate. When the streaks of light stopped, the identities of the newcomers were revealed to the Zhou and Jiang family cultivators. Among the suddenly arriving streaks of light were 2 purple mansion stage cultivators and 5 foundation establishment stage cultivators. Its fellow Taoist He and fellow Taoist Guo leading reinforcements. Inside the Jiang family's mountain gate, Zhang Shichen, after clearly seeing the faces of the newcomers, exclaimed with great joy. Outside the Jiang family's mountain gate, the reinforcements from the He and Guo families revealed themselves and immediately shouted at the Zhou family, "What do you Zhou family people want? This is Ling Zhao. The Jiang family is a family protected by the Xianjing sect. Aren't you afraid that the Xianjing sect's true person Xianjing will annihilate your entire clan if you attack the Jiang family's mountain gate like this?" Hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately replied in a deep voice, "So what if it's Ling Zhao? The Jiang family has repeatedly harmed important members of my Zhou family without cause, treating my Zhou family as nothing. If my Zhou family doesn't retaliate in blood, wouldn't we become a laughingstock?" After saying that, he continued in a strong tone, "Today, the high-ranking members of my Zhou family have gathered here, vowing to annihilate the entire Jiang family. If you dare to obstruct us, don't blame my Zhou family for being impolite." These strong words instantly enraged the 2 opposing reinforcements. Then a bearded man roared, "Such arrogance! Let me see how impolite you all are." Before he finished speaking, he had already unleashed his magical weapon and launched an attack on Zhou Ming. Seeing this, the others also launched their attacks on the Zhou family from behind the Jiang family's mountain gate. On the Zhou family's side, seeing these Jiang family reinforcements attacking their side first, Zhou Ming immediately shouted, "That's enough, go all out." His order to go all out immediately caused all the Zhou family cultivators to unleash their full power. Zhou Chun immediately formed hand seals and used the ancestral revival secret technique on the silver lightning python, turning it into a lightning dragon. At the same time, he patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist and released all the mysterious armor golden feather and flying fire scorpion he had cultivated. Previously, because of the fear of the corpse demon sect, the Zhou family had not dared to reveal their family's insect-repelling techniques too much. However, the corpse demon sect is now preoccupied with its own problems, and the Zhou family has Lin Honggao, a golden core cultivator, as their trump card. Zhou Chun no longer needs to deliberately tie his own hands. The display of these 2 methods instantly made Zhou Chun the most dazzling presence in the entire arena, even overshadowing Zhou Daoai, who possessed the Azure Dragon. In the sky, 2 dragons, one azure and one silver, roared, one manipulating the wind and clouds, the other controlling lightning. Their power are inspiring. What a magnificent pair of wind and thunder dragons! Dozens of miles above the battlefield, a spectator hidden in the shadows watched the wind and thunder dragons in the sky, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Then, he narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "It's fortunate that the Zhou family doesn't have a single golden core cultivator, otherwise they might be a potential threat to the sect in the future. It seems I must remind my senior brother, The sect leader, when I return, to ensure that the incident involving true person Xianjing is not repeated. Recommendation, a friend's new book, Heavens, the first tame beast is a jellyfish. Those interested can check it out. Chapter 373 The Demise of the Zhang Family. Rumble. Outside the Zhang family's mountain gate, thunder roared incessantly, shaking the mountains. The second-tier superior-grade demonic beast, the silver lightning python bye-bye, after transforming into a thunder flood dragon, although its cultivation remained within the second tier, its combat power rivaled that of a third-tier demonic beast. The 5 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Hianguo families had originally intended to rely on the Zhang family's protective array to fight the Zhou family. However, when the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye appeared, the 5 of them instantly suffered a terrible fate. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, unable to dodge in time and possessing lower strength, were directly struck down from the sky by the sudden lightning, their bodies smoking as they plummeted to the ground. The remaining 3, terrified, fled into the Zhang family's mountain gate with the help of Zhang Shichen inside. But at this moment, the Zhou family cultivators, at full power, possessed the strength to break through the Zhang family's mountain gate. Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun each made their moves, easily deflecting the attacks from the Purple Mansion cultivators of the Hianguo families. Meanwhile, the Fire God Jackwall and the Azure Flood Dragon spat out their demon cores, leading several Foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family in a final assault on the Zhang family's mountain gate protective formation. The Azure Flood Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a demon core glowing with azure light, which flew above the Zhang family's mountain gate formation. The demon core spun rapidly in the air, and in an instant, the sky changed dramatically, whipping up azure demonic winds. These winds, reaching from the sky to the earth, surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the azure clouds surrounding the Zhang family's mountain gate protective formation, violently churning them as if they might dissipate at any moment. At the same time, the fire god Jackwall also opened its mouth and spat out a fiery red demon core glowing with flames. The fiery red demon core hung high in the sky, radiating dazzling light. It quickly absorbed spiritual energy, forming a crimson fire cloud in midair. Then, a wolf's howl rang out, and the crimson fire cloud suddenly transformed into crimson fire meteors, crashing into the greenish-blue mist. Boom! 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 Violent explosions rang out in succession. Each crimson fire meteor that struck the greenish-blue mist shattered the surrounding clouds, revealing the situation within the Zhang family's mountain gate. Wind and fire surged, lightning flashed. In an instant, the Zhang family's protective array began to tremble under this fierce onslaught. PFFT. PFFT. PFFT, inside the Zhang family's mountain gate, several Foundation establishment cultivators assisting in controlling the array suddenly coughed up blood, cracks appearing on the array flags in their hands. Even Zhang Shichen, a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, had a flushed face and surging blood, severely shaken by the backlash from the array. It's no use, Elder. The formation is about to collapse, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhang family growled, his face grim, his voice filled with deep fear. Having witnessed the formidable strength of the Zhou family outside, their initial fighting spirit had dissipated considerably, replaced by renewed panic and fear. Zhang Shichen, noticing this, felt a chill in his heart and shouted fiercely, "Hold on! Hold on, even if it kills you." Seemingly realizing that mere words weren't enough, he added with unwavering conviction, "These 2 beasts have already used their demon cores, meaning they've exhausted all their means. If we can withstand this onslaught, more reinforcements will arrive." This resolute tone had a significant calming effect in such a situation. At least the Zhang family cultivators felt comforted and had a reason to persevere. Often, whether people can persevere in adversity depends on the strength of their resolve. Zhang Shichen had undoubtedly done a good job in this regard. Unfortunately, the enemy's strength once again exceeded his expectations. At that moment, swarms of golden demonic insects swarmed from one side of the Zhang family's mountain gate formation, instantly covering an area of several acres. Some Zhang family cultivators, seeing these golden demonic insects, launched attacks. But neither fire, rain, wind, ice, nor swords could inflict significant damage on these insects. The insects biting, however, placed a tremendous burden on the formation. The destructive power of their combined attacks was greater than that of a Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Damn it! When did the Zhou family acquire such an insect-repelling technique? Inside the Zhang family's mountain gate, Zhang Shichen quickly realized the immense threat the golden demonic insects posed to the formation, and he was extremely shocked and enraged by this unexpected tactic. He angrily summoned a black jade gourd magic artifact, releasing a dark green poisonous cloud that surged towards the golden demonic insects, attempting to poison them all to death. To his surprise, the poisonous cloud, capable of injuring and killing even a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage, failed to kill all the golden demonic insects. Most of the golden demonic insects, after being engulfed by the poisonous cloud, only swayed slightly, then recovered quickly and continued gnawing at the formation. Only a small number of golden demonic insects could not withstand the poison's potent toxicity, their bodies turning black as they fell to the ground, never to fly again. This scene caused Zhang Shichen's expression to change drastically, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes. But this was only the first blow, the second blow soon followed. Zhou Ming formed hand seals, and after preparing for over 100 breaths, he unleashed a powerful third-tier high-grade spell. A crimson fire cloud gathered in the sky, and then a thick crimson fire pillar, over 10 feet in diameter, descended from the sky, crashing down on the Zhang family's protective formation like divine punishment. The intense heat and immense impact instantly tore a huge hole in the already near-limited protective array. Then, a section of a mountain peak within the Zhang family's mountain gate was blasted away by the exploding pillar of fire, the raging flames turning the entire mountain into a sea of fire. Naturally, none of the Zhang family cultivators on that peak survived. They were all reduced to ashes in the intense heat. This attack didn't completely disable the Zhang family's protective array, but its blow to the Zhang family cultivators' confidence was devastating. Zhang Shichen's previous confident words became a complete joke. The gaping hole in the sky sent chills down the spines of every Zhang family cultivator who saw it. "Zhang Shichen, come out and die," Zhou Ming roared, immediately riding his fire god Jackwall to the top of the hole, unleashing his magical artifact to attack the Zhang family cultivators inside. Inside the mountain gate, Zhang Shichen naturally couldn't stand idly by while Zhou Ming slaughtered his clansmen. He could only roar and unleash his magical artifact to intercept them. Distracted by the battle with Zhou Ming, his control over the mountain's defensive formation became significantly weaker. Soon, the Azure Dragon's massive body pressed down on the formation, spewing a gust of wind through the opening Zhou Ming had created. The wind fanned the flames, causing the still-burning fires inside the Zhang family's mountain gate to spread even more fiercely. The Azure Dragon's attack on the formation further increased the pressure on it. Seeing this, Lei Jiao Bai and the golden armored rock turtle followed suit, pressing their massive bodies down on the formation as well. Of course, only these three demonic beasts dared to do such a thing. Other demonic beasts didn't have their ability to withstand the concentrated attacks of the numerous Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhang family inside. Under this relentless attack from both inside and outside, it wasn't long before the Azure Dragon tore open a huge hole in the formation and plunged inside. "It's over, the Zhang family is finished." Inside the Zhang family's mountain gate, upon seeing the majestic Azure Dragon appear, some Zhang family cultivators completely collapsed, letting out desperate cries. Panic quickly spread, and the Zhang family's defenses crumbled. Finally, after the Azure Dragon unleashed its carnage within the Zhang family's mountain gate, the Zhang family's protective formation completely collapsed. Without the concealment of the Azure Mist, the entire scene within the Zhang family's mountain gate was revealed to the Zhou family cultivators. What should have been a picturesque mountain gate was now filled with the panicked figures of Zhang family cultivators fleeing, and raging flames. "Kill all Zhang family cultivators, leave no one alive." The order to kill flew from Zhou Ming's mouth, and without hesitation, Zhou family cultivators rushed into the Zhang family's mountain gate, mercilessly reaping the lives of every cultivator in sight. Although Zhou Ming said to leave no Zhang family cultivators alive, there were still some rogue cultivators and cultivators from other families inside the mountain gate. But at this moment, the Zhou family cultivators weren't foolish enough to distinguish who was a Zhang family cultivator. Anyone who wasn't a member of the Zhou family was an enemy. And enemies are never exempt from being killed. The advantage of the Zhou family not bringing key refining stage cultivators became apparent. Without needing to care for the younger cultivators, all the Zhou family cultivators could confidently charge and kill within the Zhang family's mountain gate. Every breath passed, and Zhang family cultivators fell to the attacks of Zhou family cultivators and their spirit pets. The entire Zhang family's mountain gate had now become a battlefield of carnage. Seeing this, the He family Purple Mansion cultivator who was fighting Zhou Daoyi immediately shouted to Zhang Shichen, who was fiercely battling Zhou Ming. Fellow Taoist Zhang, as long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood. Things have come to this: retreat first. They had originally come to rescue the Zhang family, but now that the Zhang family was beyond saving, they naturally didn't want to continue fighting the Zhou family to the death. However, Zhang Shichen knew that the Zhou family would never let him escape. He had already questioned several Foundation establishment cultivators who had entered the Zhang family's mountain gate to help in the battle, and knew that these people were acting on orders from the Heavenly Mirror Sect. This made him realize that the King Lian Temple was definitely involved behind the Zhou family's attack on the Zhang family. Therefore, upon hearing the words of the Guo family Purple Mansion cultivator, he quickly took a deep breath and loudly ordered, "Zhang family members, listen to my command. Everyone scatter and flee. Everyone who can escape is one more person alive. As long as one member of the Zhang family survives, the Zhang family's legacy must continue." Then he launched a counterattack against Zhou Ming with all his might. With Zhang Shichen's order, the surviving Zhang family cultivators completely let go of their psychological burdens and scattered in all directions, each employing their own methods. Seeing this, the He family Purple Mansion cultivator shouted, "Retreat. We retreat too." He then desperately tried to shake off Zhou Daoi's entanglement and create an opportunity to escape. However, they had no idea what kind of opponent they were facing. "Coming and going as you please? Do you think this is a marketplace? Leave your lives behind." A cold smile appeared on Zhou Daoi's face. His spirit pet, the Azure Dragon, had returned to his side, and the two quickly surrounded and attacked the He family cultivator. On the other side, the Guo family Purple Mansion cultivator, who was fighting Zhou Chun, successfully escaped Zhou Chun's attack and fled the battlefield. Zhou Chun could have pursued him. With his mastery of the flowing golden rainbow secret technique, he was absolutely confident he could catch up. However, considering that the Zhou family was fighting in a foreign land, if he pursued the enemy alone and encountered an ambush or other unexpected situation, it could ruin the favorable situation they had gained. Therefore, he ultimately restrained his competitive spirit and instead helped Zhou Daoi deal with the Guo family's Purple Mansion cultivator. The Guo family's Purple Mansion cultivator immediately turned pale. He was already struggling to cope with Zhou Daoi and the Azure Dragon. With Zhou Chun added to the mix, how could he possibly hold out? He immediately said urgently, "Fellow Daoists of the Zhou family, I am not an enemy of your family. I came to rescue the Zhang family under the orders of the Heavenly Mirror Sect, not with any intention of being an enemy of your family. If you two are willing to spare me, I and my family will surely repay you handsomely." This was tantamount to begging the Zhou family for mercy. In the past, the Zhou family might have actually shown leniency at this point. After all, just as the other party said, the Zhou family and the Guo family had not formed any irreconcilable enmity, and there was no need to kill them here and offend a major cultivation clan. However, things were different now. The Zhou family was no longer the family with only one or two Purple Mansion cultivators, and the Guo family was no longer a cultivation clan under the King Lian Temple. Even if they killed the He family's Purple Mansion cultivator now, the King Lian Temple would only reward the Zhou family, and the small He family would have no power to launch any strong retaliation against the Zhou family. Therefore, facing the Guo family's Purple Mansion cultivator's pleas for mercy, Zhou Daoi sneered and said, "You are really joking. If you were in the superior position now, would you let my Zhou family go? I'm afraid you would be eager to eliminate us." After saying that, he ignored the empty and weak explanation of the He family's Purple Mansion cultivator, and together with Zhou Chun, they pressed down, and soon the Azure Dragon tore him in two with a claw, scattering his soul. After killing the He family's Purple Mansion cultivators who came to their aid, Zhou Daoi immediately led the Azure Dragon to help Zhou Ming, while Zhou Chun went to hunt down and slaughter the surviving Foundation establishment cultivators. So tired. I didn't dare sleep a wink last night, staying by his bedside to take care of him. These next few days will be incredibly exhausting. Chapter 374 Confiscating Property. The Zhang family is gone. A powerful cultivation clan with a history spanning over 1,000 years has vanished. The reasons for their demise can be traced back decades to the assassination of Zhou Chun by Zhang Shixin, a Zhang family alchemist driven by greed, and also to the pursuit of Zhou Hangbo, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family, by Zhang Chuangshan, a Zhang family Foundation establishment cultivator. Both times, Zhang family cultivators were blinded by greed and hatred, committing acts detrimental to the family and ultimately leading to its destruction. However, The true cause clearly lies with the true leaders of the Zhang family, Zhang Shichen and the mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator from the Zhang family who was assassinated by Lin Hongyu decades ago. They knew perfectly well that their clansmen had committed acts against the code of the cultivation world, that their evil deeds had led to their deaths, yet they refused to distinguish right from wrong, refused to accept reconciliation from the Zhou family, and were determined to avenge their deservedly killed clansmen. A member of the Zhang family, knowing full well the family's decline, failed to discipline or rectify its traditions, leading to reckless mistakes and ultimately the family's annihilation. The Zhang family's demise was their own fault, but we should learn from their example. As those in charge of our families, we must manage them well, uphold good family values, and prevent such a tragedy from befalling our Zhou family, lest we suffer the same fate as the Zhang family. Inside the Zhang family's mountain gate, Zhou Ming gazed at the still-burning flames and the bloodied corpses, a profound emotion washing over him. He wasn't lamenting the Zhang family's demise, but rather the cruelty of the cultivation world. Many of the Zhang family's cultivators hadn't actually done anything wrong, they hadn't offended the Zhou family. Their mistake lay in sharing the same surname, Zhang, and the same bloodline as Zhang Shichen, Zhang Chuangshan, and others. This shared bloodline, which had previously brought them many advantages, had now become the direct cause of their deaths. Since the Zhou family has decided to destroy the Zhang family and eliminate those in power within the Zhang family, they cannot afford to let go of other cultivators with the same surname, Zhang. Otherwise, today's leniency could very well bring about the Zhou family's destruction in the future. Throughout the history of the cultivation world, such things are commonplace, forcing one to be wary. Therefore, to survive in this cruel cultivation world and protect one's family and friends from harm, this is often the only option. The Supreme Elder is absolutely right. History serves as a mirror, reflecting the rise and fall of dynasties. Although the Zhang family is destroyed today, we need not rejoice, for today's Zhang family could very well be tomorrow's Zhou family. We should take this as a warning, restrain our clansmen, and prevent such a tragedy from repeating itself in our Zhou family. Zhou Chun echoed Zhou Ming's words with a look of complete agreement, though his face remained devoid of any smile. After speaking, he frowned slightly and said, although the Zhang family has been destroyed, Zhang Bai's fate is still unknown. Perhaps we can send someone to the market to investigate. Hearing this, Zhou Zhangking immediately chimed in. If the clan leader trusts me, then let me handle this. Very well, you are now the head of the Zhou family's intelligence hall, and no one is more suitable than you for this task. Zhou Chun nodded and readily agreed. Then he earnestly instructed, remember to be careful. If you encounter trouble, don't fight the enemy head-on. If you can escape, do so. If you can't escape, prioritize your own life and wait for the clan's rescue. Yes, I will certainly follow the clan leader's teachings, Zhou Zhangking responded and immediately left the Zhang family's mountain gate. After he left, Zhou Chun and the others began cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, apart from Zhou Jiaoru and Zhou Xinglin who were slightly injured, no one else in the Zhou family was hurt. However, everyone's spirit pets were more or less seriously injured. The number of enemies they slew reached several hundred. On the Zhang family's side, Zhang Shichen, a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, and 4 Foundation establishment stage cultivators were all killed without exception. The Guo and He families, who came to their aid, also suffered heavy losses. The Guo family's Purple Mansion stage cultivator and 2 Foundation establishment stage cultivators all perished, while the He family only managed to escape with 1 Purple Mansion stage cultivator and 1 late-stage Foundation establishment stage cultivator. Meanwhile, 276 key refining stage cultivator corpses were found inside the Zhang family's mountain gate. Some more corpses had been completely destroyed by magical spells or devoured by demonic beasts, making their exact number unknown. In short, based on Zhou Chun's observations at the time, no more than 10 Zhang family cultivators should have survived. At this point, the 8 members of the Zhou family worked together to gather the scattered corpses together. Then, at Zhou Chun's suggestion, after confiscating any valuable belongings from the fallen Zhang family cultivators, their bodies were cremated at the Zhang family's ancestral cemetery inside the mountain gate, as a sign of respect. After completing this task, everyone began to plunder the treasures within the Zhang family's mountain gate. As a local, 1,000-year-old cultivation clan, the Zhang family's mountain gate surpassed the Zhou family's 9 Peaks Ridge in both spiritual energy concentration and area. Its mountain gate contained a considerable number of valuable treasures. First and foremost were spiritual herbs. Because the Zhang family possessed a remarkable lineage of alchemy skills, its mountain gate had numerous medicinal fields, cultivating a vast quantity of various spiritual herbs. Although many spiritual herbs had been deliberately destroyed by Zhang family cultivators before their deaths during the previous battle, the Zhou family cultivators still reaped significant rewards during the plunder. For example, on the Zhang family's main peak, Zhou Chun discovered 3 well-preserved spiritual fruit trees. These 3 trees were a spiritual pear tree, a spiritual apricot tree, and a spiritual jujube tree. The spiritual fruits bearing these trees were not only delicious and sweet, but also contained pure spiritual energy, which could be directly refined to enhance cultivation. In addition, there is a tea garden on the back mountain of the Zhang family's main peak, where more than 20 different varieties of spirit tea trees are planted. Although these spirit tea trees are not of particularly rare varieties, they represent the accumulated wealth of the Zhang family over thousands of years. Besides spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and spirit tea, the Zhang family, as a great immortal cultivation clan with a history of over 1,000 years, naturally also has a dedicated spirit beast garden. The Zhang family's spirit beast garden is not as large as the Zhou family's beast garden, but it still houses more than a dozen common demon beasts, including a rather rare low-level demon beast, the 5-colored pheasant. The 5-colored pheasant is said to have a trace of phoenix bloodline, making it a nemesis of all poisons. It is born to eat all kinds of poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, and its blood is rich in spiritual power, making it an excellent auxiliary material for refining many pills, as well as a superior ink for making talismans. Its eggs are also an exquisite delicacy. The Zhang family's spirit beast garden happens to house 8 5-colored pheasants, 1 male and 7 females. Furthermore, in a secluded corner of the Zhang family's mountain gate, a place was discovered where poisonous insects were kept. It housed over a dozen kinds of venomous creatures, including centipedes, scorpions, spiders, and snakes, many of which were potent enough to harm Foundation establishment cultivators. These items were numerous, far exceeding the capacity of the 8 members of the Zhou family to carry. And these were only what was visible from the outside. The Zhang family's most precious possessions lay hidden in their treasure vaults, the books in the library, the magical artifacts and elixirs stored in the vault, and the precious cultivation techniques and secret arts passed down in the secret repository. Everything else is negotiable, but we must find the Zhang family's alchemy lineage. This is something our Zhou family desperately needs. Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed, his goal clear. The Zhou family currently had 2 Foundation establishment cultivators with decent alchemy skills, but their own alchemy lineage was not particularly advanced. Zhou Xingyin and Zhou Xinlin, for example, can only refine no more than 5 types of pills effective for Foundation establishment cultivators, most of which are for healing and detoxification. This is far from enough to meet the needs of the dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family. The Zhang family's alchemy tradition, however, is exceptional. In the markets of Lingzhou, the Zhang family's pills are renowned and highly trusted by Lingzhou cultivators. Therefore, Zhou Chun is determined to acquire the Zhang family's alchemy tradition. He personally took action, first breaking into the Zhang family's treasury with Zhou Daoai. As expected, the treasury contained a large quantity of refined pills, including many that could increase the cultivation of key refining cultivators. This is a characteristic of such a family. Besides pills, the treasury also contained a considerable number of magical artifacts, talismans, and spiritual herbs. Zhou Chun and his companions even found several large boxes filled with spirit coins, totaling over 50,000 spirit coins. Zhou Chun and his companions naturally didn't hold back on the contents of these treasure vaults, taking everything that could be stored in their storage bags. Just as they were emptying the vaults, Zhou Ming also discovered the Zhang family's secret vault. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Chun rushed to its location. Unlike the Zhou family, whose vault was hidden inside a mountain wall, the Zhang family's vault was located at the bottom of a pool, its existence difficult to discover without Zhou Ming's meticulous search. When Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoai arrived, Zhou Ming was casting a spell to drain the pool. Seeing this, Zhou Daoai immediately ordered the Azure Dragon to act, quickly draining the pool of clear water and revealing the dark silt at the bottom. The Azure Dragon then created a tornado, instantly sweeping all the silt into the surrounding forest. After the thick layer of silt, several feet thick, was cleared away, dark blue rocks appeared at the bottom of the pool. Mysterious spiritual patterns were engraved on the rock walls, emitting a hazy black light, and a stone door could be vaguely seen within. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but whisper, "We didn't find the Zhang family's core alchemy inheritance in the library or Zhang Shichen's cave. That thing must be in this secret vault." He then turned to a blue-clad female cultivator behind him and asked, "Well, Zindai, are you confident you can break the array of this secret vault using normal methods? Most secret vaults have self-destruct mechanisms. Once the protective array is forcibly broken by external force, the self-destruct mechanism inside will be triggered, destroying the contents." Therefore, Zhou Chun could only place his hopes on Zhou Zindai, the best array master in the Zhou family, hoping she could use her array master skills to break the outer protective array of the secret vault and enter without triggering the self-destruct mechanism inside. Hearing his question, Zhou Zindai stared at the stone wall for a while before softly saying, "The formation on this doesn't seem particularly complex. If I had 10 or 15 days, I'd be 50% confident I could break it. No, we don't have that much time. We'll be leaving by tomorrow at the latest." Zhou Chun immediately shook his head, rejecting the idea. This was, after all, Ling's Hao. Even though the Zhang family was destroyed, and even though the Xianjing sect was blocked by the Qinglian temple and couldn't directly intervene, the Zhou family couldn't stay in the Zhang family's mountain gate for more than 10 days. It was too dangerous. Zhou Mingbu also spoke up at this moment, "Let's force our way through the formation. Once it's broken, let the fire god Jackwall and the azure dragon rush in. We'll get whatever we can." Hearing them say this, Zhou Zindai felt a pang of regret, but still dutifully suggested, "If we're going to force our way through the formation, we could concentrate our forces to attack that stone door." "Alright, then let's listen to Zindai." "We'll all attack together," Zhou Chun said, summoning his golden longsword magic weapon. He raised his hand and stroked the longsword, instantly unleashing a burst of golden light that sprouted several inches of golden blade aura. This was a special effect of the second chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique, capable of enhancing the sharpness of magical artifacts like swords and blades, though it consumed a significant amount of mana. At that moment, with a low shout from Zhou Chun, the magical artifacts of the 3 purple mansion cultivators from the Zhou family simultaneously struck the stone door on the bottom of the pool. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the stone door shattered and exploded under the attack of the 3 artifacts. Now, in the instant the stone door shattered, the much smaller fire god Jackwall and Azure Dragon instantly transformed into 2 phantoms, one red and one blue, and darted through the opening. Simultaneously, intense flames pierced through the opening, revealing the self-destruct array within the secret vault, which had been passively triggered, beginning to incinerate the treasures inside. At this moment, everyone could only hope that the fire god Jackwall and the Azure Flood Dragon would have good luck and successfully bring out the Zhang family's alchemy inheritance. They're out. A moment later, the fire god Jackwall and the Azure Flood Dragon emerged from the fiery secret vault and landed before their respective masters. Then, they opened their mouths and spat out the treasures they had swallowed from the vault. In their haste, they didn't bring out many treasures. The fire god Jackwall took 3, and the Azure Flood Dragon took 4. Among these 7 treasures, 2 were objects that carried the Dao, a stone tablet and a jade bell. Of the other 5 treasures, 2 were 3rd-tier magic artifacts, along with a jade book, a jade box, and a jade bottle. Zhou Chun glanced at these treasures and then focused his attention on the secret vault. The flames inside were still burning, their power no less than that of earth fire. Even 3rd-tier magic artifacts, without being activated, would struggle to survive such intense flames. This seems to be the flames generated by the heavenly annihilation earthly fire formation. This formation requires earthly fire source crystals as materials to set up, and it can fully activate the power of the earthly fire source crystals at once. The more earthly fire source crystals used when setting up the formation, the stronger the flames will be after activation. Zhou Zindai's gaze also fell on the secret vault, and based on her understanding of formations, she roughly figured out the origin of the self-destructing formation inside. "Let's see if there's anything we want among these things." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and then looked back at the 7 treasures. Chapter 375 Gains and Losses. Ha ha ha, truly a blessing from heaven. This thing has finally fallen into our hands. Inside the Zhang family's mountain gate, Zhou Ming laughed heartily, holding a jade book in his hand, his face beaming with joy. The jade book in his hand was one of the 7 treasures that the Azure Dragon had brought out of the Zhang family's secret vault. This item was actually a book on alchemy, containing dozens of pill formulas and several exquisite alchemy techniques possessed by the Zhang family. With this item in hand, The Zhang family's alchemy inheritance would henceforth belong entirely to the Zhou family. At this moment, the group was examining the 7 treasures brought out of the secret vault. Besides the precious book on alchemy in Zhou Ming's hand, the other treasures brought out of the secret vault were also extraordinary. The 2 third-tier magic artifacts need no further explanation. Although they weren't particularly powerful treasures, their grade meant their value was considerable. The 2 Dao-carrying artifacts recorded a top-tier cultivation technique and a combat technique, giving the Zhou family's future foundation establishment cultivators 2 more choices in terms of cultivation techniques. The other jade box contained a scroll made of animal hide, seemingly a treasure map, but only half of it. The other half was needed for comparison to locate the treasure. Such treasure maps were not uncommon in the cultivation world. In fact, they were quite common, sold in many markets' free trading areas. However, these were usually fake maps or treasure traps deliberately set by bandits. But since the Zhang family stored the map in a secret vault, and given that its material was the hide of a 3rd-tier demonic beast, its authenticity should be trustworthy. The fact that the Zhang family had held the map for countless years without finding the other half indicated its difficulty. It was likely that once it fell into the Zhou family's hands, it would be shelved, left for future generations to decipher. The last of the 7 treasures, a jade bottle, contained a single pill. After comparing it with the formulas in the pill book, it was determined to be a precious healing elixir called the rejuvenation pill. According to the recipe, refining this rejuvenation pill requires not only 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs and over 10 rare spiritual herbs, but also the essence blood of several extremely rare special demonic beasts as a medicinal guide. Furthermore, the refining process alone takes 49 days, not a minute more or less. Such a troublesome pill naturally possesses extraordinary effects. According to the recipe, with this rejuvenation pill in hand, whether it's a severed hand or foot, a perforated intestine, a broken nose, or blindness, everything can be completely restored. It's no exaggeration to say that unless it's a fatal injury like decapitation or a shattered gentian, timely consumption of the rejuvenation pill can restore the patient. The Zhang family successfully refined a batch of this pill many years ago, keeping one in their family's secret vault for future use. Unexpectedly, it has now benefited the Zhou family. After examining the 7 treasures salvaged from the Zhang family's secret vault, Zhou Ming's smile vanished, and he said seriously, "All right. We've almost finished looting the Zhang family's treasures. Now let's discuss how to bring these things back to the family." Zhang Chun, do you have any ideas? Hearing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "I believe we should make choices and take what we can. We shouldn't force ourselves to take what we can't. The Zhang family's mountain gate contains many treasures, but the Zhou family only has 8 people, making it impossible to take everything at once. If they were to take it in several trips, they might suffer a greater loss for a smaller gain and be ambushed." However, after hearing his answer, Zhou Ming did not make a decision immediately but instead looked at Zhou Daowei and the others, asking, "What are your opinions? Better safe than sorry. We've already gained enough this time, there's no need to make a big mistake because of momentary greed." "I agree with Zhang Chun's opinion." Zhou Daowei pondered for a moment and quickly agreed with Zhou Chun's view. This caused Zhou Jiaru, who was about to speak, to change his expression slightly and swallow his words. He was the one who was somewhat greedy and wanted to say that making an extra trip was no problem. However, after Zhou Daowei had spoken up, if you were to say such a thing, it would seem short-sighted and foolish. Seeing that Zhou Chun and Zhou Daowei, 2 heavyweight figures, had reached a consensus, the other foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family present would not be so tactless as to express any dissent, and all chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately made a decision, saying, "Since no one else has any objections, let's do as Zhang Chun says." So the group immediately took action, transplanting the spirit fruit trees and spirit tea trees planted within the Zhang family's mountain gate and placing them on the backs of demonic beasts such as the azure dragon, fire god jackal, and golden winged tiger, which would then carry them back to the family for planting. Those things that could not be taken away were not destroyed, but left in place to await their destined owners. After several hours of busy work, seeing that there was no more room to put the spiritual items on the bodies of the several demonic beasts, the Zhou family members did not linger any longer and immediately escorted the items obtained from the Zhang family on their return journey. Perhaps it was the King Lian temple secretly protecting them, Or perhaps it was the Zhou family's decisive departure, but they encountered no further obstacles along the way and smoothly returned to Lanzhou, where they reunited with Zhou Daoquan and Zhou Jiapeng, who had stayed at the border to provide backup. Meanwhile, although Yu Jinghe was trapped inside the Xianjing Sect's mountain gate and could not leave, his connection with the outside world was not completely severed. Not long after the Jiang family was destroyed, he learned of the matter from the escaped Purple Mansion cultivator of the He family. After learning what had happened from the Purple Mansion cultivator of the He family, he was quite surprised. "Well done, Zhou Ming. I didn't expect that in just 100 years, the Zhou family would have such power. I really underestimated them before," he muttered to himself, his face quite unpleasant. It was obvious that the more prosperous the Zhou family became under Zhou Ming's leadership, the more short-sighted he appeared. He knew perfectly well that if given the chance, the Zhou family would retaliate against him at all costs. So how could he be happy now that he learned the Zhou family had easily wiped out the Jiang family and the people he had sent to rescue them? So what if the Zhou family's strength has increased? Without reaching the golden core stage, they are still just ants. Why should I worry about the revenge of these ants? He encouraged himself, his eyes gradually hardening. As a golden core cultivator, his mental state and cultivation were naturally quite good. He had no regrets about what he had done. It was true that the Zhou family was becoming more and more prosperous, but they were far from posing a threat to him. If the Zhou family dared to retaliate against him, he would not hesitate in the slightest. The Zhou family is nothing to fear, the only concern is the Qinglian temple. Let's see what other tricks they have up their sleeves, Yu Jinghe muttered to himself, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the two golden core cultivators from the Qinglian temple outside the mountain gate. He knew very well that the Zhou family's massacre of the Jiang family was merely a test by the Qinglian temple. The Qinglian temple would certainly have more tricks up its sleeve. His true opponent would only be the Qinglian temple, not a small Zhou family. Leaving aside Yu Jinghe's reaction upon learning of the Jiang family's destruction, let's talk about how the Zhou family members, after returning to their clan, happily began to tally their spoils. First, they planted all the spirit fruit trees and spirit tea trees transplanted from the Jiang family, and then placed the 5-colored pheasants and other demonic beasts they had brought into the beast enclosure. Then Zhou Chun gathered a dozen clansmen to count the storage bags looted from the Jiang family cultivators' corpses, as well as the various spiritual items plundered from the Jiang family's treasure vault. Under the meticulous inventory of over 20 Zhou family cultivators, the spoils brought back from the Jiang family were quickly compiled into a list and handed to Zhou Chun. After reviewing the information on the list, even with his experience and composure, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile genuinely. A huge windfall. This was Zhou Chun's truest feeling at that moment. The Jiang family truly lived up to its reputation as a powerful cultivation clan with a history spanning over 1,000 years. Their wealth far surpassed that of ordinary families. According to the statistics, this western expedition yielded over 127,000 spirit coins. In addition, they acquired over 800 magical artifacts, including over 20 second-tier artifacts and 6 third-tier artifacts. Furthermore, the Jiang family was renowned for its elixirs, and the Zhou family also acquired a considerable quantity of pills, with 27 different types totaling over 6,500 pills. They also acquired various other items such as talismans and formations. Meanwhile, over 1,000 spiritual herbs were found in the Jiang family's residence, including more than 50 herbs over 500 years old and over 300 herbs over 100 years old. Finally, thousands of books from the Jiang family's library were moved to the Zhou family's residence. These included numerous cultivation techniques and secret methods, as well as many insights and experiences from Jiang family elders in alchemy and talisman making, and various miscellaneous notes. Such an astonishing harvest was unprecedented for the Zhou family since establishing themselves in Nine Peaks Ridge. Crucially, not a single member of the Zhou family perished in the annihilation of the Jiang family. All the gains were pure profit. This was truly remarkable. They achieved the greatest gain with the least cost. The Zhou family had truly profited immensely from this genocide. The Jiang family truly lives up to its reputation as a 1,000-year-old cultivation clan. Their foundation is unmatched by ordinary families. It's just a pity they've all benefited us now. Zhou Chun lightly flicked the document filled with writing in his hand, speaking with a broad smile. While he was reading the information on the document, the others had also read it. Hearing this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but laugh heartily. Isn't that right? With this gain, The family won't have to worry about money for the next 10 or 8 years, Zhou Dai then added with a smile. Now we just hope Zhang Bai doesn't get into trouble. As long as he returns safely, our Zhou family will have won a great victory. Yes, we hope our 31st brother will be blessed with good fortune. Zhou Chun's smile faded slightly as he also became concerned about his cousin's safety. Although they had contributed greatly to the destruction of the Zhang family, they couldn't forget Zhou Zhangbai's contributions. However, what they didn't expect was that Zhou Zhangqing, who was soon investigating Zhou Zhangbai's situation, received devastating news via Eagle message. Zhou Zhangbai had fallen. According to Zhou Zhangqing's investigation, not long after Zhou Zhangbai fled into the market, he was found by Jiang Chuangshan, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhang family. Then, Jiang Chuangshan colluded with the market's law enforcement team, attempting to arrest Zhou Zhangbai on charges of indiscriminate killing. During the fight, Zhou Zhangbao was no match for his opponent and was killed on the spot. All of this was witnessed by cultivators at the Zhou family's intelligence station. That brat deserves to die, Zhou Ming glared angrily, slamming his fist on the table and shouting. He was indeed furious, as this was the first time since the Zhou family had established themselves in Jilfang Ridge that a Foundation establishment cultivator had been killed outside. Even the destruction of the Zhang family was not enough to quell his anger. He truly deserves to die, Zhou Chun said coldly, his face frosty. To kill an elder of my Zhou family in broad daylight in the market, not only does Jiang Chuangshan deserve to die, but the Xianjing sect should also give my Zhou family an explanation. He then made a decision on the spot. This junior will go to pay respects to Abbot King Wheezy immediately. This matter cannot be left unresolved. I will go with Zhangchen, Zhou Ming said, and immediately set off with Zhou Chun towards the Qinglian temple gate. This was not an overreaction, but a necessary measure. If Zhou Zhangbo had merely been killed by Jiang family cultivators outside, then their annihilation of the Zhang family could indeed be considered revenge, providing a satisfactory explanation to their clan. However, Zhou Zhangbo perished within the market. The market has always been one of the safest places in the cultivation world. Normally, as long as a cultivator isn't wanted by the market management, and as long as they haven't violated the market's prohibitions, even if they have a personal grudge against a high-ranking official, their personal safety within the market should be guaranteed. But Zhou Zhangbo was murdered after entering the market. This is a serious matter. If the Zhou family doesn't make a fuss about this, Zhou Zhangbo's death will truly be in vain. Therefore, upon learning of this, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming, while shocked and furious, quickly devised a plan. They are both astute individuals and are well aware that the Qinglian temple is currently trying to cause trouble for the Xianjing sect, attempting to use the moral high ground to target them. The murder of Zhou Zhangbo in the market was undoubtedly a perfect opening. The Zhou family couldn't get an explanation from the Xianjing sect, but the Qinglian temple had the power to do so. Sure enough, when Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming arrived at the Qinglian temple gates and met Qing Wheezy immediately said with a serious expression, "Rest assured, fellow Daoists. Since the Zhou family has acknowledged our Qinglian temple as their sect leader, it is our duty to stand up for them. I will immediately write a letter to fellow Daoist Yu, asking him to hand over the murderer and accomplices, and to give the Zhou family justice." After the Zhou family destroyed the Zhang family, the Xianjing sect remained inactive, and he was just looking for a better excuse to escalate the situation. Now, with this perfect pretext, he didn't care whether the Zhou family wanted to use the Qinglian temple for personal revenge. He only wanted to further damage the Xianjing sect's prestige and power. I haven't had a chance to touch the computer all day. Typing on my phone is too difficult. It's painful. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.